My fingers tighten on her hip. She opens her eyes, reads whatever's burning in my expression, and her lips part. "Nick?" "Come with me." I stand, pulling her up with me in one smooth motion. Her head tilts as her feet find the sand, and her hands play on my chest. Her laugh is startled, delighted, breathless. "Now?" She glances back at the beach bed, the water. The afternoon she's barely had a chance to enjoy. "I just got here." "I'll bring you back." I pull her hips against mine, letting her feel exactly how much of a problem she's created. Afterward. Her eyes drop to where our bodies are pressed together, then lift to my face. The laughter's still there, but it's softer now, heated with the recognition of what she does to me. She likes it. Hell, she revels in it. She wets her lips, and all I can think about is having her mouth on me, immediately.
"Well, I suppose when you put it that way."
She takes my offered hand, and I lead her across the beach, back to our cottage. As soon as the door closes behind us, my fingers reach for the strings of her bikini top. The tiny scrap of fabric hits the floor in seconds, Avery's breathless gasp warm against my ear.
"You certainly work fast, Mr. Bain."
Her bottoms are gone in an instant. Then I press her down onto the bed and cover her with my body as I growl my answer against her throat. "Don't worry. I'm going to take this next part nice and slow."
I like the sound of that."
I kiss her like a starving man, then guide her onto the bed beneath me. We have several days left in the Keys, including the most important one, and the surprise I've been planning for her. But for now, it's just us alone in our cottage until I decide I'm ready to share her again with the rest of the resort. These moments right now belong only to Avery and me. I intend to make the most of every single one.
26. Avery. I don't remember the last time I felt this light. 2 days of sun and salt air, and Nick's hands on me whenever we're alone, sometimes even when we're not, has been exactly what I needed. I'd forgotten what it felt like to wake up without the low hum of anxiety that's become so familiar over the past several weeks. The knot I've carried in the pit of my stomach since the tabloid siege, since the paparazzi trapped me in my car outside our building, since the trip to the ER and the doctor's voice saying, "Eliminate stress," isn't gone completely, but it has loosened its hold on me. As night falls, following the cookout gathering on the sand, I sink into my beach chair near the shoreline and simply take a moment to breathe. The resort's guest families have drifted back to their cottages, carrying sleepy children and the quiet contentment that settles over people after a good day. The beach empties slowly because nothing here happens in a hurry. That's the point, after all. That's what Nick has built here. I watched him all afternoon, feeling both warmed and amazed by him. He wasn't the billionaire philanthropist making an appearance. Today he was just Nick, crouched beside a little boy at the grill, patiently explaining how to tell when a burger needs flipping. Laughing, actually laughing, head thrown back, when the kid sent a patty sailing into the sand. Then, later, sitting in the shade with a young mother whose haunted eyes held the exhaustion of someone rebuilding a life from wreckage, talking with her in that low voice he uses when he wants someone to feel heard. It's gratifying to see him like this, with his guard down and his armor removed. I know how much this place means to him. As with the Chelsea Recreation Center, Nick has poured himself into every facet of the resort. This place may mean even more to him than the rec center, considering it was built on the same land where Nick grew up. He's constructed something good over the scars of his past. But I know he's still healing, as much as anyone here. I glance up and find him walking toward me over the moonlit sand. "I brought you water and snacks," he says, offering me the cup, holding a plate of grilled chicken wings and roasted vegetables in his free hand. He takes the empty chair beside me. I don't know if I have room for another bite. I glance at the food, and even though I've been eating all afternoon, I can't resist the aroma. Serena's going to have to let out my dress again if I keep eating like this. Nick shrugs. You could wear a burlap sack to marry me. I wouldn't care. I peer at him while I polish off the last bite of chicken wing, then reach for another. I think you really mean that. Couldn't be more serious. The warmth of him saying it, the way his eyes hold mine, steady and certain, spreads through me like the last of the day's sun soaking into my skin. This man who could give me anything and has, yet what he wants me to know is that none of it matters to him. Only me. Only us. I lean forward and kiss him. Do you have any idea how much I love you? He smiles, pulling me closer. I have some idea, but feel free to keep reminding me. Setting the plate aside, he wraps his arms around me and kisses me deeper. I struggle against him, laughing as his tongue sweeps into my mouth. Nick, stop! My lips are coated with chicken grease. I don't care. He makes a hungry sound and keeps kissing me. You taste delicious to me. I want to eat you up. We're still laughing and kissing as music starts up behind us. Steel drum first, bright, syncopated, unmistakably tropical. Then guitar weaving underneath, bass holding the bottom, keyboards filling the spaces between. The instructors aren't ready to call it a night yet, Nick says. Bonfire, live music, dancing. You up for it? I nod. Sounds perfect. With the half-eaten plate of food in one hand, his other hand resting lightly at the small of my back, we walk toward the group. There are perhaps a dozen people gathered, some standing with drinks in hand, a few already moving to the music. Rusty is there, beer bottle catching firelight as he gestures through some story that has his audience grinning. An older woman with silver-threaded hair and the deep tan of someone who lives in the sun bursts out laughing at whatever he just said. We're spotted before we reach them. Rusty breaks off mid-sentence, raises his beer in greeting. Hey, glad you're joining us. Avery, have you met Linda yet? She's one of the kids' favorite instructors. The silver-haired woman extends a hand, her grip warm and firm. Don't let Rusty oversell it. I'm a former teacher, retired now. I know how to work a classroom full of squirming young people. Her eyes are kind, crinkled at the corners. It's good to finally meet you, Ms. Ross. Just Avery, I say. Would you like a drink, Avery? She gestures toward a collection of coolers, where some of the other instructors are plucking out bottles of beer and cans of soda. I hold up my cup. Thanks, but I'll stick with water for now. Nick sets my plate down on a nearby table and accepts a beer from Rusty. Great job on today's cookout, he says, including everyone who's begun gathering around us. The guests all seem to enjoy it, and we did too. I nod in agreement, glancing at each of the warm, friendly faces of the instructors. I'm really glad we were able to participate. Thanks for including us. Anytime, Rusty says. Don't think you can only come down for special occasions. Special occasions? Nick pointedly clears his throat, and Rusty rushes to clarify. I mean, it's a special occasion for us because it's the first time you've been here since we've opened for guests. He's not quite convincing, but Nick nods in agreement and quickly changes the subject. I got a chance to watch some of the sailing instructions this morning. Looks like that's going well. Yeah, Rusty says. He motions for another instructor to come forward. This is Franklin. He's been teaching the younger kids. Franklin moves to the front of the small group. I guess him to be in his early 20s, with floppy, sun-bleached hair and a big, easy grin. We exchange hellos. Then he and Nick fall into conversation about a kid named Jalen, who's apparently a favorite with the instructor. I let the words wash over me, my attention drifting to the larger scene. This is what it looks like, what Nick built from the wreckage of his own childhood. Now it's music and firelight and people who show up every week because they believe in something. Families healing, kids learning that the world can be safe. Our child will never know the fear that shaped Nick's early years and my own. We'll make sure of that. Nick will make sure we're all protected and secure, with the same fierce devotion I've watched him pour into this place, these families, and me. But I don't want our child to grow up behind walls either. The thought surfaces gently, carried by the music and the laughter and the sense of freedom in the air tonight. In New York, there's Kelsey and Vaughn tracking my movements, the constant quiet presence of people paid to keep me safe. Nick needs that. He needs to know I'm protected when he can't be beside me. I understand that. But this is what life without fear looks like. Easy, unhurried. People moving through an evening without scanning for threats or checking sightlines. Kids who ran around all afternoon without a single security professional hovering at the edges. A beautiful night like this, in fact, all of the past 2 days, makes me wish we never have to leave. The steel drum shifts into something slower, and the guitarist follows, the rhythm softening into a sway. Nick and I stand there for a while, watching as our little group begins to drift toward an open patch of beach in front of the musicians. Linda pulls Franklin out with her. Rusty grabs one of the female instructors, and they begin swaying to the beat and singing along. Others soon follow, laughter and voices bright against the music. Nick's hand slides from my back to my hip. "Dance with me." I nod, smiling. But instead of taking me to the sand where the rest of the group is, he gathers me close right where we're standing. His chest is against mine, his thigh sliding between my legs. With one hand splayed across my lower back, the other finds the curve of my waist. I feel surrounded by him. The heat of his body seeps through the thin layers of clothing between us until I'm not sure where the warmth of the night ends and the warmth of him begins. We move together, not really dancing but swaying, finding a rhythm that has nothing to do with the music and everything to do with the way we've learned to fit against each other. His hand slides down, settles at the base of my spine, fingertips just brushing the curve of my ass. A claiming touch, a promise. I loop my arms around his neck, and his eyes darken at the press of my breasts against his chest. My nipples tighten at the contact, even through the fabric. My hips roll forward, seeking his friction, seeking him. "You're beautiful tonight." His mouth brushes my ear, his breath warm against my skin. "You're beautiful every night. But right now, with the firelight on your skin and my baby in your belly..." He stops, swallows. His hand presses harder against my lower back. "I keep thinking about getting you back to that cottage, about what I want to do to you once we're alone." The words send heat pooling between my thighs. His hips shift against mine, and I feel him, hard and thick and ready. "I've been turned on all afternoon watching you, watching the way you move, the way you smile, remembering what you sound like when I make you come." My breath has gone shallow. The music keeps playing. People keep dancing on the beach around us, and all I can think about is his mouth on my ear and his cock pressed against my belly and the growing ache between my legs. We could leave now. His mouth curves, sinful and dark. Soon, but not yet. His thumb traces circles at the base of my spine, slow and maddening. I'm not done dancing with you. Nick's idea of dancing should be illegal. He moves against me in a slow grind, a vertical foreplay. His body presses into mine while the steel drum plays, and the fire crackles, and the rest of the world falls away. His hand drifts lower, cupping my ass through my dress, pulling me tighter against his erection. I let my head fall to his shoulder and breathe him in, the intoxicating blend of sea salt and wood smoke and the clean scent underneath that's just Nick. The song ends, another begins, softer, and the heat between us eases into something just as intimate but less urgent. His hand stills on my hip. My breathing slows. We keep swaying, both of us sinking into the experience of simply being here, together, in this uncomplicated moment. No one watching us, no obligations pulling us in opposite directions. As I relax into his arms, the thought that surfaced earlier returns, clearer now. I've been waiting for the right moment, but maybe there's no perfect moment. This one feels close enough. Nick relaxed, open, the concerns waiting for us back home in the city, nowhere to be found. I pull back just enough to see his face. Firelight catches one side, shadow claiming the other. Can we talk about something? His brow furrows slightly, but he doesn't tense. Anything. When we go back to New York, I want to talk about the security situation. A furrow knots his brow. What about it? I take a breath, then let it out slowly. I don't want a team following me everywhere. Kelsey and Vaughn, they're good people. I know they're just doing their jobs, but I don't want that to be our life. He's quiet for a moment, still moving with me, but his rhythm has stiffened. When he speaks, his voice is measured, controlled. The press situation will pass, eventually. I finish for him. I pull back enough to look at his face. You've called off your legal attack. They've already pulled the story. It's over. His scowl deepens. It wasn't only the tabloid article. What about the vultures who came at you in our own damn building garage? I was 15 minutes away, Avery. 15 minutes, where anything could have happened and I wouldn't have been there. But you were there. You came. You and Gabe have made sure it won't happen again. I pull back enough to meet his eyes. And it hasn't. The press will eventually move on. We're not interesting anymore. You'll always be interesting to someone who wants to hurt me. It was one bad week, Nick. It doesn't have to define how we live. He scoffs. One bad week that ended with you in the hospital. I hear what's underneath his words, the fear he carries, the weight of responsibility he's placed on his own shoulders. I hear the dread, the barely held violence toward anyone who might try to harm me or take me from him. I hear the emotional weight of it in his voice, too. All the vigilance, all that waiting for another shoe to drop. I reach up to touch his tense jaw, feeling the muscle jump beneath my fingertips. The ER visit wasn't because of the press or tabloid gossip. It was because I forgot to eat and drink enough water while wearing a tight bodice in a warm room. I'm okay now. I caress his cheek. I'm not fragile. Neither is our baby. A quiet acknowledgement flickers in his eyes at that. Our baby. The words still hit him every time, crack through whatever wall he's trying to hold up. I know you're not fragile. His voice is rough.
But there are threats you don't see. Threats you shouldn't have to think about. That's my job, to think about them so you don't have to.
And I love you for that, I do. My thumb traces the line of his cheekbone. Look around us, Nick. Look at these people, this place. No one's watching them. No one's shadowing their movements. They just live. That's what I want for us, for our family.
You're not them. His reply is sharp, torn from somewhere deep. You're mine, and that comes with...
With what? A permanent security detail? Armed guards at our child's birthday parties? I shake my head. I don't want that. I know you don't either. Do we really want our child growing up thinking bodyguards are normal? He exhales, a long, slow breath that I feel move through his whole body.
I don't know how to stop being afraid for you. The thought of anything happening to you, or to the baby...
I know. I'm not asking you to be careless. I'm asking you to trust that I can take care of myself when you're not there. He holds my gaze for a long time, emotions warring in the shadows of his eyes. When he finally lets out his breath, it sounds haggard and raw.
Okay, we can scale back. Gabe will insist on some baseline presence. I won't be able to talk him out of that entirely, nor do I want to. But for day-to-day, all right, we'll try it your way.
Relief washes through me, sweeter than I expected. Thank you.
Don't thank me.
His hands tighten on my hips, pulling me against him.
I'm always going to be overprotective. I'm going to worry. I'll probably drive you crazy checking in when we're apart.
I can live with that.
Okay.
His expression is still tight with reservation.
We'll scale back, but I'm not...
He stops, shakes his head.
I can't turn it off completely, Avery. The need to protect you, it's not a switch I can flip.
I rise on my toes, press my lips to his, soft, grateful. I'm not asking you to stop being who you are. I'm just asking for room to breathe, for both of us. His arms tighten around me, pulling me close until there's no space left between us. His cheek rests against my hair.
You're the only person in the world I can't live without, he murmurs. You know that, right?
I smile against his chest. I know. We stay like that, swaying to music neither of us is really hearing anymore. The fire crackles, sending soft sparks into the night. The waves whisper against the shore. After a while, Nick takes my hand in his and leads me back to our secluded little cottage at the far end of the beach. The rest of the night belongs to us alone. 27. Avery. The morning is a gift. I woke without nausea, a miracle in itself. No cold sweat, no desperate scramble for the bathroom, no Nick hovering beside me with a cool cloth and that regretful look he tries to hide. Instead, there was sunlight through the shuttered windows and his arms wrapped around me, our bodies pressed close after a night spent making love. We showered together, then shared a quick breakfast before getting dressed for a day on the water. I chose one of the sundresses I brought with me, tossing it over my bikini with my hair loose. Now Nick's hand holds mine as we walk to the dock, where I see the Icarus already waiting for us. It's been moved from its mooring at some point, and now bobs gently at the end of the long wooden dock. Nick carries a large canvas tote slung over one shoulder, filled with sunscreen, water bottles, a light blanket, whatever else he packed for us. He always handles the details, and I've learned to let him. He's in a white linen button-down, sleeves rolled to his forearms, barefoot in tan linen pants. The shirt hangs open at the collar, exposing the bronzed hollow of his throat. As devastating as he is in a suit, this casual beach look is sexy as hell. The Icarus's white sails are furled, her hull gleaming in the morning light. My heart lifts at the sight of her the way it always does. This boat holds special meaning for us. It's where Nick first took me sailing, where I learned to trust the tilt of the deck and the snap of canvas, and the steady command of his deep voice calling out instructions. It's where, a year later, he dropped to one knee and asked me to be his wife. And now we'll have another perfect day with her to add to our memories. Before we reach the gangway, I realize the boat isn't empty. Rusty's on deck, doing something with the rigging. A flicker of disappointment moves through me. I'd been imagining the two of us alone on the water, sharing the day with no one else. Nick feels my inner hesitation. His hand tightens around mine, thumb stroking the back of my knuckles.
Rusty's captaining for us today.
His voice is low, just for me.
That way I can focus my attention entirely on you.
The disappointment's still there, but how can I argue when he puts it that way? Warmth curls through my belly at the quiet possessiveness in those words. Rusty waves as we step aboard.
Beautiful day to be out on the water.
He's already turning back to the rigging, with the tactful instinct he's shown all week. Friendly, but never intrusive. Nick stows the tote below deck, while I settle into the cushioned bench seat in the cockpit. Rusty secures the lines, then comes back and turns the key, bringing the engine to life with a low purr. Then we begin to ease away from the dock. I tilt my face toward the sun, closing my eyes and letting the motion of the boat and the warmth of the day seep into my bones. Nick drops onto the seat beside me, close enough that his thigh presses against mine. His hand finds my knee. His thumb moves idly against the inside of my leg, and the heat of that touch threads through me, as comforting as it is arousing. The day unfolds in impressions rather than events. Morning sun on my skin, white sails billowing with warm sea air, the boat cutting through water so clear I can see the sandy bottom in the shallows, the shadow of the hull gliding over seagrass, spray misting my face when the wind gusts, with a sound like a held breath releasing. And Nick beside me, always beside me, his hand a steady presence on my thigh, my shoulder, the small of my back, touching me as though proximity isn't enough, as if he needs the contact the way he needs air. We have lunch with Rusty at Anchor under the shade of the Bimini, snacking on sandwiches and fruit packed by the resort kitchen. Afterward, Nick and I swim off the stern in the afternoon heat. The water is impossibly warm, impossibly clear. He pulls me against him and kisses me with salt on both our lips, his hands spanning my waist beneath the surface, my legs wrapping around his hips. The hard press of his erection against me is a torment for both of us. And if not for Rusty's presence, I know Nick and I would have spent a good amount of time naked in the cabin. By late afternoon, the sky begins its slow turn toward sunset, blue deepening at the edges, the first threads of gold weaving into the horizon, the kind of light that makes the water look lit from within, everything glowing as if the world is holding a candle behind a silk screen. Nick's energy shifts as the day winds down. It's subtle enough that anyone else would miss it, but I've spent years learning the language of his body, and I notice the way his gaze keeps drifting toward the bow, then back to me. When he notices me watching him, he smiles. but there's something behind it I can't quite reach. A brightness, almost nervous, an anticipatory quality that doesn't match his usual controlled stillness. He reaches behind one of the bench cushions and retrieves something. I can't see what it is, and he holds it at his back with one hand.
"Come with me,"
he says, his voice low. We make our way forward, past the mast, to the bow where the deck opens up wide, and the bowsprit points toward the horizon like an arrow aimed at forever. The sky is painting itself in pastels now, rose and coral and liquid gold bleeding into each other above the waterline, and the sun is hovering just above the sea. It's the kind of sunset that stops your heart, the kind that makes my fingers itch for a paintbrush, even though I know no pigment on earth could capture the way the light is dissolving the boundary between water and sky. I turn to share it with him and find he's lowered himself to one knee. For a disorienting second, I don't understand. We're already engaged. The stunning diamond ring he gave me is on my finger, where it's been for over a year. "Nick, what are you—" He brings out the box he's carrying. It's flat and larger than his handspan, a deep red velvet jewelry box that looks beyond expensive. My heart starts to pound. He opens it. Twin strands of pearls rest inside, lustrous, perfect, stacked together in an elegant choker. At the center where they meet, a diamond infinity symbol holds them together. The stones catch the dying light and fracture it into tiny stars. My breath leaves me in a shaky sigh. Pearls. Everything they've meant to us. The intimacy, the trust. The first time he bound my wrists with a delicate strand like these and taught me that surrender could be its own kind of freedom. Surrender to him, because he would always keep me safe.
"I had this made for you."
His voice is steady, controlled, but I see the faint tremor in his fingers as he holds the box. Even now, even after everything we've been through together, now he's nervous.
"This was going to be one of your wedding gifts."
"One of them?" He gives me that half smile I love, the one that creases the left side of his mouth and brings out the dimple few people ever get to see. Then he's serious again, his gaze holding mine with an intensity that pins me in place.
"The 2 strands are us, you and me. Everything we've been through to get here."
He lifts the necklace from the velvet, the pearls glistening like captured moonlight.
"And this,"
his thumb brushes the diamond infinity symbol.
"This is my promise to you, Avery. You've owned me, heart and soul, from day one. But in case you ever have any doubt, I'm in this forever, longer than forever, if I have anything to say about it."
He rises to kiss me, brief, fierce, a seal on a promise. And then he's moving behind me, lifting my hair, fastening the pearls around my neck. They're cool against my throat at first, and they warm to my skin, becoming part of me the way he is. His lips brush the nape of my neck where the clasp rests. A shiver of sensation runs the length of my spine. He comes back around to face me, and those cerulean eyes I fell into and never found my way out of are filled with emotion now, so tender and open I can hardly breathe.
"Marry me, Angel. Right here, right now."
I can't speak. My breath is locked in my breast. Tears are sliding down my cheeks, and I didn't even feel them start. The sunset blazes behind him, and everything I thought I knew about this day rearranges itself into a shape I never saw coming. But The wedding, I begin. Everyone is expecting.
That wedding is for them.
He cups my face in his hands. His thumbs sweep the tears from my cheeks with devastating gentleness.
This one is just for us.
Just for us. No cameras, no guests, no security details, or a single expectation beyond the ones we make together. So this is what he's been planning. The secretive looks, the conversations with Rusty that went quiet when I walked in, the Icarus, brought here and waiting. All of it for this. Yes! The word breaks out of me, half laugh, half sob. Yes, obviously yes. 1,000 times yes. When I turn back, Rusty is already stepping forward. He knew. Of course he knew. Nick planned everything. The realization washes through me. Every detail of the past 4 days calibrated to lead here. The timing, the setting. The man who's been captaining this boat all afternoon, waiting for his cue. Rusty's easygoing casualness is still there, but now there's a quiet solemnity beneath it. A weight he's carrying with care. Is this for real? I have to know. Will it be legal? Rusty nods.
I got ordained online a couple years ago when my buddy Dean needed someone for his beach wedding. Been the unofficial Key Largo wedding guy ever since.
His eyes crinkle.
Never thought I'd be doing this one, though. I'm honored.
He looks between us, clears his throat.
All right, this is simple, because that's what my man wanted.
His gaze settles on Nick.
Nick, you can start. Say what you need to say.
Nick takes both my hands. The sunset blazes behind him, gilding his edges in gold, and the sight of him nearly makes me weep on the spot.
Avery.
Just my name, but the way he says it, like it's a prayer he's been holding in his mouth all day, waiting for the moment to release it.
Before you, I didn't know what I was living for. I had money, power, control over everything in my world. Or so I thought.
His grip on my hands tightens.
And then I found you. I didn't go about it the way I should have, the way you deserved. But somehow, we've ended up here, together. You entered my life, and you saw through every wall I'd built. You saw me, the real me, the broken parts and the sharp edges, and all the darkness I thought would drive you away.
His voice roughens, the composed mask slipping, revealing the raw underneath.
But you stayed. You stayed, and you loved me anyway. And you gave me something I never thought I'd have. A future worth wanting. A home that isn't a place, but a person.
He squeezes my hands.
I can't promise you I'll be the perfect husband, but I can promise I'll be yours. Every day, through every storm and every day in between. Whatever our life brings, I will always choose you. I'll protect you. I will love you until there's no breath left in my body. And long after that, too.
His thumb traces my knuckles. The same idle, anchoring gesture he's made 1,000 times. But today it means something so much deeper.
You're my forever, Avery. There is no version of my life without you in it. That's my vow to you today. I am yours.
Rusty glances at me. His eyes aren't completely dry either.
Avery, your turn.
I have to swallow twice before I can speak. My tears have spilled over the edges of my eyes to roll down my cheeks and off my chin. Oh, Nick. A wet, overwhelmed laugh escapes me. I wasn't expecting this. I don't have any vows prepared. He shakes his head, calm and sure, as though he knew I'd say exactly this.
That's okay. This is better. Just tell me how you feel.
I inhale a steadying breath and look down at our joined hands, where his scarred right hand is wrapped around my smaller one, the engagement ring on my left hand catching the last of the light. Emotion threatens to dissolve me, but I meet Nick's eyes and let everything in my heart lift to the surface. I think back on how we met, on everything we've been through. Neither one of us was looking to be rescued. We were so used to surviving alone, I don't think we knew any other way. But then we found each other. You showed me that I could be strong and soft at the same time, that I could let someone in without losing myself, that love doesn't have to be safe to be worth it. His gaze holds mine, solemn, tender, fierce, all at once. I see you, Nick, all of you, the parts you hide from the rest of the world, and the parts you're still learning to show me. I choose all of it. I squeeze his hands. The life we're building together, everything ahead of us, everything we have yet to learn. I want every single moment of it. With you. Only with you. The words come easier now, carried by something deeper than thought. I wish I knew how to express the true depth of what he means to me, but I'm not even sure those words exist. You're my always, Nick, my only. I was yours from the moment I met you, and I will be yours forever. That's my vow to you. His jaw clenches, and I can feel him struggling to hold back the emotion that's swelling inside him. He gives me a loving smile, then glances to Rusty. Do you have the rings, Nick? Nodding, he reaches into his pants pocket. 2 simple gold bands rest in his palm. The contrast with the elaborate diamond on my finger is striking. These are something different, honest, in a way that glitter never can be.
I wanted something that was just ours, he says quietly. Something that means this moment.
My smile is watery. They're perfect. He slides the smaller band onto my finger, above the engagement ring. Then I take the other band. His left hand is steady as I slide it on, down to the base of his finger, and the sight of gold against his skin does something to me that I wasn't prepared for. Today, he's mine, legally, irrevocably. The ring on his hand says so. The whole world will eventually know it, but right now, in this moment, that truth belongs only to us. Rusty clears his throat.
By the power vested in me by the internet and the great state of Florida, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Nick, you may kiss your bride.
He hardly waits for permission. His hands frame my face, his fingers sliding into my hair, tilting my mouth to his. The kiss starts gentle, then it deepens. Nick's arms wrap around me and pull me against him. Our kiss tasting like salt from my tears and the sea air, and the promise of everything we fought to reach. I fist my hands in his linen shirt and kiss him back with everything I have. Every moment of struggle, every wall that came crumbling down between us, every incredible night I've fallen asleep with his heartbeat under my ear, and the realization that I was finally, completely home. We're married. We separate, but only barely. His forehead rests against mine. My hands are still fisted in his shirt. Neither of us moves. Behind us, I'm vaguely aware of Rusty retreating toward the helm, giving us the bow, the sunset, the silence. He disappears the way he's done all day. His quiet, generous act of friendship that helped make everything possible. The sun is slipping below the horizon now. The sky has deepened into amber and violet, the first stars emerging like pinpricks of light through dark silk. I look down at my hands, now resting on the bow's rail. We're really married. My voice sounds full of wonder, half disbelieving, as though my saying it aloud is the only way to make it real. Nick's answering smile is soft, private, the one he only ever gives me. We're married, Mrs. Bain. Oh, I like the sound of that. My husband. I turn toward him and kiss him again, slower this time, savoring every point of contact. His hands on my face, my palms against his chest, the press of his body solid and warm and permanent against mine. He reaches out to touch the pearls at my throat, his finger tracing the unbroken line of the infinity symbol that joins them. I love you, wife. We stand there as the last light fades and the stars multiply above us, wrapped in each other, the Icarus rocking gently beneath our feet. His arms wrap around me, solid, sure. Home.
28. Nick. The outboard motor of the Icarus's tender fades into silence as we watch Rusty cut a pale line across the dark bay. He didn't linger. A firm handshake and congratulations. A quick reassurance that we're securely anchored and safe for the night, and then he was gone. Now it's just Avery and me, finally alone, standing at the rail under the moon and stars. My wife. The gold band is foreign on my finger, yet it feels right. I glance beside me, drinking in the sight of my bride. The loose fall of her pale hair is luminescent in the gathering darkness, the pearls at her throat gleaming faintly against her creamy skin. Her sundress skims her curves in the warm breeze, making her look like an angel. My angel. I married this woman 30 minutes ago on the deck of the boat that's been the backdrop for more than one important turning point in our life together. Avery became my wife. She turns to meet my gaze. Her cheeks are still damp, her smile unguarded. Her palm slides into mine. Her fingers thread through my fingers, her touch light as she strokes the raised edges of scar tissue on my right hand. She doesn't flinch from those scars. Never has. She holds my hand tighter in spite of them. Because of them.
Take me to bed, Nick.
Her voice is quiet, steady.
I want my husband to take me to bed.
With pleasure. I bring her hand to my mouth and press my lips to her knuckles, the gold band that marks her as mine, and then I lead her toward the companionway. Below deck, the cabin is dim, lit only by the amber glow of a single lamp I left on hours ago, and the wash of starlight through the portholes. The berth takes up most of the space, expansive for a yacht, dressed in crisp linens. The faint rock of the boat is hypnotic, a rhythm that brings Avery up against me as we stand together in the quiet. I capture her face in my palms and bring her close for my kiss. Her lips part, welcoming the sweep of my tongue. The urge to have her beneath me, to lose myself inside her is strong. But I don't want to rush this night. We've made love countless times, but this is the first time I've claimed her as my wife. My hands find the hem of her sundress where it brushes her thighs, and I gather the fabric slowly, drawing it upward over the curve of her hips, her waist, her breasts. She lifts her arms, and the dress clears her head, her blonde hair spilling back over her shoulders in a wave of gold. I let the cotton fall somewhere behind me. Beneath it, she's wearing a white bikini from our swim this afternoon. If I thought the red was hot yesterday, tonight the innocent-looking white ignites a hunger in me I can barely hold. The strings and small triangles barely contain her. The pearl choker rests against her collarbone, the diamond infinity symbol catching lamplight between the twin strands. The combination of pearls and bare skin and the flush rising across her chest makes my cock throb hard behind the linen of my pants. I trace the line of one pearl strand with my fingertip, following it from the hollow of her throat to where the clasp rests at her nape. This stays on tonight. She smiles up at me, a sexy curve of her kiss-swollen lips. I reach out and untie the strings at her neck first, then the ones at her back, letting the top fall away. Her breasts are full and perfect, nipples already taut. I lower my mouth to one, drawing it between my lips with a slow pull that makes her gasp. "Nick!" Holding the weight of her other breast in my hand, I circle my thumb over her nipple, loving how it tightens even further under my touch. She moans softly, arching into me. I skim my hands down her sternum, along her delicate ribs, to the flat plane of her stomach, where I let my touch linger, an acknowledgement of what's growing there before I continue lower. The bikini bottoms come off with a tug of both strings. She's bare now, except for the pearls and the ring. A surge of possessiveness fills me as I gaze at her beauty, satisfied to see her dressed in a gift few other men could afford, and a simple gold band that proclaims her as belonging to me alone. "You're so fucking gorgeous. My wife." I ease her back onto the berth, her head finding the pillows, her hair spreading across white linen. I move onto the mattress with her, kneeling between her legs. She opens for me without being asked, her thighs parting, and the scent of her arousal is enough to make my hands unsteady. Her pussy glistens for me, already wet with need. "I've wanted to taste you all goddamn day." My voice has gone rough, stripped raw by the hours of restraint that started when she wrapped her legs around me in the water this afternoon, and I had to remind myself that Rusty was 20 feet away. "Spread wider for me. Let me look at you." She does as I command, and I press my mouth to the inside of her thigh, dragging my lips over the tender skin there, teeth grazing just enough to draw a sharp inhale from her. Then I'm where I want to be. The first stroke of my tongue through her folds draws a sound from her throat that goes straight to my cock. She's so sweet and hot, her tender flesh searing my mouth. I flatten my tongue and lick her folds with a slow, deliberate pressure that has her hips lifting off the mattress. "Oh, God!" "I know, baby." I seal my mouth over her clit and suck, then ease off, reading her body with knowledge learned over countless nights like this. I know the way her thighs tremble when I've found the right rhythm, the way her breathing fractures when I push her close to the edge. I slide 2 fingers inside her, curling them forward, and she clenches around me so tight that the thought of what she'll feel like around my cock nearly undoes my patience. She's close. Her hand finds my hair, gripping hard, and her hips roll against my mouth in desperate, uneven movements. I pull back. She makes a sound of protest that I swallow with a kiss as I rise over her, my mouth wet with her taste. She grabs at my shirt, yanking the linen off my shoulders with an urgency that sends a bolt of heat through my gut. My pants follow, hastily shoved down my hips, then kicked off the rest of the way. My cock springs free, hard and aching, and her hand wraps around me immediately, her grip firm enough to drag a groan out of me.
"Sit up,"
she breathes against my jaw.
"I want to be on top of you."
I love hearing the demand in my wife's voice. As much as I like to direct things in bed, nothing inflames me more than knowing Avery needs my body with the same urgency that I need hers. I settle back against the angled headboard, the pillows braced behind me, and she swings one leg over my hips, straddling me. Face to face now, with her knees pressing into the mattress on either side of my thighs, her hands braced on my shoulders, the pearls hanging between us. The position puts us eye to eye, breath to breath, and there is nowhere to hide from each other here. No angle that allows distance, just the way I like it. I grip her hip in one hand, my shaft in the other, then guide her to me. The head of my cock notches against her entrance. Wet, delicious heat. She sinks onto me in a slow slide that takes me to the root, her pussy stretching around my thickness, the sensation of her tightness, the slick grip of her body taking all of me, punches the air from my lungs. Fuck. The word is barely a whisper. My forehead drops against hers. My hands shake on her hips. You feel... Christ, Avery, you feel so fucking good. She rolls her hips. The slow, grinding motion drives me deeper, and my fingers dig into her skin as every nerve ending in my body lights up at once. She sets the pace, unhurried at first, savoring, her body rising and falling in a rhythm that matches the gentle rock of the yacht beneath us. I let her lead, let her take what she needs. My hands slide from her hips to her thighs, up the curve of her waist, and she shivers at the trail of my fingers over her ribs. You look like a goddess riding me. I love being fucked by my wife. It's the second time I've said it tonight, and it registers with even more power now, with my cock buried deep inside her, her body wrapped around mine as she bounces atop me. My voice cracks on the last word, and I don't care. Let it crack. Let her hear what she does to me. Say it back. Tell me you're mine.
I'm yours.
No hesitation. Her pace quickens, her breath coming shorter.
I'm your wife, Nick. I love fucking my husband.
My hand spans her lower belly, and I hold her gaze as I plant my palm over the place where our child is becoming. She covers my hand with hers, her eyes bright, and the press of our joined hands against her skin while she rides my cock is sacred and filthy and so intensely real that my vision blurs for a second. I need you to fuck me harder. The words come from somewhere primal, somewhere that has nothing to do with thought. I need to feel you come on me like this.
Yes.
She braces her hands on my chest, fingertips pressing against the muscle, and her hips snap faster. The wet sound of her body taking my cock fills the cabin, and I grip her ass with both hands and thrust up to meet her, driving deep on every downstroke. She cries out, her head tipping back, the pearls swaying against her throat, the side of her, skin flushed, mouth open, riding me with abandon while wearing the necklace I fastened around her throat before I made her my wife is going to be seared into my memory until I die. That's it. My voice is gravel. Take all of me. Her inner walls contract and I feel her start to climb toward release. Her nails rake down my chest. Her rhythm falters, becomes desperate, and I know how close she is. I shift my angle, grip her hips, and drive up into her with a precision that makes her whole body jolt. A small moan spills from between her clenched teeth.
Oh yeah, Nick,
Let me hear you. She tips her head back and cries out with the force of her climax. Her pussy clamps down on my cock. Tiny, pulsing contractions that drag a hoarse shout from my chest. Her body arcs backward, taut as a bowstring, my name breaking apart in her mouth, and the sensation of her coming undone around me, that relentless grip milking my shaft, rips my own orgasm loose before I can brace for it. I come hard, buried to the hilt, flooding her, my hands locked on her hips as pleasure explodes through me. I hear myself growling her name while my cock pulses inside her and the world outside this cabin ceases to exist. She collapses against me. Her face presses into the crook of my neck, her breath ragged and hot against my skin, her heartbeat slamming against my chest where our bodies are still fused together. I don't pull out. I can't. My arms close around her back, one hand cradling the base of her skull, the other pressed flat between her shoulder blades, and I hold her against me while our breathing slows, and our pulses find each other and settle into the same cadence. The yacht rocks beneath us, gentle, steady, the creak of rigging somewhere above deck, the lap of water against the hull, the muffled percussion of halyards against the mast. Sounds I've known since I was a kid on these waters, sounds that meant survival long before they meant peace. Now they mean her. They mean us. I press my lips to her temple. Her hair smells like sea salt in tropics, and something underneath that's purely Avery, warm, sweet, indelible. Carefully, I roll her over until she's beneath me, our bodies still joined. I'm not ready to leave her yet, not even close. But as I hold her close and begin a slow tempo inside her, my mind returns to the promises we made each other on the deck this evening. You said something in our vows. My voice is quiet, roughened by what just passed between us. You said, love doesn't have to be safe to be worth it. She lifts her head. Her eyes are luminous in the lamplight, searching mine. I spent 33 years believing the opposite, I tell her. That the only way to survive was to never need anyone enough to be hurt by losing them. I trace the line of her jaw with my thumb, the one that bears no scars. And then you walked into my life and made that impossible. You made me need you. You made me terrified of losing you. And you made that terror worth it. Her hand rises to my face. Her palm cups my cheek, and I turn into the touch the way I always do, seeking her warmth the way a man seeks oxygen.
You're not going to lose me,
she says. I know. And I do. Not because I'm arrogant enough to think I can control the future, but because this woman just stood on the deck of this sailboat and vowed herself to me with the same courage she's brought to every impossible thing we've survived. That kind of love doesn't break. It bends. It holds. Her fingers trace idle paths across my sternum, and I catch her hand, bring it to my mouth, and kiss the gold band on her finger. We move together in the quiet. No urgency this time. Just the slow, deep rhythm of her body beneath mine. Her hips rising to meet each unhurried thrust. Neither of us speaks. There's nothing left to say that our bodies aren't already saying. The steady pulse of my cock inside her. Her warmth pulling me deeper. The way her breath hitches every time I bottom out and hold there. This is all we need right now. Her legs wrap around my hips, drawing me closer, and I feel her tightening around me again, building quietly like a tide. My own release gathers too, inevitable and unhurried. When she comes, it's gentle, a soft gasp, her back arching, her pussy clenching around me in slow, rhythmic waves that pull me over the edge with her. I bury my face in her neck and let go, spilling inside her with a groan that vibrates against her throat. No frenzy, no desperation, just the deep contentment of being exactly where I belong. I ease out of her carefully. She makes a small, reluctant sound, and I press my lips to her forehead before settling onto my back and gathering her against my side. Avery's breathing deepens against my chest. My hand rests on the curve of her hip, my scarred fingers against her smooth skin. I lie there in the dark and listen to the ocean and the slow rhythm of my wife's heart, and I think about the man I was before, the man who almost didn't survive his own darkness, who once considered ending it all but was kept alive by a portrait painted by a woman he hadn't yet met. This is the life I never dared to dream I could have. This woman, this moment of hard-won quiet, with the wreckage of the past behind us, and something new and precious growing in the shelter of her body. I pull her closer. The ring on my left hand gleams faintly in the dark. She was wrong when she said we rescued each other. She's strong enough. She would have survived without me. I was the one who needed something only she could give me. Avery rescued me, and every day since, she gives me a reason to become someone worthy of that gift.
29. Avery. The noontime sun slants warm across my shoulders as I push through the door at GC, one of my favorite restaurants in the city. It's been 2 days since Nick and I returned home from Key Largo, since we spoke our private vows on the deck of the Icarus, and he slipped a simple, perfect gold band onto my finger in the most romantic wedding I ever could have imagined. My thumb finds the bare space on my left hand before I'm fully aware I'm doing it. The habit has become reflexive, this seeking motion. Both of our rings are waiting at home now, nestled in velvet beside the exquisite pearl and diamond necklace Nick fastened around my throat as a symbol of who we had become together. As much as I want to wear my wedding band, we've decided to hold that secret between us for now. The wedding aboard the Icarus doesn't belong to anyone else. The rest of the world will have to wait. The GC hostess recognizes me, greeting me with a smile and a small nod. "Ms. Ross, welcome. The rest of your party is already here. Right this way." She leads me toward the bustling dining room of the popular restaurant where my friends are waiting. As I follow her through the lunch crowd, a pleasant tenderness between my thighs flares with each step. Memories of Nick flood my senses. Making love with him on the boat all night after we said our vows, and again in our beachfront cottage after we returned to the shore in the morning. My husband. Although I know I don't look any different, everything feels changed now that I'm legally Avery Bain. He gave me his name and his ring and his child. My heart is so full, it's a wonder I'm not floating several inches off the ground. Movement to the left of me in the dining room catches my peripheral vision. An attractive young woman heading for the door, familiar stride, and a tall, handsome man beside her whose hand hovers at her back. Kelsey. Her cheeks carry color I've never seen on her before, her smile easy and warm as she looks at her companion. She spots me and hesitates, recognition flashing in her sharp eyes. Her face registers a momentary look of surprise, as if I've caught her at something. Did she know I'd be here today? Did Gabe send her? I glance around for other signs of covert security details, but I don't see anyone. Kelsey approaches with a smile. "Avery, hi. I didn't realize you and Nick were back in the city. We got back a couple of days ago." I keep my voice light, but I'm noticing the way her body leans almost imperceptibly toward the man beside her, the way her fingers keep finding reasons to brush his sleeve. "Gabe didn't mention it?" "No, he didn't, but I have the day off." She glances up at her companion. Her date, I realize. "Sorry, this is Jake Noble, Gabe's brother. Jake, this is Avery Ross." He extends his hand. Dark hair, easy grin, the same strong jaw as Gabe, but held just a fraction looser, less rigid discipline than his brother.
"Pleasure. Gabe's got nothing but good things to say about you, Ms. Ross."
"Avery." I shake his hand, then catch Kelsey's eye with a look that says, "We'll talk later." "Well, don't let me keep you." They head out, and I watch Jake's palm finally settle fully against Kelsey's back as he holds the door. I exhale, feeling a sense of relief and satisfaction. Kelsey wasn't here because of me. She's just here living her own life, blushing at a man who can't stop finding excuses to touch her. Nick honored my request. The security detail is scaled back, just like I asked. I turn toward the back of the restaurant, and there they are, the group of women who have become my dearest friends. The light through the tall windows catches them like a composition I'd want to paint. Tasha's caramel curls haloing her head like a golden crown. Eve's beautiful face tilted toward Kat's open-mouthed laugh. Lita's bright blue hair shocking against the warm neutrals of the room, like a deliberate act of rebellion. The four women are arranged around a corner table, menus ignored, hands moving through air as they talk over each other like lifelong friends. The fact that I brought them all together is deeply gratifying. My dearest friends have become friends with each other, too. Tasha sees me first. Her whole face changes, lights up. She gives me that warm smile I've known since my first week at Vendange, when she caught me crying in the supply closet over rent I couldn't make, and sneaked me a shot of whiskey and a tissue without asking a single question. "Finally!" She's already pushing back her chair. I was about to send Lita out to drag you in.
Please. Lita doesn't stand, but her grin cuts sharp and warm. I don't drag anyone anywhere. I aggressively encourage. Then I'm being pulled into Tasha's arms, while over her shoulder I catch Eve, already reaching across the table to squeeze my hand the moment I'm released. Kat's smile is broad and welcoming. Lita kicks out the empty chair beside her. Sit. You look disgustingly relaxed and sun-kissed. I hate you a little. I ease into the chair, surrounded by women who've held me through every version of myself I've been since coming to New York. Tasha, who's been my confidant since the moment I stepped foot in this city. Lita, who agreed to let me share her cramped studio and called my bullshit out every time I tried to pretend I wasn't falling apart over Nick. Eve and Kat, newer friends, but no less woven into the fabric of my life now. This is my family. Not blood, something stronger, something chosen.
So, Key Largo.
Eve leans forward, her stunning engagement ring from Gabe catching light.
Tell us everything. How was the resort? Did you sail? Is Nick as obsessive about boat maintenance as Gabe says?
Worse. I smile, reaching for the water glass, already sweating in front of my place, the condensation cool against my palm. Key Largo was great. The resort is incredible. I met a bunch of the instructors, and watching the kids learn to sail and have fun was really special. For Nick and me both. We capped off our trip with a perfect day and night of sailing on Nick's boat. Sounds romantic as fuck, Lita quips. But she's watching me with something sharper beneath the light sarcasm. That same attention she'd turn on a canvas that wasn't working, trying to identify what was off. You've got a gorgeous tan, obviously, but there's something else about you, too. You look relaxed, I offer. Fucked to within an inch of your life is what I was going to say. She grins when Kat chokes on her water. What? Look at her. That's not just sunshine. That's the result of a man who knows what he's doing. Heat crawls up my throat, but she's not wrong. 3 days of Nick's hands and mouth and body. The things he whispered against my skin. The way he watched me come apart for him over and over, like he'd never get tired of seeing it. And all the other reasons I have to be glowing. Lita, you're just jealous, Tasha admonishes with a smile. Damn straight. Lita heaves a dramatic sigh. I really need to get laid. We all laugh, but I feel Tasha's eyes on me, steady and knowing. The mom radar, she calls it. The ability she swears she developed after Zoe was born, and made it impossible for anyone to hide anything from her. She's already piecing the truth together. I can see it happening as she watches me, the slight narrowing of her gaze, the way her head tilts almost imperceptibly. The server appears at my elbow, young, professional, a bottle of something expensive looking in his hands. Your wine, ladies, the Sancerre you requested. Glasses materialize. The wine pours in a clear gold stream, filling each glass in turn. I watch the server make his way around the table. First Tasha's glass, then Eve's, Kat's, Lita's. Then he arrives at mine. I can smell the wine's bright fragrance from the other filled glasses. Slightly mineral, the faintest whisper of citrus. He glances at me briefly, then starts to lift the bottle over my glass. I shake my head. My hand shoots out almost on reflex to cover my glass. Actually, my voice comes out steadier than I feel. I'll have sparkling water instead, please. Silence falls around us. The moment stretches. My pulse beats against the base of my throat.
I'm aware of Tasha's gaze still fixed on me, watchful and patient. Now everyone else at the table is looking at me too. The server blinks, nods. Of course, I'll be right back with that. Tasha sets down her wine very slowly, places both palms flat on the table, looks at me with an expression that says she already knows, has known since I walked in the door. Avery, her voice is barely a whisper. Are you? 7 weeks. I nod, fighting back the sudden surge of emotion that's climbed into my throat. Almost 7 weeks. For one heartbeat, nothing moves. Then Tasha's out of her chair, and I'm being pulled into her arms again, tighter this time. Her face pressed against my hair, and she's laughing or crying or both. I can feel the shudder of it moving through her shoulders, through my own chest. Something releasing between us that I didn't know I was holding. I knew it. Her voice breaks against my temple. I knew it the second you walked in. The way you were carrying yourself, the way you're glowing like a neon sign. She pulls back, hands on my shoulders, her face wet and radiant. I'm so happy for you. Holy shit. Lita's voice cuts through, and when I turn, she's staring at me with something unguarded beneath her usual sharp armor. Dominic fucking Bain knocked you up? That he did. I can't hide my smile, and Lita's big laugh breaks the tension just enough for me to breathe. Oh my God. Eve has both hands pressed to her mouth, tears already tracking down her cheeks. A baby. You and Nick are having a baby. Kat reaches across to grip my wrist. Warm, steady, an anchor while the table erupts around me. Congratulations, she says quietly beneath the chaos. You're going to be wonderful. And then they're all talking at once. Questions layering over more questions. When did you find out? What did Nick say? Are you feeling okay? Do you know if it's a boy or a girl? I can't keep track of who's saying what. Their excitement bubbles and expands until I'm laughing and crying and trying to answer everything at once. The joy of it floods through me, sweeter than I expected. The relief of finally sharing this moment with these women who mean so much to me. These are my people, my chosen sisters, surrounding me with so much love and excitement. It brings happy tears to my eyes. My mom knows too, I manage, wiping at my misting eyes. We called her last night on video chat so we could see her face when we told her. Tasha's expression softens. She knows what my mom's been through. The years of separation, the slow and painful rebuilding. How did she take it? She cried, of course. My throat tightens at the memory. My mother's face on the screen, the moment we gave her the news, the way her hands flew to her heart like she was trying to hold it inside her chest. She kept saying, "My baby's having a baby," over and over, like she couldn't believe it was real. Because for so long, nothing good was real. For so long, everything we loved got taken away. But not this. Not anymore. So, Tasha's voice shifts into the practical tone I know so well. As your matron of honor, I need to ask, what about the bachelorette party? I'd almost forgotten. The plans they'd been building for weeks. Pub crawl, champagne, sushi, then dancing until our feet give out. There had even been a mention of karaoke. I can still go, I say quickly. I'll be the designated driver. Club soda while the rest of you get tipsy. Absolutely not. Lita shakes her head. No version of this works where you're the sober one watching us make asses of ourselves. I lift my hand to protest. But she's right. Eve shakes her head. The whole point was getting you champagne drunk and stuffed with sushi before putting you up on a dive bar somewhere to dance and sing some Madonna classics. What's the fun if you can't participate in the full experience? You guys know. Tasha shakes her head. Zip it. You're the guest of honor, Ave. We're in charge of the logistics. I settle back, only because I know I have no choice. The knot that lodged in my throat a few moments ago is back now. As I listen to my friends hashing out alternative ideas for our outing, they're already rearranging their celebration. Because of me. Because of the life growing inside me that changes everything. Even things I didn't expect it to touch. What about the penthouse? I offer. We've got the theater room. We could do pajamas, face masks, all the snacks I can actually still eat. Nick will make himself scarce the second his house is full of women. Tasha's face lights up. That's perfect. That's actually more you anyway. I'm picking at least one movie, Lita announces. And I'm warning you now, no horror, Eve cuts in. She doesn't need pregnancy nightmares. Lita sulks. Fine. Extremely weird foreign cinema it is. The planning spins out from there. Who's bringing what, whether we need nail polish and face masks, what foods and snacks everyone will be bringing. But I'm only half listening. The rest of me is here in a different way, soaking in every moment, this feeling, this lovely afternoon with these beautiful women I'm so fortunate to call my friends. I love you guys, I blurt out, my voice thick, my eyes burning. All of you, I need you all to know that. Lita looks at me and groans. Oh, for fuck's sake, girl. Are you crying again? Hormones. I laugh, swiping at my damp cheeks. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Blame the hormones. Get used to it. Tasha's grin goes knowing. The crying doesn't stop. It doesn't stop once the baby's born either. You've got about 18 years of this ahead of you. Everyone laughs. There are tears, not only mine. Eve passes me a napkin while Kat squeezes my hand. The meal comes and goes in a warm blur. Incredible food, plates shared across the table, conversation and giggles punctuating the time we spend together. A familiar voice cuts through the dining room. Warm, Australian, threaded with charm. GC's eponymous owner, Gavin Castile, appears at our table before we're finished. The handsome celebrity chef never misses an opportunity to angle for compliments with his famous brand of charming arrogance. Speaking of kitchens, Tasha says, eyeing Gavin with something competitive, your chef should watch out. We've got some serious talent at Vendange these days. Gavin's tawny brow lifts. Is that so? Tasha nods. Isla Shaw. Weekend dinner receipts have nearly tripled since she took over. She's been in here a few times, actually, scoping the competition. Has she? Intrigue sharpens Gavin's expression. When he speaks, his accent deepens with challenge. Tell her not to hide next time she comes. I'd be happy to offer a few lessons, unless she's afraid to take me on face to face. I'll tell her you said that. Tasha's smile goes wicked. Don't say I didn't warn you. He excuses himself with a grin and a light touch on my shoulder. Once we're alone again, Eve leans forward and asks about my dress for tonight's gala. The Chelsea Rec Center event is the only reason Nick and I didn't extend our stay in Key Largo. I hadn't been looking forward to it before, but all of the relaxation and time away from the city has given me new energy. Now I'm excited for the fundraising gala to benefit the arts wing Nick built for kids who need it most. I'm going with the dark blue Valentino, I tell her, The one you helped me find. Eve nods, giving me a look of enthusiastic approval. Perfect choice. It looks amazing on you. The lunch winds toward its end. We exchange hugs at the table, make plans to talk more about the bachelorette party, then gather our things and all head outside to the crisp October afternoon. Tasha holds me longest, her mouth close to my ear. I'm so happy for you, for both of you. Nick's a good man, Avery, and he's damn lucky to have you. She gently touches her finger to my belly. I can't wait to meet you, little one. I laugh softly, warmed by her care and friendship. You're going to be an auntie. Tears spring to her dark eyes. Don't get me started, girl. I'm still hormonal, too. Eve and Kat wave as they climb into their rideshare, while Lita shouts her goodbye before heading for the subway station. Want a ride back to Vendange? I ask Tasha, indicating my car parked at the VIP valet section at the curb. Nah, it's not far. Besides, I need to walk off some of Gavin's cooking. We laugh together, and she pulls me into another fierce embrace. Have fun at the gala tonight. Call me. I will. I love you, Tasha. Right back at you, girl. I watch her walk away, my heart lighter than it's been in ages. Then I go to my waiting car and head toward home, with my friend's love wrapped around me like armor, and the secret of what Nick and I have already become to each other, burning quiet and bright beneath it all. 30. Avery. The midnight blue Valentino dress clings to my breasts and waist, then falls from my hips into a dramatic slit that will show a flash of leg with every step. Eve was right. The silk moves like something poured over my body rather than worn, and just wearing it makes me feel empowered and confident. For the final touch, I fasten Nick's pearl and diamond necklace around my neck. The infinity symbol settles into the hollow of my throat, cool but familiar, and reminding me of everything it witnessed that magical night on the Icarus. I can't hold back the smile that curves my mouth. In the mirror, I see someone who is ready to take on the world. Whether I'm ready to stand in front of 400 people and speak about a woman I never met, Nick's mother, whose name is etched into the building we're celebrating tonight, is another question entirely. I smooth the silk over my hips one last time, then turn and walk toward the living room. Toward him. Nick's voice reaches me before I enter the living room. Low, measured, the cadence he uses when he's managing something that requires his attention but not his patience. He's standing in front of the windows with his phone to his ear, his back to me, and I let myself take him in before he knows I'm here. His custom-tailored tuxedo cuts sharp across his shoulders, the black fabric tapering to his waist. Black pants and gleaming, polished black shoes complete the look. The way he holds himself, all that restless power banked behind his assured posture, makes my pulse race. The moment I step into his line of sight in the reflection of the glass, everything changes. His shoulders go rigid. Whatever Beck is saying on the other end of that call stops mattering, because Nick turns my way and his mouth closes mid-word. His heated gaze moves slowly down my body with a rapt intensity that makes my skin tingle beneath the silk. "I'll call you back." He ends his conversation without waiting for a response, and then his full attention is on me. He stares, practically gaping, taking me in from head to foot, with the kind of focus that always makes me feel like the only meaningful thing in his world. He closes the distance between us, and his hand finds my hip, drawing me close. His thumb traces along the edge of the necklace where the pearls rest against my skin. His touch light, almost reverent, while the look in his eyes is anything but.
"You're not making it easy to leave this apartment tonight."
His voice has dropped, gone rough at the edges. "We have to leave. We have somewhere very important to be."
"I'm aware."
But his gaze is still on my throat, on the pearls, and the muscle in his jaw tightens with the effort of his restraint. Tension vibrates through his hand at my hip, and I know it's taking all of his control to keep from pulling me closer. Nick's desire for me has never been quiet, but tonight he's keeping it leashed, and somehow that's more arousing than if he'd pinned me against the nearest wall. "I take it you like the dress?"
"I love the dress, but I'm already counting the seconds until I can get you out of it."
His mouth finds my temple, lingering there while his breath warms my skin.
"Later,"
he says against my hair, and the single word carries enough promise to make heat pool low in my belly. I smile up at him. Definitely later. I smooth the lapel of his jacket, my fingers lingering on the fabric over his chest, where I can feel his heart beating, steady and strong. "But first, your mother's night."
"Your night,"
he softly corrects me.
"This is as much about you and your work at the Elizabeth Xavier Center as it is about her."
With a gallant nod, he offers his arm. We step into the private elevator together, and he presses the button for the lobby, where Patrick will be waiting to drive us to the venue. His hand covers mine where it rests in the crook of his elbow, his palm warm and soothing.
"You're nervous," he says.
Not about speaking. I watch the floor numbers descend. I've done gallery openings and press events. That part I can handle.
"Then what?"
I look at him, trying to find the words for what I've been carrying since I agreed to give this speech weeks ago. "It's your mother's name on that building, Nick. I want to do justice to that, to her. I need to get this right tonight."
"You're going to be great. As for doing my mother justice, you do that every day. You've done a hell of a lot more than that. You've put your heart into the art center and into every kid we serve."
His hand lifts from mine to my face, his scarred palm warm and rough against my cheek.
"You honor her every time you walk into that building, Avery. Tonight is just saying the words out loud."
I turn my face into his touch and close my eyes, letting go of a small sigh. The knot of anxiety loosens, not gone, but softer, its rough edges smoother under Nick's tender reassurances. "Thank you," I whisper, and he brushes his thumb across my cheekbone. We exit the elevator and cross the lobby to the doors where Patrick stands. He greets us with a nod, then escorts us out to the waiting car. Nick and I slide into the back seat, Patrick jogging around to the driver's seat. Then we're off. We head south on Park Avenue to 5th, traffic moving steadily for the handful of blocks before the St. Regis comes into view. The hotel with its old money grandeur rises through the windshield, majestic and stately. Gabe's team has the press corralled behind barriers at a distance, cameras flashing but contained. Patrick pulls up to a designated area in front of the venue, our exit shielded from the clusters of press. Nick gets out first, then turns and takes my hand to assist me out of the car while Patrick stands by, holding the door open for us. Nick and I walk toward the entrance together, and the steadiness of his touch at my back grounds me more than he probably knows. Reporters shout questions about the wedding, about the dress I'm wearing tonight, even a few rude inquiries about my mother. I hardly register any of them. Instead, I'm tuned into the rhythm of our footsteps, side by side, and the quiet contentment of walking into this lavish event with my husband. Inside, the ballroom unfolds in amber light and murmured conversation. Easily 200 tables, all dressed in ivory linen, with warm chandelier glow catching crystal and silver. Along the back wall, a projected slideshow features the Elizabeth Xavier Center in full operation. Children at easels, teenagers collaborating on murals, photographs I remember being taken, moments I was present for, frozen now in images that make my chest ache with pride. The venue is packed with attendees and honored guests, donors, foundation board members, and well-known society fixtures. The room pulls us in, everyone wanting a moment with Nick. He handles it with the controlled grace he's learned to wear when the mission demands visibility, his hand settling briefly at my waist as we move through the crowd together. I catch myself leaning into his side without thinking, drawn by the warmth of his body and the steadiness he carries, even when the spotlight makes his skin itch. I spot our friends Jared Rush and his fiancée Melanie Laurent chatting with a small gathered crowd of their own near the tall windows overlooking Fifth Avenue. They're hard to miss. Tall, broad-shouldered Jared, with his mane of thick brown hair and devilish grin, and Melanie, slender and sweet, with long, fiery hair and a smile that can light up any room.
They flew in from Kentucky last night,
Nick murmurs near my ear as we approach the couple. Jared's fame and notoriety as one of the country's most gifted and controversial painters still cloaks him. But only his close friends, like us, know that the larger-than-life artist is currently battling early-onset Parkinson's disease. Tonight he's animated as he regales his current audience with a story that makes the men chuckle and the ladies ogle him with open interest. The steadiness in his posture tells me his latest medications are working. He's holding a glass of wine without a tremor, and the relief that washes through me at that small detail is sharp enough to sting my eyes. Melanie sees us first, her face opening into a warm, genuine smile. She pulls me into a tight, unhurried hug. "You look incredible," she says, pulling back to hold me at arm's length. "This dress is absolutely gorgeous. Have you gotten some sun recently?" "Thanks. And yes, Nick and I just came back from the Keys." I squeeze her hands before turning to Jared, who leans down to kiss my cheek.
"Good to see you, darling."
His voice carries that quiet hint of southern drawl that years in New York never fully erased.
"Mel's right. That dress on you is working."
Nick clears his throat.
"The dress and the beauty wearing it are spoken for. Not that I need to worry about you anymore, now that Melanie's tamed you. Mel, always a pleasure."
"You too, Nick," she says, smiling as he bends toward her and drops a quick kiss on her cheek. The two men shake hands and begin trading good-natured jabs. Nick and Jared go way back, years before I met him. To hear either of them talk about it, they'd once been as close as brothers. Their past wasn't always amicable, but it's gratifying to see they've settled into a comfortable sort of friendship over time. Jared glances at the slideshow and chuckles. I follow his line of sight and find myself smiling at a photo of Lita and a young, dark-haired boy wearing giant welder's goggles.
"Last time we talked, you said you had a kid at the art center doing metal sculpture and scaring the hell out of Lita."
I laugh. That's him, Diego. He's 14, and yes, he's very enthusiastic with a blowtorch. Lita would never admit it, but I think she loves him. The memory of that conversation, Jared on a video call, giving me advice on how to mentor a gifted kid with more talent than patience, makes me realize how much I've missed having him and Melanie close.
"Hell of a thing you've built here,"
Jared says, looking from me to Nick. I get the sense he's not just talking about the Chelsea Recreation Center or his mother's namesake art building.
"I know you don't need to hear it from me, Nick, but I'm proud of you."
Nick's jaw tightens, the only sign that the words have hit home.
"Glad you made the trip. Wouldn't have missed it,"
Jared says, the hint of his drawl deepening as he reaches over and draws Melanie close.
"Take care of each other. The only thing that matters in the end is the person standing beside you through this crazy fucking journey called life."
Nick nods.
"Don't I know it?"
They step away with well wishes for tonight and a promise to see us at the wedding. No sooner have they gone than Gavin Castile arrives, champagne in hand, that easy Australian charm already at full wattage. He leans in to kiss my cheek, lingering a beat too long, the way Gavin does everything, pushing just slightly past the line because it amuses him.
"Avery, you look breathtaking."
He grins over my shoulder.
"Nick's a lucky bastard and he knows it."
Nick growls low under his breath, but there's not much bite to it. He gives me a look that says he's not worried about any other man moving in on me when he knows I'm carrying his child, and there's a gold band at home signifying I belong to him and only him. From now until death do we part. I return his smile, reaching over to thread our fingers together. "Nice to see you again, Gavin." Nick frowns.
"Again? Avery and her beautiful friends stopped by GC today for lunch," Gavin informs him. "You should come in more often too. Maybe tell your new chef at Vendange to ease up on the competitive espionage." "The what?"
"It's nothing," I interject, laughing. "Tasha was just trying to rattle his cage today."
"Oh, it's rattled,"
Gavin says, but he's grinning so broadly that both of his dimples make an appearance.
"If I catch this Isla Shaw person in my restaurant trying to recon my recipes, it's game on. She won't know what hit her."
Nick chuckles, shaking his head now.
"I'll be sure to pass it along."
"Avery, good luck up there tonight," Gavin says.
"I know you won't need it."
He glances at Nick.
"As for you, just stay close to your fiancée. She always makes you look good." "I won't argue with that,"
Nick replies. The friends shake hands. Then Gavin drifts toward the bar, leaving Nick and me alone in the circulating crowd of gala attendees. A woman in a foundation blazer touches Nick's shoulder. "Mr. Bain, Ms. Ross, they're ready for you now." I swallow the last of my nerves as we're led toward the front of the grand ballroom. The stage is small, intimate, set against the projected backdrop of the rec center. Nick leads me up the steps with his hand warm around mine, and the room's attention shifts toward us. Hundreds of faces, soft light, and a hush that travels over the gathering until it's completely silent, except for the soft soundtrack accompanying the slideshow. Then, even that goes silent as Nick takes the stage. He squeezes my fingers once before releasing my hand to approach the podium, then steps to the microphone.
"Thank you all for being here tonight."
His voice fills the room, steady, certain.
"Your support is set to transform what began as a single recreation center in Chelsea into something much larger. A nationwide expansion. Thousands of children served. Programs that give kids the tools to build lives worth living."
His right hand grips the edge of the lectern, those scarred fingers wrapped around polished wood, as his deep voice commands the attention of every person in front of him.
The Elizabeth Xavier Center holds particular significance for me.
His voice shifts, something unguarded surfacing beneath the polish.
It carries my mother's name, a woman who believed art had the power to save us, even in the darkest circumstances. She gave me my first set of paints when I was 4. She taught me to see the world as something that could be shaped into something better, transformed, made new.
He almost never speaks about her publicly, and the control it takes is visible only to me because I know where to look. The slight tension in his jaw, the careful measure of his breathing, the way his hand grips harder without him realizing it. My chest aches for him as he recounts some of his past pain for these people. I ache for the boy he was and the man he's become in spite of everything that tried to destroy him.
She died when I was 10. I spent years believing that the part of me she nurtured, the part of me that could feel happiness and hope, died with her.
He pauses. The room holds its breath.
I was wrong. It just needed somewhere safe to grow again. That's what these programs offer. A safe place. A chance to discover that you have something worth expressing, something worth protecting, worth fighting for.
400 people sit in silence, and I am standing just several feet from the man I married in secret only days ago, now watching him open wounds in front of strangers, because children he'll never meet might need to know they're not alone. My eyes burn. My throat aches with the effort of keeping still, of not reaching for him, of letting him have this moment on his own terms.
I'm pleased to announce the next phase of expansion tonight. 3 new cities next year, and a matching campaign starting tonight. Every dollar donated between now and January will be matched by the Bain Foundation. Up to $50 million.
His gaze finds me. Not heated, not possessive, just connection.
But the heart of what we do is our art program. And that exists because of someone who understands, in ways I never fully could, what it means to turn pain into something worth keeping.
The look he gives me is brief, but it lands in my body like a tender hand scooping into my breast and holding my heart.
Avery Ross has built something extraordinary. She's my partner in everything I do, the woman I love, and I'm honored to introduce her now.
Applause swells through the ballroom as Nick steps back from the podium and motions for me to join him. When I move to take his place, he cradles my face and kisses me, fleeting but full of meaning. And his solemn gaze carries everything we can't say in front of this room. Then he's gone from the stage, and I'm alone. The room spreads out before me, faces and candlelight, and the receding thunder of their warm applause. I glance away from the crowd for a moment, searching for Nick. He's positioned himself off to the side, where he can watch without drawing focus. His affectionate expression steadies me, grounding me in a way I didn't know I needed until this exact moment. I take a breath, then I step to the microphone.
31. Nick. I've positioned myself at the edge of the ballroom, back to the wall where the St. Regis's gilded columns cast long shadows. A glass of whiskey, barely touched and warming in my hand. All my focus is on the vision in midnight blue silk up on the stage, her blonde hair glowing under the ballroom chandeliers, the pearls and diamonds at her throat, a satisfying reminder that she's mine. My wife, although no one in this audience full of New York's elite knows it. Pride swells behind my ribs as I watch Avery at the microphone, wrapping up her remarks. The room has gone absolutely still. Not the restless, polite silence of donors calculating their tax deductions. Real, rapt attention, the kind you can't buy. She's not performing, she's sharing. And this crowd, for all their sophistication, can feel the difference. As she explains her belief that art can light a path out of the dark, she catches my eye across the crowd. Even at this distance, her smile reaches me like a physical thing. Everything male in me responds to that subtle, secret curve of her lips, meant only for me. I take a sip of my whiskey and start calculating how soon before I can take her out of here and get her back into our bed. I set my whiskey on the bar, about to head through the crowd to meet her once she finishes her closing words. A deep voice on the other side of me halts my exit. "Impressive speech. Your fiancé's a natural." The remark comes from my left, low, arrogant, with the kind of unstated authority that doesn't need volume. I turn, and the first thing I clock about him is his height. 6'3" at least. His hair is a similarly dark shade to mine, though slightly less contained than my precision style. Broad through the shoulders, he's got a predator's frame, trim and dangerous beneath a black tuxedo suit that screams Savile Row. Storm gray eyes are already locked on mine, reading me with the same sharp, assessing focus I'm turning on him. A signet ring gleams on his right hand. Old family, old money. The kind that opens doors I've had to kick down. I don't recognize him, but everything about him puts my instincts on alert. "Sebastian Roth." He extends his hand. His brief smile is more a baring of teeth, slashing deep dimples beneath cheekbones that could cut glass. "We've never met in person. I thought I'd fix that." Sebastian Roth, second in line to the formidable Roth Hotel dynasty. The son of a bitch has cost me millions on more than one acquisition. He also, for reasons I've yet to figure out, seems to be engaged in some kind of private pissing contest with me. Since he first appeared on my radar nearly 2 years ago, I've begun to anticipate his moves and negotiations. I've gotten to know his family company's financials better than some of my own subsidiaries, and I can admit I've respected his intelligence, even as I've worked to outmaneuver him. But we've never been in the same room until this moment. I take his offered hand, albeit reluctantly. The handshake is firm and brief, his testing mine answering. Neither of us yields. Neither of us pretends to. "Roth, I release first. My choice. A bit out of your element, aren't you? Youth outreach programs don't seem like Roth Hospitality Group territory." "No, but I wrote a sizable check to your foundation tonight, so I figured that earned me 5 minutes with the host." The smile tightens without losing any warmth. "The work you're doing here is impressive, Bane. I don't say that to many people." "I'll take the compliment. Now tell me why you're actually here." "Curiosity." He lifts a champagne flute from a passing tray with the casualness of a man who was born for ballrooms and black tie while I was running around barefoot and wild in Florida swamps. "You and I have circled each other for years now without once being in the same room. That Al Hassan property deal alone should have warranted a handshake." I scoff under my breath at the mention of the Dubai hotel acquisition, where he drove my price up by 8 figures before backing off. He drops the reminder the way a fencer lowers his guard. Casual, deliberate, daring me to respond. If you were trying to get my attention, there were better ways to go about it. I level a hard stare on him. As for the Dubai deal, you lost. Not for the last time, either. "True enough." Those gray eyes glitter with what I'd almost call appreciation. "I don't lose often. It's good to find a worthy opponent." "Is it?" I smile, the first I've allowed him. I can't say I know the feeling. Personally, I've met so few. His laugh is low and unforced, totally unoffended, which tells me more about Sebastian Roth than any corporate filing I've ever read. Most men shrink when I turn cold. This one sharpens. He even finds the pushback entertaining, if his grin is any indication. He takes a measured sip of champagne, then his gaze drifts past me, past the donors in their formal attire and jewels, past the crystal and candlelight, and lands on the projected dedication banner behind the stage where Avery is delivering her closing lines. At first, I assume Roth's gaze is caught on my wife, but then I notice he's not looking at her as much as he's looking above her, to where the letters on the banner glow in the soft light of the slideshow. The Elizabeth Xavier Center. The sardonic ease drops out of his expression like a switch being thrown. Elizabeth Xavier. He says the name quietly, carefully, with a weight that has no business existing between two men who met 90 seconds ago. I wish I'd known her. There's an intimacy in his tone, and it makes every muscle in my body lock tight. My mother is not networking currency. She's not a card for a business rival to play over champagne to ingratiate himself. Her name is on that banner because she taught me that beauty was worth fighting for when everything around us was violent and ugly and hopeless. And she deserved to have that remembered long after the cancer stole her from me. The fact that this man is standing here saying her name and speaking about her with the familiarity of someone who has a right to it sends ice through my veins. Careful, Roth. My voice drops to the register that makes people across negotiating tables sweat. That name means more to me than you can possibly know. He doesn't flinch, doesn't step back. But whatever game he walked in here thinking he was going to play, he's done playing it. He sets his glass down on the bar without drinking from it. My mother's maiden name is Xavier, too. Madeline Xavier. Elizabeth was her older sister. The ballroom erupts in applause for Avery's speech, but I barely hear it. All my surroundings, the people, the noise, the hum of conversations, everything fades to the far edge of my consciousness as I absorb the shock of what I just heard. My mother had a sister? Sebastian Roth holds my stunned stare. We're cousins, Dominic. What the fuck? My mother never mentioned a sister. She never mentioned any of her family, except to mourn the fact that they'd all turned their backs on her. I never even knew their names aside from her surname. I realize now that a part of me had grown convinced that they weren't even real. Her family had erased her so completely, I'd believed it possible that they no longer existed. No parents, no siblings, no aunts or uncles, no cousins. I built my entire goddamn life on that foundation, on the fact that after my mother died, I was truly alone. And now this man, this business rival who's been nipping at my heels for reasons that are only just starting to make sense, has been walking around with this shocking truth. A truth he evidently decided to keep from me. How long have you known this? The words grind out of me. He hesitates, his intense eyes searching mine. About 5 years, give or take. 5 years? My fury is white-hot and immediate, and I bank it only because hundreds of donors surround us, and my wife is currently wending her way toward me through the crowd of effusive gala attendees. 5 years of knowing we shared the same blood. 5 years of him holding every card while I played in the dark. Is this some kind of joke to you, Roth? I close the distance between us, not as a threat, but a promise that the civilized veneer I'm wearing right now is costing me more than he can possibly calculate. You've had this knowledge for half a goddamn decade, yet you choose tonight, this moment, to come forward? It's complicated. His jaw flexes, the first crack in his armor all evening. The situation with my family required careful navigation. There were reasons I couldn't reach out sooner. I'm not laying them out at a charity gala. I want to tear that evasion apart with my bare hands. I want to slam him against a wall and extract every detail. Who else knows? Who decided to keep this buried? What kind of family sits on a secret like this while the person it belongs to lives without it? But this isn't the time, and it sure as fuck isn't the place, so my discipline holds. Barely. My mother's parents. The words taste like ash. I can't bring myself to call them grandparents. They threw my mother away. They don't deserve the title. Are they still alive? Our grandfather passed 12 years ago. A pause. Our grandmother, Constance, is still living, but her health has been fading for a while. Memory lapses are becoming more frequent, all to be expected given her age. I'm sorry, he says, sounding like he means it. That's probably not the answer you were hoping for. I wasn't hoping for anything. I hold his gaze, refusing to feel anything where he or his family is concerned. I stopped expecting anything from the Xaviers a long time ago. Meeting you like this only convinces me I was right. He nods slowly, accepting the deflection without comment or apology. The edge has returned to his eyes, but tempered now, the look of a man who said what he came to say and is calculating the cost. I should go. This is your night, and I can see I've already worn out my welcome. All I give him is a curt nod. I'm not sure what to make of him or the information he just dropped on me, but I know I don't want to deal with it here. A silence stretches between us, loaded, taut, neither of us willing to break it the wrong way. Then Sebastian straightens, adjusting his cuffs, his composure reassembling. The cool mask he'd been wearing when I first saw him slides back into place. "Congratulations on your wedding, Dominic. I mean that sincerely." He shifts to safer ground, and I let him, because neither of us gains anything by detonating all of our family landmines in a ballroom. "Your fiancée is extraordinary." "Yes, she is." He inhales, his dark brows furrowing. "Marriage, though." He says it like it leaves a bad taste in his mouth. "Not something that holds any appeal for me personally. I'm not a one-woman man. Can't imagine anything that would change that." He says it with the absolute confidence of a man who's never been proven wrong. But hey, to each his own. I almost laugh. I remember believing that, knowing it in my bones, the feeling that I'd never tie myself to someone, never hand anyone that kind of power over me, never make myself vulnerable enough to be destroyed. I built walls so high even I couldn't see over them. And then Avery came into my life, and every certainty I'd constructed crumbled like it had never existed at all. I keep that to myself. Some lessons a man has to learn the hard way, on his own, whether he's my cousin or not. "Anytime you want to lose to me again, Roth, I'm available." He smirks. "Noted. Enjoy your evening, Dominic." With that, he turns and cuts through the crowd, his long, unhurried stride carrying him toward the exit. People shift out of his path without being asked, unconscious deference to the man's extreme confidence and physical authority that naturally commands a room. Then he's through the far doors and gone. I stand there, processing. The gala noise filters back in again, as though someone just snapped their fingers and the ballroom has come back to life. Laughter, music, the murmur of conversations. I grab my whiskey and down it in one gulp. The bartender catches my eye and heads right over to pour me another. I empty the glass and push it away on a muttered curse.
Nick?
Avery appears at my side, still carrying that post-speech glow, but her expression falters the moment she sees my face.
Is everything all right?
Her hand finds my arm, and the warmth of her touch grounds me. I pull her to me and breathe in. "You did great up there tonight, Angel. I'm so proud of you." She pulls back, searching my gaze.
What's going on? Who was that man I saw you talking to before I got here?
I glanced toward the space where Sebastian Roth vanished, the stranger who just rewrote everything I believed about my family. I turned to meet Avery's concerned eyes. Those green eyes have seen every broken part of me and stayed anyway. Now she'll help me carry this new burden too. That was Sebastian Roth. His mother is Madeline Xavier, my mother's sister. He's my cousin.
You're what?
The shock on her face mirrors the earthquake still settling in my chest. She swivels her head to look for him, but he's long gone now. When her eyes settle back on mine, they're filled with tenderness.
Do you want to talk about it?
I shake my head, a firm denial. No, I want to enjoy the rest of this evening with my gorgeous wife. I want you to eat some of the $1,000 a plate dinner they're about to serve. Then I want to dance with you and revel in all of the envious stares from every man in this ballroom. A small crease knits her brow.
Nick.
I silence her with a kiss. I don't want to think about Sebastian Roth or the Xaviers or anyone else right now. She's still frowning, still looking at me with soft concern. I don't give her time to ask all of the questions swimming in her eyes. Taking her hand, I lead her back through the sea of guests to our reserved table, doing my damnedest to put Sebastian Roth and his unsettling revelation out of my head.
32. Avery. Step in, Avery. Arms through first. It's the day after the gala, and I'm having my final dress fitting at House of Billionaire before I walk down the aisle and marry Nick for the second time on Saturday. I can barely keep the smile off my face as Serena guides the gown up over my hips, the ivory silk whispering against my skin. Deep breath, Serena says from behind me, and hold. The closure draws snug at my waist. Serena's fingers test the fit. Then she comes around in front of me and tilts her head. We're a bit tighter here than last time. Her voice carries no judgment, just steady assurance. How does it feel to you, Avery? Are you comfortable? I test the fit by exhaling, imagining myself wearing it on Saturday, then sitting in this work of art for several hours after the wedding. Do we have enough time to let it out again? Just a little? Of course, Serena says. As she continues checking the dress's fit and making notes with her team, I smooth my hands over the fitted bodice, pausing where my waist feels a bit fuller, if not visibly discernible to anyone else. The baby is only the size of a blueberry by now, but it won't be long before my pregnancy begins to show. Between that and Nick's constant cooking, I may need to invest in a closet full of yoga pants and stretchy sweaters. Spending time in the kitchen is its own kind of therapy for him. Always has been. It's how he works through the things that bother him, the things he's not quite ready to confront or talk about. Like the bombshell from last night's gala. We're both reeling from the revelation that his longtime business rival, Sebastian Roth, is his cousin, and that the grandmother who disowned his mother is still alive. He'd refused to talk about it after we got home from the event, deflecting my questions with long, unhurried kisses and hours of lovemaking that left me boneless and sound asleep in his arms. I wanted him to tell me what he was thinking, how he was feeling about everything he learned last night, but I know Nick. He'll come to me when he's ready. Pushing will only make him pull further away. I drag myself back to the activity surrounding me, watching Serena's deft fingers working the closure of my gown. I guess I'd better lay off the pasta this week if I want to fit into this dress on Saturday. Her laugh is low and real. Do what makes you happy. Most of my brides are living on anxiety and espresso by this point. She finishes the closure, her touch gentle but efficient. This is exactly why we schedule a final fitting. We'll let out this seam just a bit. You won't feel the difference, but you'll have room to breathe and eat cake. She steps back, studying me with the attention of an artist assessing her work. I've come to recognize that look over these months, the way her gaze moves methodically, assessing fit and fall, and the way light catches the fabric. She sees what most people miss. It's why I like her. Whatever you're doing, it's working, she says, her usual composure giving way to a genuine smile. You're absolutely radiant, Avery. Radiant. The word settles into me. If she only knew what's making me glow. Across the room, Nadia sits at her work table, bent over the veil. Her hands move with precise rhythm, needle rising, thread pulling taut, each seed pearl placed on the veil she's creating with deliberate care. She hasn't looked up since I arrived. Someone who disappears into her work, the way I disappear into a canvas when the painting finally starts to speak. Now, Serena makes a small note on her tablet and hands it to Clara, who hovers nearby with her hands clasped, ready for the next task. You mentioned wanting to try a special necklace with the gown? I nod. Please, I want to see how it looks with the neckline. Clara retrieves the red velvet box from my bag and carefully brings it to me. When she lifts the lid, the gasp that escapes her fills the quiet room. Oh my, she catches herself, professional training warring with genuine awe. This is extraordinary. Stunning, Serena agrees. The pearl and diamond infinity necklace catches the light as she lifts it from its bed of velvet. Her fingers are cool at my nape as she works the delicate clasp. The pearls settle against my collarbone, familiar now, weighted with everything they mean. The symbol for eternity. Yuki has paused her work at the pressing station to come closer too. An elegant choice for a wedding, not to mention wildly romantic. Yes, it is. My fingers find the infinity symbol, brushing the diamonds briefly. A private moment inside a public one. The deck of the Icarus at sunset. Nick in his linen pants and white shirt, his dark hair riffling in the salty breeze. Marry me right now. Nick had it custom made for me. Serena nods. He has remarkable taste. Even Nadia has looked up from her work now, drawn by the commotion. Her dark eyes move from the pearls at my throat to my face, and she offers her typical reserved smile, present but contained, like someone watching through glass. Yes, very nice, she says. Then she returns to the veil, her needle resuming its steady rhythm. Some people aren't effusive. I've learned that about her over these months of fittings. The careful distance, the economy of expression. I've convinced myself it doesn't mean anything except that she's different from the others. Some artists live in their heads. It's perfect with the gown, Serena says, as she guides me toward the platform where the three-way mirrors wait. Let's see the full effect. The reflection that greets me steals my breath. The woman in the mirror is luminous. The fabric flows over her every curve, lustrous and creamy. The pearls and diamonds gleam at her throat. Her eyes shine with misting tears of pure joy. How has this become my life? The adjustments continue in a comfortable rhythm. Yuki pins a minute alteration at the hem, her movements quick and certain. Sophia examines the beadwork along the bodice, murmuring something about a loose bit of lace applique she'll secure. Serena orchestrates with quiet authority, keeping everything moving while the room fills with easy conversation. "Have you decided on honeymoon plans yet?" Clara asks, smoothing fabric at my shoulder. "Or is that still a surprise?" "We're going sailing in the Mediterranean. That's all I know. Nick's planning everything." Sophia sighs dreamily. "That's so romantic." Clara nods. "I know, right?" I smile into the mirror at the two younger women. He does like to be in control. The understatement nearly makes me laugh. "Speaking of Nick's plans," Serena says, pinning something at my waist. "I was glad we could reschedule after last week. Did you have a nice trip, wherever you went?" "We went to Key Largo." The memory unfolds. Days of salt air and bare feet, and the sun warm on our skin. Tender vows and simple gold bands. And it was a perfect trip. Turns out it was exactly what I needed. Serena glances up at me, her expression soft. A man who knows what a woman needs and delivers before she has to ask, that's a man you hold on to. I smile at the wink she gives me. I don't intend to ever let go of Nick. He's mine forever. Across the room, Nadia's hands have stopped moving. The needle hovers mid-stitch on the veil, suspended above the delicate lace, and I catch the moment she brings her finger to her mouth, a bead of blood welling where she's pricked herself. Without acknowledging the little injury, she reaches for a tissue, dabbing at her finger. Then she resumes her work as if nothing happened. I turn the moment over in my mind before letting it go. A distracted pause, a pricked finger, nothing more than that. Maybe she's lonely. She doesn't wear a ring, never speaks of her personal life. Maybe the talk of honeymoons and enduring love stirred something inside her. Old memories, perhaps? Past loves? I can't be sure. And she doesn't seem the type to share anything about her private life. But the conversation has moved on, and so do I. "One final look," Serena says, stepping back to survey me in the mirror. "And then we'll get you out of this so you can breathe again." I nod, taking another moment to admire the artistry of her and her team. Then my phone rings from somewhere across the room. "That's mine," I say, unable to move for fear of risking the gown. "I left my phone with my bag over there." "I'll get it." Sophia crosses to retrieve it, bringing it to me with a small smile. I glance down and find Lita's name on the screen. "I should take this, sorry." Serena nods, and I answer before the call goes to voicemail. "Hey, Lita, what's up?" "Quick question." Her voice sounds harried. "Remember those art supplies you picked up last week?" "Yes." "Did they ever make it to the rec center? Because tomorrow's class is going to be interesting if we're working with invisible sketchbooks." My stomach drops. Oh, God. The supplies. Dozens of quality sketchbooks and drawing pencils I picked up from Blick in Soho. Materials intended to make kids feel like real artists with real artist tools. I put them in my trunk after the shop, planning to drop them off on the way home. And then Nick surprised me with Key Largo, and my pregnancy brain switched to thinking about sunsets and white sand. "They're still in my car." I wince. "I'm so sorry, Lita. I completely forgot." "No worries. You're getting married in a few days. Honestly, I'm amazed you remember to put on your pants." She pauses, deadpan. "You didn't forget your pants today, did you?" I laugh. "I'll bring the supplies to the center first thing tomorrow morning." "You sure? I can meet you somewhere and grab them for you. I'm only a subway ride away." "No, it's fine. There's too much for you to carry. I'll run them over to Chelsea first thing, I promise." "You're a goddess. See you tomorrow." The call ends and a knot tightens behind my ribs. The art program matters to me. Those kids matter to me. But this is fixable. I'll take care of it tomorrow morning, before anything else on my list. Serena and Clara help me out of the gown, carefully extricating me from the silk and lace. Sophia gingerly unfastens my necklace and places it back into the box Yuki holds. Then I duck into the fitting room and slip back into my cashmere sweater and tailored wool slacks. When I emerge, Serena is waiting near her tablet. "I want to walk you through Saturday so there are no surprises." I listen as she outlines the wedding day plan. The atelier team will arrive at the penthouse at 7. She'll be there personally, along with Yuki and Clara. I'll be dressed and ready by 9:30, with time for photographs before the ceremony. "I'd like to be there as well." Nadia's quiet voice cuts across the room. She's risen from her work table, the veil draped carefully over one arm like something precious. "I should be there to ensure the veil is perfect." Her dark eyes meet mine, "in case there are any last-minute adjustments." The offer surprises me. She's been so reserved, so contained, I'd wondered if she even liked me at all, or if I was just another commission to complete. But this feels different, personal somehow. "I'd really appreciate that, Nadia. Thank you." Serena nods at her employee, approving. "I'll add you to the day of schedule." Moments later, the receptionist appears at the entrance to the fitting area. "Avery, Mr. Bain is here for you." "Thank you." Then I turn to Serena. "Well, this is it. Next time I see you is the big day." "I'm honored to be a part of it," she says, then draws me into a warm hug. "If you need anything before Saturday, anything at all, just call me." "I will." I offer brief goodbyes to the other women, then I head out to the lobby where Nick is waiting. When I reach him, his hand curves around my hip. "Everything go all right?" The question is quiet, meant only for me. But I hear what's beneath it. The last time he came here, it was to drive me to the emergency room. I can see that memory in the tension at the corners of his eyes, the way he looks at me with solemn intent. Everything's perfect. I lean into him, savoring the solid heat of his body, his scent. His hand spreads wider against my hip, and I feel each finger like a separate point of contact, each one a quiet claim. 4 more days. He nods, his mouth curving in a slow smile.
4 days, then you're mine in front of everyone.
I'm already yours. His eyes darken with barely banked heat and possession, and that raw tenderness he only shows me. His forehead tips toward mine, the space between us charged with everything we can't do in this elegant lobby, with the receptionist a few feet away, and Serena and her team just in the other room.
Let's get you home,
he says, his deep voice lowering to that tone that makes my thighs want to press together.
I have plans for you that don't involve an audience.
He guides me toward the door, his hand moving from my hip to my behind, that proprietary press of palm against my ass that says mine without words. I can hardly wait to be alone with him again. At the door, I glance back to say goodbye to the receptionist and find Nadia is in the lobby now, too. She's speaking with the young woman, but her attention isn't on the conversation. Her gaze is fixed on Nick. In her expression, I notice that same careful watchfulness I've seen before, sharpened now into something I can't quite read. Intent, assessing. She quickly looks away from him and gives me a small smile. I'll see you on Saturday, Ms. Ross. I nod. Bye, Nadia. Nick's hand presses warm and steady against my back as we step through the door and walk out to his waiting car at the curb. 33. Avery. The box of art supplies is heavier than it looks. I hip-check the front door of the Elizabeth Xavier Center and slip through before it can swing closed on me, the cardboard edge digging into my forearm where I've been balancing it from my parking spot in the lot behind the rec center. Morning, Ms. Ross. Jason, I think that's what Carla called him last week, a lanky 19-year-old with braces on his teeth, greets me as I walk inside. He's new, but then the staff has been growing a lot since the center opened. He starts to rush toward me. Want me to get that for you? I've got it, thanks. Just dropping this off with Carla for Lita for today's art classes. The hallway to the art program space is quiet, just muffled conversations drifting out of a couple of the classrooms. My footsteps echoing softly on the smooth floor as I head for Carla's office. Along the way, I pass the mural the summer kids painted, smiling at the tangle of imperfectly rendered hands and faces and abstract shapes in colors, magenta bleeding into chartreuse. A grinning sun exploding with orange and yellow rays, each one a different length. A rocket ship soaring across the sky. I spot Carla, the art center manager, in the open supply room, bent over a bin of tempera paints with reading glasses pushed up into her graying hair. A retired high school art teacher, she's got the patient, calming demeanor of someone who's been doing this work for decades. She looks up when my shadow crosses the doorway. Avery! Her face creases into a smile. Wasn't expecting you today. I come bearing gifts. I set the box on the nearest table, wincing at the reminder that these should have been here days ago. These were supposed to arrive last week. I'm so sorry. I had them in my trunk and completely forgot. Carla waves a hand, the gesture cutting off my apology before it can build momentum. Honey, it's no problem at all. She crosses to the box, lifts the lid, and her eyebrows rise at what's inside. Sketchbooks of quality paper, heavy enough to take charcoal without tearing, smooth enough for graphite to glide, drawing pencils in varying grades. I source these for the kids myself. Nick writes the big checks, handles the center's finances, but this part, knowing what materials make a kid feel like their work matters. This is mine. Oh, these are lovely. The kids are going to feel like real artists with these. That's the idea. Carla closes the lid, pats it once. Thank you for bothering, especially with everything else on your plate. It's no bother at all. The words carry weight I don't try to explain. This center, Nick's mother's name above the door, what we've built here together, and what it means that we get to keep building it. As much as my painting fulfills me, visits to this community center hold a special, tender place in my heart. Let me know if you need anything else before Saturday. I'll do no such thing. You've got a wedding to get ready for this week. Don't you worry about us. Carla's eyes crinkle at the corners. In a few more days, you'll be Mrs. Bain. I smile along with her, enjoying the little thrill that always accompanies the realization that I already am Mrs. Bain. My thumb brushes the bare space on my ring finger, almost out of habit now. I'll get out of your hair now, Carla. See you at the wedding. Wouldn't miss it for anything. I squeeze her arm before I turn and head back toward the entrance. My errand is done. I can check this box and move on to the next one. The endless list that seems to regenerate faster than I can work through it. But I'm not in a hurry to leave. The center has a way of slowing me down, drawing me back into the reason we built it. The children's art display catches me as I pass. This wall of color, paintings and drawings tacked up with careful attention, each one labeled with a name and an age in a staff member's neat handwriting. A purple elephant with 6 legs, a house that's almost entirely windows, light streaming through every one. A self-portrait where the artist, Maya, age 7, gave herself butterfly wings in iridescent blue. I slow without meaning to, pulled by what unself-conscious creation looks like. That's what I love about this place. The permission it gives for kids to express themselves and their world however they like. These kids don't worry about composition or color theory or whether their work will sell. They just make things because making things feels good. Movement down the hall draws my eye. I glance that way and see 2 figures standing near the end of the display. A woman, one tall and contained, and a small boy beside her, pressed close against her leg. The woman's posture is familiar. The contained way she holds herself, spine straight, shoulders precise, brunette hair swept into a smooth chignon, modestly dressed, in a long blouse and loose pants, with an autumn shawl draped around her shoulders. Nadia? She turns her head at that same moment, her dark eyes finding me across the distance. That reserved smile she wears like armor, the one that warmed almost imperceptibly yesterday when she offered to come on the wedding day, curves her mouth now. What is she doing here? Curiosity pulls me across the hallway before I've consciously decided to approach. The boy at her side is small, no more than 4 years old. He's got dark, curly hair and eyes the color of strong coffee, watchful and serious. He holds her hand with both of his, pressed against her leg, the way children do when the world feels too big. Hi, Nadia. She pivots toward me as I approach them. There's a fleeting beat of awkwardness, then her reserved expression shifts into a kind of warmth I haven't seen in her at the atelier. Maybe because she's outside of work, outside of the professional context where we've always existed to each other. Ms. Ross. She sounds surprised, although her expression gives nothing away. What a lovely coincidence. I tilt my head, glancing from her to the boy, who's staring up at me in cautious silence. Do you live around here? Yes, just around the corner. Her hand settles on the boy's shoulder, gentle. This is my son, Sammy. My mother usually watches him while I work, but since I have the day off, I thought I'd bring him to see the children's art. She glances down at him, her expression softly maternal, unguarded in a way I haven't seen from her. He's at that age, always wanting to do things, make things. I crouch down, bringing myself to his level. Hi, Sammy. I keep my voice soft, unthreatening. I'm Avery. He presses closer to his mother's leg, those shy, dark eyes studying me with an intensity that seems too old for his face. It's all right, mon cœur, Nadia murmurs. French, gentle, encouraging. His grip on her hand loosens slightly. Hello, he says, barely above a whisper. His voice carries a faint French accent, his words carefully pronounced. I smile, staying where I am, giving him space. Do you like the pictures? He responds with a small nod. Which one is your favorite? He hesitates, glancing up at his mother for permission. She inclines her head in approval, and he turns back to the wall, considering with the seriousness of a gallery critic evaluating a retrospective. Then his free hand rises, pointing to a painting that depicts an explosion of orange and gold that might be a sunset or might be a fire, bold strokes laid down with obvious joy. That one, he says, stronger now, more certain. I like that one too. I study it with him, the way the orange deepens into crimson at the edges. All that color, it makes you feel something, doesn't it? Like warmth or excitement. His eyes widen slightly. Do you like to draw? I ask. Another nod, more emphatic this time. He leans forward on his toes, his grip on Nadia's hand loosening another degree. What do you like to draw? Animals. The word comes out with more confidence now. Birds and boats. I like boats. Boats are wonderful to draw. All those lines and curves. I'm instantly charmed by this solemn little boy with his serious eyes and his careful English, warming up degree by degree. He's guarded too, like his mother. We have art classes here, you know, for kids your age. Painting and drawing, all kinds of fun projects. I look up at Nadia. If you're ever interested, I'd love to have him in the program. He seems like he'd fit right in. Sammy's face transforms. His mouth falls open, his whole body turning toward his mother, tugging her hand. Maman, s'il te plaît. Nadia's smile tightens at the corners. Her hand moves from his shoulders to cup the back of his head, drawing him against her side in a gesture that reads as tender, but lands as protective, containing him. That's very kind, Ms. Ross. Her voice is pleasant, measured. We'll have to think about it. Sammy looks down at his shoes, his small shoulders curling inward. He doesn't argue, well-behaved, accustomed to accepting no without protest. I hope you'll say yes. I straighten carefully, my hand moving instinctively to my abdomen. Nadia notices, her gaze following every movement I make. Please, call me Avery, and the offer about the art classes stands whenever you're ready. Before I can stop myself, I reach out and touch Sammy's arm. Brief, gentle. It was really nice to meet you, Sammy. I hope I see you again. He looks up at me, and his expression eases. It's not quite a smile, but the reticence around his eyes and mouth loosens. Nadia's hand tightens on his shoulder. She pulls him closer. A small but definite motion. And when I glance at her face, her expression has smoothed into a look I can't read. Actually, I'm glad I ran into you today. Oh? I wait, curious. I received a special shipment yesterday. She adjusts Sammy against her side, one hand resting on his head. South Sea pearls. They are of exceptional quality. I thought of your veil immediately. Aren't you nearly finished with it? She nods, a look of hesitancy in her expression. Yes, but there is still a little time for something truly special. If you approve, that is. She smiles, growing more animated as she talks about the masterwork she's been crafting over the past many weeks. I could sew the pearls into some additional embroidery around the crown and the border. The effect would be stunning. Her dark eyes hold mine, steady and professional. But if you want them, I need to begin today. With the wedding in 3 days, there is no time to waste. I don't know. I hesitate, thinking of my schedule, the calls I need to return, the 1,000 small decisions still waiting for answers between now and Saturday. My apartment is very close by. Nadia indicates the direction of the exit. It would only take a few minutes. I can show you the pearls, explain the modification, and you can decide. The practical voice in my head ticks through the afternoon. I have calls to return, a seating chart to finalize. Nick is expecting me at his office around lunchtime. But the veil is Nadia's masterpiece. And if there's a way to make it even more beautiful than it already is, I want to see what she has in mind. And maybe some part of me doesn't want to say no to this woman who has been quietly pouring herself into my wedding for months. The woman who, for the first time since I've known her, is offering something that feels personal rather than purely professional. I exhale, feeling the competing pulls release their grip. All right, a few minutes, just to look. Nadia's smile warms. Come, we can walk. It's just this way. We walk out together, and Sammy gets a smile and a wave from Jason behind the front desk. The October air is crisp when we push through the doors, carrying the scent of New York in autumn. Fallen leaves and distant exhaust, and wood smoke from somewhere blocks away. My car stays parked in the lot. I'll come back for it after. How long have you lived in this neighborhood? The question comes naturally as we walk, filling the silence. Not long, a few months. Nadia keeps Sammy close to her side, his small hand wrapped in hers. It's affordable enough for a single mother. Good schools nearby for when he's older. I nod. Chelsea has changed, gentrified in waves, but pockets of the old neighborhood remain. It's the kind of community where people actually know each other's names. We round a corner, and Nadia nods ahead. Just here. The building rises before us, 6 stories of old red brick. Gray window air conditioning units jutting out at irregular intervals. It's modest, not dilapidated, but clearly not luxury either. The kind of building that's housed working families for generations. Rent-stabilized apartments passed down through decades. Nothing like the penthouse where Nick and I live, where our child will grow up. Nothing like the world of House of Delaire either, where Nadia works, surrounded by custom gowns and wealthy brides and astronomical price tags. I wonder if that has anything to do with her reticence, her guarded demeanor that she seems to carry around her like a shield or a mask. It's not much, Nadia says quietly, catching me looking at the building. But it's home. I follow her toward the entrance, Sammy already quickening his pace. His small feet know these steps, This is his world. When we reach the building's entrance, Nadia opens the door and holds it for me. Sammy slips past us both and starts racing up the main stairs of the gloomy foyer. Comfortable. Home. I step through the doorway, past Nadia into the musty-smelling vestibule. The door closes behind me with a squeal of metal hinges. "This way, Avery," Nadia says with a pleasant smile, directing me toward the steps.
34. Nick. "You wanted the full picture on the Roths and Xaviers," Beck says. "This is what I've got." He removes several documents from a manila folder and lays them out on my desk, then leans back in the leather chair across from me. I've known him long enough to read his carefully neutral expression. It's the one he reserves for conversations he knows will cut. I nod at the sheet bearing my cousin's name and data. Start with Sebastian. Beck pulls a summary sheet from the stack, scanning it even though I know he's already memorized every detail. Sebastian Elliott Roth, 32, CEO of Roth Hospitality International, luxury hotels, resorts, private clubs. Headquarters in Manhattan, properties on 6 continents. He glances up. His personal holdings are well north of $9 billion, maybe pushing 10, depending on how you value the real estate portfolio. I feel my brows rise despite my determination to remain unimpressed by the smooth bastard I met at the gala 2 nights ago. I built Bain International from nothing, without help from anyone, least of all a deep-pocketed, obviously well-connected family like the Roths or Xaviers. My net worth hovers around $4 billion now and growing every quarter. Respectable, powerful, the kind of money that commands attention in any room I enter. Sebastian Roth was born into nearly 3 times that. As for the Roths in general, Beck continues, reading my silence correctly. The family fortune sits somewhere between 35 and 40 billion. The brand controls luxury hotels in the States and abroad, other global real estate, land holdings, licensing deals going back 5 generations on the father's side. Old money layered on top of older money. I grunt, taking a sip of the coffee that's gone cold on my desk. I'm familiar with the brand, of course. The Roth name is plastered on some of the best properties around the world. They're anything but subtle. Beck shrugs. They all put their pants on one leg at a time. Theirs is just a different kind of empire, that's all. You built yours, concentrated, liquid. Every decision runs through you because you made it that way. Sebastian inherited a machine that prints permanence. Trust distributions, equity stakes, board seats that were waiting for him before he could walk. He pauses. But I'll give the bastard this. He sharpened what he was handed. Expanded the hotel division by 40% in 5 years. Took the family into markets his father thought were beneath them. For all the ways he's been a competitive pain in my ass over the past couple of years, I have to admit I feel some degree of respect for him. Sebastian didn't coast. He took what he was given and made it more. That requires a certain ruthlessness I recognize, even share with my cousin. The business rivalry, I say. He says he's known we're related for about 5 years now. Any idea how long he's been circling me from a professional standpoint? About 3+ years that I can trace. Beck ticks off the encounters on his fingers. Dubai, the Al Hassan property. You won, but he drove the price up by 8 figures before he backed off. And that chunk of Amalfi Coast you wanted 18 months ago? He sniped it out from under you, then flipped it to a resort developer for a 30% premium. A slight smile. And most recently, there was his attempt to outbid you for the Elysium. My jaw tightens at the reminder. The stunning sailing yacht I bought for Avery. The wedding gift she doesn't know about yet. I might have had to kill this son of a bitch if he'd snatched that yacht from me. Beck chuckles, low under his breath. I'm starting to think that was less about acquiring another toy and more about taking your measure. He's been watching you, Nick. Trying to see what you're made of. Because he knew. The entire time we were competing for properties and positioning, Sebastian Roth knew we shared a grandmother. Knew my mother was his mother's sister. He knew I had family practically living right under my nose and said nothing. My family situation has required careful navigation. That's what he said to me at the gala. I'd assumed they were meant as some kind of deflection at the time. Now they land differently. My phone buzzes with a text, pulling my attention. I glance at it, expecting to see Avery's number, but it's not her. She left the penthouse this morning to drop art supplies at the rec center, some sketchbooks and pencils she'd forgotten in her trunk before our trip to the Keys. She should be finished by now, and off to the half-dozen other items she said she wanted to tackle today before meeting me here for lunch. The thought of her cuts through the cold analysis I've wrapped around this conversation. I can still feel her lips on mine as she kissed me on her way out this morning, her hand resting against my jaw. Hours later, the ghost of that touch is still warm against my skin. "Shall we move on to the rest of the family?" Beck asks. At my nod, he pulls another sheet from the folder. 4 siblings total. Sebastian is the second child. Start with the eldest, Roman Roth. Beck scans the notes. 37, runs East Coast operations, the legacy properties, the flagship hotels, anything that touches the family name directly. Reputation for being unforgiving, emotionally walled off, the one who sets the tone for the empire and makes sure everyone falls in line. The heir apparent, I know the type. I've negotiated across tables from men like that, born to authority, wearing it like a second skin. Tell me about the third son. Devlin Roth, 30, handles acquisitions in what the file politely calls difficult negotiations. Beck's mouth twitches. Translation? He's the one they send when someone needs to be reminded who they're dealing with. Unpredictable. Sleek. First into the fray when the family needs blood drawn. I glance at the dossier Beck's put together on him. The enforcer. Every dynasty has one. And there's his sister, too. Alessandra Roth. 27, she's the youngest of the siblings. Moves in society and cultural circles. Foundation boards, museum galas, philanthropy that doubles as power brokering. Beck pauses. She's quietly expanded the family's charitable footprint into areas her father considered beneath his attention. Make no mistake, there's steel under the grace. I absorbed this information too, cataloging each Roth sibling like pieces on a board I didn't know I'd been playing. 4 cousins I've never met, a legacy of wealth on both sides of their DNA, raised in the rarefied air my mother walked away from. Tell me about the father. I can't refer to him as my uncle yet. Even acknowledging Sebastian as my cousin requires an emotional leap I'm not ready to take, if I ever will be. Beck's expression shifts as he slides another Roth family dossier in front of me. Harrison Roth, 71, primary controlling shareholder of the family empire. Worth roughly $18 billion personally. He sets the paper down. A callous man by every account I could find. Went through a string of women in his younger years, affairs, mistresses. The occasional tabloid scandal that got quietly buried. Still rumored to keep 1 or 2 on the side even now. I scoff. Charming. It gets better. Beck's voice is flat. He's known for playing his children against each other, pitting them for his approval, his favor, control of various pieces of the empire. Takes a particular delight in the chaos and competition he ignites. The words land in my chest like shrapnel. A father who destroys what he should protect. Children navigating dysfunction, learning survival through cunning and control because that's what the man who was supposed to love them taught them instead. I know this story. I lived a poorer, uglier version of it. Bill Bain with his drunken fists and his rage and his refusal to believe me when I told him what his own father was doing to me. But the architecture is the same. The neglect, the cruelty, the children who carry the weight of wounds they didn't choose. My scarred hand closes around the arm of my chair. I make myself release it. It took me a long time to forgive my father, to understand him. Reading the letter he wrote for me before his death a couple of years ago helped, even though it came a bit too late. And the pain he caused, the scars, physical and otherwise, will never fully leave me. I have no idea how deep the Roth family's secrets run or how many skeletons they've tried to bury. Part of me hopes that none of my cousins have felt the same kind of fear and desperation that I have. I wouldn't wish my past on anyone. What Sebastian told me at the gala makes better sense now. He wasn't playing games. He was navigating a patriarch who treats his children like chess pieces. The time he spent watching me, competing against me, saying nothing about what we are to each other, maybe that was caution, not just about control. Or maybe some of both. Does it change anything? I don't know yet. As for Mrs. Roth, Beck says, sliding another page toward me, Madeline Xavier Roth is harder to pin down. I wouldn't call her a recluse, but she's an extremely private person. Doesn't do interviews, rarely appears at Roth corporate functions, keeps her name off the society pages as much as possible. Unusual for a woman married to a man like Harrison Roth, very. Beck glances at his notes. From what I can piece together, she's well-liked by the people who actually know her. Quietly charitable. The type who writes checks without needing her name on a building. Several sources use the same word. Kind. He pauses. Also, sad. I turn that over. A kind, sad woman married to a man who collects mistresses and pits his children against each other for sport. What about her marriage? Still married to Harrison, technically. They haven't divorced, but they've lived largely separate lives for at least a decade. She spends most of her time at the family's Connecticut estate. He stays in the city. Beck shrugs. It's an arrangement, common enough in those circles. I stare at the page bearing her name, but there's no photograph, just dry facts. Date of birth, current residence, board memberships, philanthropic affiliations. Nothing that tells me who this woman actually is, or what she knew about her sister's life after Elizabeth left Boston. Does she know about me? Beck shakes his head. I couldn't find anything to suggest one way or the other. She's kept herself out of the spotlight for decades. No scandals, no public statements. Nothing that would generate a paper trail. He meets my eyes. Whatever her story is, she's guarded it carefully. If she knows you exist, she's never given any public indication of it. Which tells me nothing. Nothing about whether she knew my mother, her sister, was dying in a hospital in the Keys. Nothing about whether she tried to reach out and was rebuffed or never tried at all. Nothing about what the Xavier family told her or forbade her from doing after they cast Elizabeth out. I don't know this woman. I don't know what choices she made or what choices were made for her. But I know one thing. She's the only living person who could tell me anything about my mother before she met my father, I say. What Elizabeth was like as a girl, before everything changed. That's true, Beck says quietly. I have photographs, I have memories, a decade's worth before the cancer took her, but I don't have her before. The girl she was at 19, before she chose love over legacy. The sister, the daughter, the young woman who looked at everything the Xaviers offered and decided it wasn't worth the cost. Madeline has that. Madeline is that living link to a version of my mother I'll never know. Whether she'd be willing to share any of it with me is a question I'm not ready to ask. Beck pauses. Something shifts in his posture as he retrieves the final document. And then there's this, he says quietly. I did some further digging on your mother's side. I don't move, don't speak. Just wait. Constance Xavier. Beck's voice is careful now, aware of the ground he's walking. Your maternal grandmother. As Sebastian told you, she's still alive, Nick, in her late 80s, living in Boston. The family estate, possibly within home care. My source wasn't certain. The woman who, with her husband, cast my mother out is living just hours away from me. The news hit me hard when Sebastian told me at the gala. But that was in a public place, where I refused to permit myself to react. Hearing Beck confirm the details to me now, in the privacy of my office, takes some of the breath from my lungs. And there's a photo, too. I reach for it, my gaze locking on to the weathered but still lovely face of the woman who birthed my mother. I see similarities in the eyes, in the soft jawline and mouth that had always been ready with a warm smile whenever my mother looked at me. This other woman is unsmiling, her lips slack at the corners, a vacant sort of dullness in her blue eyes. She's been struggling with health issues for several years, Beck continues. Her husband, Philip, your grandfather, died about 12 years back, before any of this could have... He doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't need to. Before any of this could have mattered. Before I could have stood in front of the people who decided their daughter wasn't worth keeping because she fell in love with a poor man who they deemed beneath her. Before I could have shown them what their abandoned grandson built from the nothing they left with us. Constance Xavier will likely die without ever knowing my name, without knowing that her daughter's son commands an empire, without meeting my extraordinary Avery, who is so much like my mother in all the best ways. Constance won't know that Elizabeth's grandchild will be born in the spring. A great-grandchild she'll never hold, never see, never understand she lost. Maybe she deserves to lose all of those moments. She made her bed, after all. Someone that cold should be left to rot in it. Though even as I think it, my chest tightens. I tell myself it doesn't matter. This pile of dossiers are just names in a file folder, people who meant nothing to me until the night before last. They should have no impact on me moving forward, except they do. Deep down, in a place I've kept locked since I was old enough to understand that the family who should have helped us never came. They impact me. If I'd known about this when I was younger, when I was alone and desperate and surviving on rage because it was all I had, would it have mattered? Would knowing there was family somewhere, even family that had rejected my mother, have given me something to hold on to? Who the fuck knows? Now I have my own family. Avery, our child, the legacy we're building together. Neither the Roths nor the Xaviers need to have any place in it. But the curiosity Sebastian ignited at the gala hasn't gone out. It burns low beneath my ribs, asking questions I don't have answers to. I glance at the clock on my desk. Late morning now. Avery should be finishing up the rest of her errands before long. She'll be here soon, and that knowledge loosens the tension in me that this morning's conversation is wound tight. I want her close, want the weight of her leaning into me, the way she fits against my side like the space was always hers. Beck gathers the papers, placing them back in the folder with the quiet understanding I've come to rely on over 15 years of friendship and professional partnership. He's giving me space to process. He always knows when to push and when to wait. One more thing, he says, pulling a second file from his briefcase. Better news. He sets it in front of me, the letterhead bearing the yacht broker Julian Whitmore's name. Your honeymoon vessel is ready, Beck says. The Elysium is docked at the port of Genova. Fully provisioned, the Mediterranean crew assembled and standing by. Everything is in place for you and Avery. That is good news. I imagine Avery's face when she sees it, the way her green eyes will widen, the sound she'll make when she takes her first look at the incredible antique sailing yacht named for our private, perfect paradise. I imagine us on the water together, sailing into whatever comes next, with our child growing inside her and the rest of our lives stretching out like an ocean we haven't charted yet. I sign off on the final delivery confirmation, slide it back across the desk. Thanks, Beck. I don't just mean thanks for the intel today. I know. He collects his files and rises. These rich assholes may be your blood relatives, but you'll always have family in me, too. I nod, walking around to the other side of my desk where he stands. Thanks, brother. I mean that. There's no one else I'd want standing next to me as my best man on Saturday. Honored, he says. Smiling, he holds out his hand to me. I glance down at it, then step forward and pull him into a brief hug instead. He pats me on the back before we separate. Do you want me to reach out to anyone for you? His voice is careful. Feel out Sebastian's intentions, maybe open a channel? He rubs his dark bearded jaw. Or to Madeline Roth instead? You know I'll be discreet. The offer hangs in the air. I consider it. Sebastian cracked the door open at the gala. I could push through it, start building something with the family my mother left behind. My child could have cousins, an aunt, connections to the Xavier name and whatever that might mean. Or I could keep that door closed, honor the choice my mother made, let the silence that's lasted my entire life continue for another generation. I don't know what I want the outcome to be, and I won't make a move until I do, and until I've talked about all of this with Avery. After all, this decision will impact her as much as it does me. Not yet, I say. This is enough for now, let me sit with it. Beck nods, doesn't push. He's known me long enough to understand that I'll come to him when I'm ready, and pressing will only drive me deeper into my own analysis. The door closes behind him. Silence fills the office. I reach for my phone, checking for messages. Still nothing from Avery. Part of me wishes I hadn't scaled back her security detail, but that's not what she wants. It's not what I want for her or our child either, growing up with armed guards shadowing every move. Trusting that she can move through the world without me controlling every variable is part of what this marriage means. To both of us, I admit, albeit reluctantly. I tell myself it's fine. No need to be concerned that she hasn't been in touch yet. She's probably caught up in whatever last-minute wedding details are consuming her day. The venue coordinator, the florist, the 1,000 small decisions that still need answering before Saturday. She'll be here soon. The dossier folder still sits on my desk where Beck left it. I rest my hand on it, feeling the weight of all those names and numbers and fractured histories gathered into a single manila file. The Roths were born into an empire. The Xaviers discarded my mother for wanting something different, something less than what they'd planned. Does honoring her mean respecting that choice? Keeping her family out of my life, the way they thrust her out of theirs? Or does honoring her mean giving her grandchild something she never had? Family that shows up, that reaches across the silence, that tries. What would my mother want? I don't know. I'm not sure I'll ever know. The woman who painted sunsets and taught me to cook and loved me fiercely until the cancer stole her away, never told me about the Xaviers, never mentioned a sister, parents in Boston, the world she'd left behind. Maybe she wanted to protect me from the rejection. Maybe she was ashamed. Maybe she simply wanted to forget. I'll never be able to ask her now. But when my child asks me one day where they come from, I want to have an answer that isn't silence. I want to give them more than I was given. Whatever I do about the Roths and the Xaviers, I'll decide it with that in mind.
35. Avery. Nadia opens the door to her second-floor apartment and motions me inside with a small nod. Sammy darts in first, his small feet quick on the worn hardwood, heading straight for an elderly woman asleep on the sofa in the main room. The woman startles awake as the little boy throws himself into her lap. Her arms come down around him, loving and warm. She's dressed in a worn cardigan over a modest house dress. A headscarf covers most of her gray hair, which is pulled back from her face in a modest style similar to Nadia's. She looks up toward the open apartment door where Nadia and I stand. And then her gaze finds me. The softness in her face vanishes. Her dark eyes widen, her lips part, and for a moment she looks at me with an expression I can't quite name. Surprise? Recognition? Her attention snaps to Nadia, and a stream of words pours out in a language I don't understand. Not French. Something with rougher edges and rising cadences. The syllables tumble over each other, urgent and fast. Nadia responds in the same language, her tone clipped, clearly dismissive. But the older woman doesn't stop. Her voice rises, hands lifting in sharp gestures. Whatever she's saying, she's upset and vocal about it. Nadia cuts her off with a single curt phrase. The older woman's mouth presses into a thin line, her jaw tight. In the silence that follows, her shoulders sag. Her eyes drop to the floor. Nadia stands perfectly still. The older woman rises from the sofa. Without looking at me again, she reaches for Sammy's hand and practically pulls him along with her. The boy glances back over his shoulder as she drags him toward the hallway, his brow furrowed, but he goes without protest. A moment later, a door closes somewhere in the back of the apartment. A lock clicks into place. My mother. Nadia's tone is apologetic, her cheeks still flushed from the argument. She watches Sammy when I'm working. A blessing for a single mother, although we don't always agree on everything. She gestures toward the vacated sofa. Please, sit. I move farther inside, but remain standing, my purse strap slung over my shoulder. The exchange I just witnessed sits oddly in my chest. The grandmother's face when she saw me, the urgency in her voice, the disapproving way she looked at her daughter. But families argue. Mothers and daughters disagree. It doesn't have to mean anything. Nadia tilts her head. Can I offer you some tea, perhaps? That's very kind, but I really can't stay long. I have more appointments this morning, and Nick is expecting me at his office for lunch. If I could just see the pearls, I'll get out of your way. Of course. She bobs her head, a placid expression on her face. Let me get them for you. One moment. She disappears through a narrow doorway into what must be the kitchen, and I'm left alone in the quiet apartment. The space is small, but every inch of it has been considered. Lace curtains filter the soft morning light across walls that could use fresh paint but have been scrubbed clean. The furniture is modest but well kept. The upholstered sofa, a small wooden end table holding a lamp with a delicate crocheted lace doily beneath it. 2 cozy chairs that don't quite match, but have been arranged to suggest they do. Near the window, a compact work desk holds the tools of Nadia's craft. I drift toward it without thinking, drawn by the meticulous order on display. Spools of thread arranged in precise gradations, cream to ivory to pale gold to deep amber, each one in its designated spot. A magnifying lamp with an articulated arm, positioned just so. Tiny compartments holding seed pearls sorted by size, glass beads organized by color, needles of varying gauges laid out in a row. They are the instruments of someone who creates beauty with her hands, someone who finds peace in precision, who takes pride in the work even when the workspace is cramped, the building is old, and the view from the window is nothing special. I step closer, and my gaze catches on the beautiful silk scarf draped over the back of one chair. Hermes, unmistakable from the discreet logo near the rolled-out hem. It's out of place amid the rest of Nadia's belongings. But there are other small, expensive items that hint at better times. Porcelain figures on the small fireplace mantel, silver vases gleaming atop a stunning sideboard that looks like hand-hewn teak. Things from another life, maybe. Objects that speak of wealth, of taste, of a woman who once had access to finer things than this cramped apartment in Chelsea. "When did you move to New York?" I ask, curious now. From the kitchen comes the soft sound of a drawer opening, then a pause. "It will be 8 months in November." 8 months. About as long as she's been at House of Billionaire. During one of my early consultations with Serena, not long after I'd commissioned her to make my wedding dress, she mentioned that she'd hired a master embroiderer. I remember thinking how lucky we were to have Nadia working on my veil. I drift toward a small bookcase against the far wall. Framed photographs fill the shelves, clustered together with care. The arrangement itself tells a story. The way certain frames are angled toward each other, the hierarchy of placement, which images have been given pride of position at eye level, which have been tucked to the sides. The first photograph catches my attention immediately. Nadia, perhaps 10 years younger, maybe more. Her dark hair is loose around her shoulders, catching the light. Her face is transformed by a smile I've never seen on her, open, radiant, incandescent with joy, with the glow of a vibrant woman I hardly recognize as the withdrawn, unreadable craftswoman I've known for the past several months. Beside her stands a man. He's much older, 30 years her senior at least. Silver hair, distinguished features, the bearing of a man accustomed to wealth and power. His arm is wrapped around Nadia's waist, proprietary and proud, and she's leaning into him with the easy intimacy of absolute belonging. A wedding band glints on his left hand. I look at her left hand in the photograph. No ring. My eye drifts to another photograph, this one of Nadia holding a newborn, Sammy. He had the same dark curls, the same watchful eyes even then. The older man is in this photo too, seated beside Nadia and gazing at the infant with unmistakable tenderness. One of his arms is draped over Nadia's shoulders. His other hand is gentle on that small body nestled against its mother. Still no ring on Nadia's finger. She was his mistress. The realization builds piece by piece as I study the photographs. This man, wealthy, distinguished, married, and Nadia loved him. She gave birth to his child, built a life in the margins of his, in the spaces between his real obligations, in the hours he could steal away from whoever wore the ring that matched his. Where is he now? The photographs feel like shrines, preserved moments of a happiness that exists only in the past tense. The frames are spotless, the glass clean. She tends to them, polishes them, probably looks at them every single day, and remembers what it felt like to be that woman in the golden light, smiling like the world had finally given her everything she wanted. The apartment has gone quiet around me. No sound from the kitchen, just stillness, stretching longer than it should for a woman retrieving a package of pearls. I step back from the photographs, suddenly aware of how deep into Nadia's private world I've wandered. I had a beautiful life once. Nadia's voice floats out from the kitchen, and I turn from the photographs. Her tone has shifted, distant now, almost dreamy, as though she's speaking to herself as much as to me. I had a man who loved me. Omar gave me a good life, a soft life, filled with fine things. And he gave me Sammy. It wasn't a perfect life like yours, but I was happy. A drawer closes in the kitchen. Does Dominic Bain ever speak to you about his acquisitions, Avery? The question feels inappropriate, unsettling. It's too pointed. And the way she refers to Nick by his full name, the strange distancing of it, makes the fine hairs at the back of my neck prickle. What's taking Nadia so long to retrieve the package of pearls I'm supposed to look at? I'm not sure what you mean, I reply, confused, even though my senses sharpen on Nadia, attuned to every move and breath I hear coming from the area of the kitchen. I glance at the apartment door, now easily 10 steps across the room from me. There's a part of me that suddenly regrets this detour to Nadia's place. Although she's been nothing but polite since I bumped into her at the art center. Something about her now, something about this whole situation feels wrong. Instinct sends my hand into my purse, searching for my phone. I should let Nick know where I am, for my own peace of mind as much as his. I swipe open the screen, start typing a text to him. Nadia's voice sounds from within the kitchen again. Has he ever told you the true cost of all he has amassed for himself and for you? The soft scuff of her footsteps over linoleum spikes my disquiet as she starts to return to the living room. My pulse kicks against my throat. I hit send on my unfinished text, drop my phone back into my bag. At the same moment, Nadia steps out of the kitchen. Her eyes are fixed on me. She moves to stand in front of the apartment door, my only way out, and positions herself there with her hands behind her back. I don't need to see to know it's not a package of pearls. I wonder, she says quietly, how much will be enough for Dominic Bain? My heart hammers, the beat of it high in my temples. Nadia, what's this about? Men like him. She ignores my question, takes a step toward me. The light catches her face, and I see it now, the grief carved into the lines around her eyes. It's hollowed her out and filled her back up with something harder. They build their fortunes without ever stopping to consider the wreckage they leave behind. Other men's dreams, other men's lives. Another step. Do you ever wonder about the people who lost so that he could win? Nick isn't like that. The words come out automatically, defensive of the man I love. In the past, maybe he would have fit her unflattering description, but that's not who he is now. I've watched him change. I've held him through the pain of that change. Whatever you think you know about him, she cuts me off with a sharp scoff. Has he ever mentioned Omar al-Hassan? The name is distantly familiar. I know it from somewhere. A name Nick mentioned once? Or something I overheard in passing. Nick on the phone with Beck, maybe. The Al-Hassan property in Dubai. A family hotel. Yes, that's it. The overseas deal Nick closed around the time we first met. The one that ended in tragedy, with the aging patriarch who threw himself off the roof rather than watch his legacy pass into someone else's hands. My blood goes cold. Nadia makes a small, satisfied sound. I see that he has mentioned my Omar before. Her smile is gentle, yet chilling. He was the man in those photographs, the father of my son, the love of my life. Her voice doesn't break, but something in it splinters. Dominic Bain destroyed him. He destroyed everything we had. I shake my head, not at the accusation, but at what I see in her face now. Anguish so deep, it has eaten through everything else, through reason, through restraint, through whatever kept her civil these past months, while she stitched those thousands of pearls into my wedding veil. I take a step forward. This stops right now, Nadia. I'm leaving. She brings her hands around to the front of her. A gun glints black and compact in her hand. The wrongness of the weapon, here in this apartment, with the lace curtains and the crocheted doily and the photographs of a family, registers before anything else does. Then the barrel, leveled at my chest. No. Her voice is soft, almost apologetic. I'm sorry, Avery. I can't allow that. Everything stops. My breath, my thoughts, the blood in my veins turning to something thick and slow. The room narrows to the gun and the closed door behind her and the distance between us. 6 feet, maybe 7, and the absolute certainty that I will not make it. My legs want to move. Every muscle is coiled to charge, screaming to shove past her, to run. But the baby stops me. The fragile life inside me. The tiny heartbeat I can still hear after the first time in my doctor's office. That changes everything. I can't run. I can't risk a wrong move, a misfire. This woman's finger twitching on that trigger. Not with my child between me and whatever happens next. There has to be another way. Something I can say. Some crack in her resolve I can reach. Please, Nadia. My voice comes out steady, barely. You don't have to do this. Something moves across her face. Sorrow, maybe, regret. But her grip doesn't waver. She shifts her position, moving with terrible care. Her gaze stays on me as she uses one hand to open the apartment door. Gesturing with the gun, she directs me to step forward. Walk out slowly. Her voice is flat, resolved. Do not try to run. I swallow the knot lodged in my throat and take a step. Then another, measured, deliberate, all of my focus on the woman behind me, on her breathing, the soft scrape of her shoes on the floor. The gun I can no longer see, but know is there. Oh, God, Nick. I pray he got my text, that he'll understand the half-finished message, that he'll know something is wrong. He'll come. I hold on to that hope, hold on to him, the way I always have, the way he's always found me, every time the world tried to pull us apart. I move through the open door, step into the dim hallway. Nadia follows close behind. The gun presses against my spine, hidden from view but unmistakably there. I pause once we're outside the apartment.
uncertain where she means to take me. "Through that door," she says, indicating the fire exit stairs. "We're going up."
36. Nick. Beck left my office 20 minutes ago and the folder of Roth family dossiers still sits on the corner of my desk untouched. I haven't decided what to do with any of it yet. Sebastian Roth, my other cousins, my aunt, Madeline, my grandmother, Constance, who shouldn't haunt my thoughts the way she has ever since I learned her name. The weight of it all presses down on me, but I push it aside. Avery will be here soon. We'll have lunch. I'll tell her everything, and she'll help me figure out what the hell I'm supposed to feel about a family that threw my mother away like garbage. My phone buzzes with an incoming text, Avery's name on the screen. I smile until I read the words in front of my eyes.
I'm scared. In Chelsea with Na.
I read it again, each word slicing through me. My eyes follow the cut-off message, while my thoughts speed ahead in rapid fire. Is it the baby? Images surface unbidden. Avery at the designer's studio after her faint. The fluorescent hell of the emergency room afterward. Did it happen again? But that doesn't track. Avery would call me, not text. Someone, whoever she's apparently with right now, surely would call me. She wouldn't send a fragmented text that cuts off mid-word like something stopped her from finishing, or someone. I'm scared. Those two words sear me. This is a woman who survived things that would have destroyed someone weaker. She doesn't reach for that language unless the fear is real. In Chelsea with, who the fuck? I hit Avery's contact. Her phone rings once, twice, 3 times. Her voicemail picks up and her recorded voice tells me to leave a message. Damn it! I end the call. Try again. Voicemail. Again. Voicemail. She's out there somewhere afraid and I can't fucking reach her. I vault out of my chair on a low curse. Cold floods the base of my skull and spreads downward through my chest, my arms, settling into my hands until my fingers feel thick and clumsy on the phone. Not panic. I don't have the luxury of panic right now. This is something worse. The slow, spreading certainty that my entire world has tilted under my feet while I wasn't looking, and I'm the last one to feel it move. I pull up the contact for the Chelsea Rec Center's art building. My thumb finds the number, and I'm already listening to it ring before I've consciously decided to call.
Elizabeth Xavier Center, this is Carla speaking.
Carla, it's Nick Bain. I don't have time for pleasantries, for the warmth she usually greets me with when I visit the center. Is Avery there? A pause. I can hear her recalibrating, adjusting to the edge in my voice, the edge that's scraping against my throat like broken glass.
No, sir. She came by earlier and dropped off some supplies for the art program.
She's trying to give me more than I asked for, the way people often do when they're either facing me or have my voice in their ear.
That was maybe an hour ago now. Is anything wrong, Mr. Bain?
An hour ago? Anything could have happened in 60 minutes' time. Was she with anyone? Another pause. Longer this time. I can practically hear the woman thinking, rifling through her memory.
She came in alone.
Carla sounds concerned now, too, which only heightens my dread.
But now that I'm thinking about it, I did see her talking with someone, a woman with a little boy.
Who was it?
I don't know, Mr. Bain. I didn't recognize them as members of the program.
Shit. Did she leave with them?
I'm not sure, but Jason at the front desk might have seen more. Let me go check with him now. Hold on.
I hear her breathing faster, swift footsteps on hard flooring, a muffled question, the words indistinct. Then her voice returns, pulled tight as a wire.
Jason saw them leave together. A woman, he thinks maybe late 30s or early 40s. Middle Eastern, he says. And a young child. Jason is saying they seemed friendly with each other, like they knew each other.
Did he get the woman's name? Anything at all? Carla's voice muffles as she relays my question. Then,
I'm sorry, Mr. Bain. Jason doesn't know who the woman was or where they might have gone.
God damn it! I grip my phone so hard it's a wonder the device doesn't shatter. I have practically nothing to go on, yet the pieces are already assembling themselves. Middle Eastern, late 30s or early 40s. A woman Avery knows, seemed friendly with, in Chelsea with Nadia? The name comes to me, accompanied by vague flashes of memory. At the atelier, one of Avery's dress fittings, a reserved, unremarkable woman bent over the embroidery frame with her precise, unhurried hands, threading pearls into lace. The way she'd looked up when I spoke to her once to compliment her work. Dark eyes, level and measuring, studying me with a quality of attention that seemed insignificant at the time, but registers as something else entirely now. Something cold, calculating. It has to be her. That's the only thing that makes any sense. I don't know where she lives. I don't even know her last name. I don't know why Avery would be with her in Chelsea when the atelier's in Midtown, miles from the rec center. I can't think of any possible connection that exists between a seamstress and the woman I love that would put them together this morning. It doesn't matter why. Avery is scared. Odds are she's with this woman. Her text cut off mid-word as though she was stopped before she could finish, and now her phone is ringing through to voicemail.
Is everything okay, Mr. Bain? Is Miss Ross all right?
My pulse hammers against my temples and my throat, worry edging swiftly toward panic. I don't know. I fucking hope so. I end the call. My key fob is in my hand. I stalk toward my office door, the phone held at my ear, Gabe's number connecting before I've cleared the threshold. He picks up before the second ring. Hey, Nick. I need a location ping on Avery's phone, now. On it. He doesn't hesitate, doesn't waste time asking why. Give me 2 minutes. His tone is all business, the professional I need right now. What's happening? Is she having pregnancy issues again? Should I call an ambulance? I don't think it's medical. I just got a partial text from her. She's scared. She's with a woman from House of Del Air, the one working on her veil. They were in Chelsea together about an hour ago at the rec center. Gabe, I think Avery is in real danger. Fuck. The single syllable is cold with understanding and urgency. Gabe knows how much Avery means to me. When he speaks again, his voice has gone military flat. Whatever you need. As soon as you get me that ping, I'm going to need a team ready to move. Fast. You got it. I approach my assistant's desk, my pace brisk, barely pausing to stop. Get me that phone location ASAP, Gabe. Nick, he starts. Yeah? Well, find her. I end the call without answering because I can't hear those words right now. Can't afford to consider the alternative they imply. Lily? She looks up from her screen and something in my face stops her cold. The color leaves her cheeks. Her hand freezes above her keyboard, and her eyes go wide with an alarm I've never seen from a woman who's weathered years of my worst moods without flinching. What's wrong? Get Serena Dallaire on the phone. I need an employee address. First name Nadia. I need it right fucking now. She's already reaching for her phone.
Where will you be?
In my car. I turn back toward the corridor, and that's when I see Beck emerging from his office 20 feet away. He's got his phone in his hand, his low voice in the midst of some negotiation or another. His dark head snaps up at the sound of my footsteps. Beck. He ends his call and slides the phone into his suit jacket pocket. He's at my side in seconds. What's going on? I show him Avery's text. Watch his expression shift as the words register. Her phone's going straight to voicemail. Gabe's running a location ping and scrambling a security team as soon as we know where she is. Beck's jaw tightens. I can see him thinking, calculating, weighing options, considering angles. We don't know what's happening yet, he says carefully. Maybe before we go in with guns blazing, I bite off a sharp curse. Something's happened to her. We're talking about my wife, Beck, my wife. I don't give a shit about caution right now, or proper procedure, or whatever the fuck else he's about to suggest. I'll burn this goddamn city to the ground if that's what it takes to find her. Silence stretches between us. Beck holds my gaze for one long moment. Then he nods, once, the nod of a man who knows when the time for counsel is past. What do you need from me? Coordinate from here. Keep Gabe looped. I want you ready to call the police. Be ready to call in the whole fucking cavalry on my go. Okay, Nick, yeah. I've got you. Go. I'm already in motion, heading for the executive floor elevator bank. Every step drags, while somewhere across this city, Avery is on her own and afraid. My phone buzzes in my hand. Gabe, I've got that ping for you. His voice is clipped, efficient. Her phone's about a block and a half north of the rec center. Signal stationary right now. A block and a half north. Chelsea. The area takes shape in my mind, solidifying from fragments into something I can drive toward, the only lead I can chase for now. Lily appears at my periphery, phone pressed to her shoulder. She's kept pace with me somehow, moving alongside me down the corridor with her heels clicking rapid counterpoint to my longer stride.
I have Serena Dallaire,
she says.
She's got an address for Nadia Marshall.
She recites it, the numbers and street names slotting against Gabe's coordinates with sickening precision. It matches what I already know. Chelsea, not far from the rec center. I recite the address to Gabe, still waiting at the other end of the line. Gabe, you got that? Got it. We'll be mobile in 5 minutes and heading there. I'll be on location in 10. The elevator bank is 10 feet away. 5. I hit the button as soon as I reach the doors, and they slide open immediately. The car empty and waiting. I step inside and punch the down button. Hey, Nick. Gabe's voice cuts through the static of my racing thoughts. Don't go in alone, yeah? Wait for my team? Everything in me rejects the request. Every instinct, every nerve, the marrow in my goddamn bones. Then you better get there fucking fast, Gabe. Avery needs me, and I'm not waiting around for anything.
37. Avery. The second-floor stairwell door slams behind us with a metallic clang. The sound reverberates off the walls, and my whole body registers the finality of it. Is this really happening? Disbelief and terror claw at me as I glance up the steps in front of me. What is Nadia planning? The possibilities are all too horrifying to imagine. Ahead of me, the steps to the higher floors loom under the sickly green fluorescent lights. My footsteps halt momentarily, and she jabs the nose of the pistol into my back. Go. This woman was making my veil. She sat across from me at numerous fittings over the past several months. She smiled that reserved smile and stitched lovely seed pearls into delicate lace, while I talked about honeymoons and forever. And the whole time, she was planning this. The betrayal sits in my chest, cold and heavy. All those times I tried to draw her out of her shell, to make her feel appreciated and included, to make her like me, even a little bit. What an idiot I've been. How could I have been so blind to her animosity toward me, toward Nick? The pressure of the gun barrel against my spine pushes my feet into motion. I draw a shaky breath. Please don't do this, Nadia. Silence. She doesn't acknowledge that I've spoken at all. The gun doesn't waver. The footsteps continue their steady rhythm behind mine, unhurried, patient. She already knows how and where she intends to end this. This tormented woman is past the point where words can reach her. Whatever she's been building toward, she made her peace with it long before this morning. Probably made her peace with it months ago, in the quiet hours after her son fell asleep, while she sat alone with her grief and her photographs and the memory of a man who chose death over defeat. That man she loved, the man who belonged to another woman, another family, chose death over everyone else, including Nadia and their son. It's a truth she must realize deep down, even if her grief and rage won't allow her to admit it. Every step I'm forced to take drags heavier than the last, my legs fighting the climb. We pass the 3rd floor, marked by a painted number on the landing wall. Nadia pushes me onward, her weapon coercing me to climb the next flight and the next. Each floor passed feels like something closing, options narrowing. The building's exit getting farther away with every step I climb, while my phone sits useless in my purse because I barely managed to send half a text before she came back from the kitchen with that gun in her hands. But Nick knows something is wrong. By now he has to know. But does he know where I am? Even if he figures it out, I can't hope he'll reach me before Nadia does, whatever she intends with me. Part of me already knows the answer. My fingers have gone numb around the strap of my purse, and my vision sharpens with dreadful clarity as the metal access door comes into view at the top of the 6th floor landing. She's taking me to the roof, like the one in Dubai, like the one Omar Al-Hassan threw himself from in front of Nick. My legs keep climbing, each step a betrayal of every instinct screaming at me to stop. My breath races in and out of my lungs as panic rises inside me. Nervously, I glance over my shoulder at Nadia, praying I'll see some wavering of her resolve, a small degree of sympathy, anything to give me even the slightest hope that my life and my baby's isn't about to end. Nadia, please, step aside slowly. I do what she says, my attention flicking from the pistol still trained on me to the emotionless look in her eyes, leaving me no space to navigate or even consider making a move. She puts her back against the roof access door and pushes it open behind her, the gun leveled at my midsection. My hand wants to drift to my stomach to protect the secret growing there, the tiny, precious life that Nadia doesn't know exists. But I force myself to resist. I can't risk any movement or give anything away. I can't let her see that there's more at stake here than she realizes. Not yet. Not until I understand what I'm facing. The push bar clanks as Nadia shoves the door open. For one breath, my whole body refuses the threshold. Then cold air swirls in around us, sharper than I expected, carrying the bite of a season turning toward winter. Gray light spills through the opening, flat and colorless. This way, Nadia says, holding the door open with her body and gesturing with the pistol for me to step out onto the rooftop ahead of her. The space opens vast around me, isolated. Tar and gravel underfoot, HVAC units humming somewhere nearby, and the sounds of city traffic so far below they might belong to another world entirely. Against the gray sky, low parapet walls ring the sides of the roof on all sides, knee height, maybe less. Nothing but air between those edges and the street 6 stories down. Nadia gestures with the gun, directing me toward the center of the roof, not the edge, but the most exposed position, the place where every low wall is visible, where running in any direction ends at a ledge too short to protect me. I stop where she indicates. Wind pushes at my back. Then Nadia circles around to face me, and for the first time since she pulled that gun in her apartment, we're looking at each other directly. Her eyes meet mine, and I make myself hold that resigned gaze. Desperately, I search it for something I can hold on to, or something I can use. In the flat outdoor light, her face looks different than it did in the apartment, stripped down. The grief is still present, but it's gone rigid beneath something harder. Resolution. A terrible stillness, like water that stopped moving because it's frozen solid. The face of a woman who has already made her choice and is simply waiting for the world to catch up. The wind gusts, pushing my hair across my face. I don't brush it away. I knew something was wrong, Nadia. The words come before I've consciously chosen them, rising from some instinct that urges me to find connection with her. Find the thread that I can gently pull and hopefully make her see me as a person, not an object of her hatred. At the fittings, the way you looked at me, the distance you kept. I shake my head slightly, remembering those moments. Her gaze sliding away from mine so frequently. Her smile that never quite warmed. The careful reserve I'd attributed to professionalism or cultural difference or simple introversion. I thought I'd done something to offend you, said something wrong, or I couldn't figure out what it was, what I'd done to make you pull away. Nadia's expression doesn't change, but something in her stillness shifts, moving toward an attention that wasn't there before. She's listening, registering that I saw her, even when I didn't understand what I was seeing. But she says nothing. The silence stretches between us, and I wait for it to break, for her to offer something I can work with. But the seconds pass, and her face remains that mask of terrible calm, and the small flame of hope that flickered when I saw her attention sharpen begins to gutter. She heard me, but hearing isn't the same as being reached. Her fine, dark brows furrow slightly. "I don't hate you, Avery." She sighs, resigned. "This was never about you." Good. I tell myself this is something, a small start. If she doesn't hate me, maybe there's room for something other than violence. Space for words to matter. A crack in the wall where reason might slip through. But even as the relief rises inside me, dread follows right behind it. If this isn't personal, bringing me up here like this, then it's purposeful. Nadia isn't acting from fury or impulse, not the kind of white-hot fury that burns itself out, that might crack under the right pressure or crumble when faced with consequence. She has a plan, and I'm not the target of her hatred. I'm the instrument of something else entirely. Dominic Bain took something from me. Nadia's gaze holds mine, steady and unblinking. Something that can never be replaced. She says his name with precision, not spitting it, not raging, just stating it. A fact entered into evidence. A name on a ledger she's been keeping in her heart for 18 months. He destroyed the only man I ever loved. Then he went on with his life as if nothing had happened. The muscles in her jaw tighten almost imperceptibly. As if Omar meant nothing. As if what he did to him, ruining a good man for his own gain, carried no weight at all. The words settle into me, and I have to fight the urge to defend Nick, to explain that he carries that awful day with him too. The horror of watching a ruined man step off a roof. The weight of being present for something he couldn't predict or prevent. But that's not what this moment needs. That's not what Nadia wants to hear. Dominic Bain wronged my Omar. Her voice carries the weight of something long held, long rehearsed in the dark hours when sleep wouldn't come and grief was the only company she had. And wrongs demand an answer. I swallow hard, understanding this isn't simply grief anymore. It's mourning that has hardened into something else, something that has come untethered from reality, with edges sharp enough to draw blood. Nadia isn't spiraling into the kind of emotional collapse that might create an opening for connection or reason. She's calm because she decided long ago how this would end. She's been living with that decision for months, working beside me at House of Delaire, stitching pearls into my wedding veil with those steady, careful hands, all while carrying this certainty inside her like a stone. She doesn't want comfort, doesn't want to be understood. She doesn't want catharsis or closure or any of the things that might make her grief bearable. She wants balance. And somehow I ache for her, as much as I fear her right now. Empathy rises in me before I can stop it, before I can calculate whether it's wise, whether it will help or hurt, or whether offering genuine feeling to this woman will create an opening or close one. It's simply who I am, how I'm built. The part of me that looked at Nick Bain and saw past his armor to the wounded boy underneath. The part of me that still believes connection is possible, even in the darkest places. I'm sorry, Nadia. I can't imagine what that was like for you. Emotion clogs my throat, not for myself in this moment, but for the broken woman in front of me. Whatever else is happening here, her pain is real. I hold her steady gaze, Losing someone you loved that way? Losing the father of your child? The life you'd built together? She doesn't blink, doesn't give me any indication that anything I'm saying matters. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it can't. But I have to try to reach her somehow. It may be my only hope. I've lost people too. Not the same way. But I know what it feels like when grief takes over everything. When it becomes the lens you see the whole world through, and nothing else seems right or real anymore. She takes a slow breath. The rigid set of her jaw eases by a fraction. Something moves within her hollow gaze. I see it happen, a flicker barely there, like light catching water beneath ice. Recognition. The acknowledgement that I'm not dismissing her, not treating her pain as madness or manipulation. For one suspended moment, something in her expression shifts towards something almost human, almost reachable. My heart lifts. There, that's the crack. That's where the wall isn't solid. Even as hope sparks in my chest, I watch it die. Nadia's face smooths back into that terrible calm. Whatever door cracked open has closed again, and the click of it shutting feels like something breaking inside me. I tried to reach her. I meant every word I said, and it isn't enough. Understanding doesn't bring him back. Her voice is flat, final. Sympathy doesn't restore what was taken. Your kindness, she shakes her head, and there's something almost like regret in the gesture, as if she wishes things could be different, as if she's sorry that my compassion can't change what has to happen. It changes nothing. It heals nothing. The last soft path closes. I feel it like my own grief, not a metaphor, but actual loss. The ache of reaching for someone and finding only air. I survived my childhood by learning to read people. I still navigate my world now by looking for the humanity in even the most broken among us, and by believing that understanding can build bridges across impossible distances. But Nadia doesn't want a bridge. She doesn't want to be understood. She wants equivalence. And the shape of what I am in this equation begins to clarify, even as everything in me fights against the knowledge. If connection won't help me reach her, maybe consequence will. Maybe the reality of what she's risking, exposure, capture, the loss of her son, will penetrate where compassion couldn't. People saw us leave the rec center together, Nadia. The staff knows I was with you. I hold her gaze, refuse to let mine waver, even though the fear is climbing my throat like something with claws. And I sent a text to Nick before we left your apartment. He knows something is wrong. He'll come for me. She blinks, mouth pursing around the edges. Whatever you're planning won't work. Nick will find me. He's probably already on the way here. I can't be certain my text reached him, let alone that the fragmented message I sent will make any sense to him. But he'll figure it out. And when Nick knows something is wrong, when he knows I'm in danger, he becomes a force of nature. He'll tear this city apart. He'll call in every resource, every connection, every favor he's ever been owed. He'll come for me because that's who he is, because I'm his wife. I hold my breath, waiting for fear to register across Nadia's face, for the mention of Nick's wrath to rattle her resolve, make her reconsider. Better yet, to make her wonder if she can actually finish this before he arrives. Instead, what I see in her expression turns my blood to ice in my veins. Something in her face eases. It's the closest thing to relief I've seen in her since this nightmare confrontation began. That's good.
The word is soft, almost grateful. He should be here for this. Oh, God. The ground drops out from under me as I realize the depth of my mistake just now. Nick's arrival isn't the thing that stops this. It's the thing that completes it. Whatever balance means to her, whatever answering wrongs requires to her, it demands an audience. It demands that Nick witness, that he watch whatever she's planning unfold and be powerless to stop it. The way he did nothing on that rooftop in Dubai when Omar made his choice. Nick will think he's coming to save me, but he's walking into a trap, one I've led him to with my cry for help. The wind gusts harder, colder, yet I can't feel it anymore. I can't feel anything except the free-fall sensation of everything I believed turning inside out. Nadia takes a step closer, not threatening, but almost intimate, the way you'd move towards someone you're about to share a secret with. The gun stays level between us, but there's something different in her posture now. She's not holding me at bay anymore. She's confiding. I thought about killing him, you know. At first, that's all I wanted. To watch him die the way Omar did. To make him feel that terror, that helplessness, in his final seconds. She pauses. Her gaze goes distant, as if caught in memory, maybe, recalling the fantasy she built and then set aside. But then I realized, her head tilts slightly, considering, death would end his pain. It would be over. Dominic Bain would be gone, and whatever he felt in those last moments would be finished. Her gaze locks onto mine with terrible intensity. Losing you, losing the woman he loves, that is a wound that never closes. Every day, every night, for the rest of his life, he will wake up and remember what was taken from him, what he couldn't protect. Her lips curve into something that might once have been a smile before, when she was still the woman who loved Omar, and not yet the one grief remade. This is what balance looks like, Avery. That is what he owes. The words slice into me. I've had it all wrong. The world I thought I understood 5 seconds ago, where I was a hostage, where I had leverage, where my survival might possibly be bargained for. That world is gone now. Because it never existed. It was a story I told myself because the truth was too enormous to see. I am not a hostage. I am not a bargaining chip. I am not leverage to be traded for cooperation or money or remorse. I am the wound Nadia wants to deliver to Nick. The one that never heals. The loss that will hollow him out from the inside, slowly, relentlessly, completely, until there's nothing left but grief and guilt and the memory of what he couldn't save. She's been studying us, watching us at the atelier, learning the shape of what we are to each other, the way he looks at me, the way I lean into his touch, the way our bodies gravitate toward each other whenever we're together. She saw what we have, and she found the softest place to drive the blade, the place where a blade would inflict the most damage on him. Me. I think about the distance to the rooftop door, 15 feet, maybe 20. About whether I could reach it before Nadia pulled the trigger, and what the odds are that I'd make it even if I ran. I think about my child, the tiny life growing inside me, 7 weeks, barely the size of a peanut, that Nadia has no idea exists. The heartbeat I can feel in every fiber of my being, rapid and strong. Nick's face when he looked at the ultrasound image, the way his whole body went still with wonder. This child,
who will never meet my mom, its grandmother, whose sacrifice gave me a chance at survival. This innocent child who deserves to be born, to grow, to know how fiercely they were wanted before they even existed. The urge to tell Nadia nearly overwhelms me. I'm pregnant. There's a baby, please. Surely a mother will recoil at the thought of killing another mother's child. Surely that shared experience of carrying life inside your body will break through where everything else has failed. But I force the words back down. If I'm wrong, it could make everything worse. She might decide the baby is just another piece of Nick's future that needs to be erased. Another way to carve the wound deeper. I can't risk it. Not yet. Not until I know there's a better chance of it helping than hurting. My child deserves more than a gamble. My child deserves me thinking clearly, waiting for the right moment, finding the angle that actually works, instead of throwing out my last piece of hope in a panic. So I hold the secret inside me where it's safe, and I wait. Nick will come. I know this with a certainty that goes deeper than thought, deeper than hope. He will find me because that's who he is. Because I have seen what this man does when someone he loves is in danger. Nothing in this world has ever been strong enough to stop him. And when he arrives, all we need to do is find our way through this nightmare together. Somehow. God, please, let us find our way through to the other side of this. Nadia gestures with the gun. Move back now. Slowly. My body goes rigid. I glance over my shoulder, where the rooftop ledge is maybe 10 feet behind me. Beyond it, nothing. Empty air and a 6-story plunge, where cars pass and pedestrians walk, and the world continues, without any idea what's happening up here. I take a step backward, then another. The gravel crunches under my shoes, each stone announcing my movement. The wind gusts harder, slicing through my clothes, pulling tears from my eyes. Nadia stands motionless, the weapon level and steady on me. Now, we wait.
38. Nick. I take the front steps of the old red brick apartment building 3 at a time. Second floor, apartment 2B. The address Serena supplied, confirmed by the phone ping that hasn't moved in 20 minutes. Avery's somewhere inside these walls, and the woman who took her is here too, and every second I waste is a second too long. I don't knock, I pound, hard enough to rattle the frame, hard enough to announce exactly what kind of man is standing on the other side of this door. Avery! No answer, just the hollow echo of my voice bouncing off the narrow hallway. I pound again, harder. The wood groans under my fist. Nadia Marshall, open this goddamn door! Silence, then movement. The soft shuffle of feet, the scrape of a chain lock being drawn. The door opens part way, the chain still engaged, and an elderly woman in a headscarf peers through the gap. Dark eyes, weathered face, an old cardigan draped over a loose house dress. She looks anxious, terrified. Behind her, a small boy clings to her leg. He's maybe 4 or 5 years old, with dark curly hair. He watches me with the wide-eyed wariness of a child who has learned that strangers can be dangerous. I've never seen either of them before. Where's Nadia Marshall? The old woman shakes her head frantically. Her mouth works, but the words that come out are fragmented, accented, barely English. She doesn't seem to understand me, or doesn't want to. The boy tugs at her skirt.
Mama?
His voice is small, worried.
Where's Mama?
The grandmother, she has to be the grandmother, shoos him back with hushed, urgent words in Arabic if I had to guess. I'm looking for Nadia. I grip the doorframe, forcing myself to stay on this side of the threshold, even though every instinct is screaming at me to tear through the fucking chain and search every room. I know she's with my wife. Avery, where the fuck are they? The old woman's eyes fill with tears. Distress flickers across her weathered face, and guilt. I'd stake my life on it.
I Don't know,
she says. The words are broken, halting.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
She starts to close the door. Oh, no fucking way. I'm not having it. I shove hard. One sharp motion, and the chain snaps. The frame splinters, and I'm through. The grandmother stumbles backward with a cry, clutching the boy against her. I'm already moving past them into the apartment. Avery! My voice echoes off the walls. The space is small. Cramped living room, kitchen visible through an open doorway. A narrow hallway leading to what must be bedrooms. I can see most of it from where I stand. She's not here. Avery! Nothing. Just the grandmother's rapid, frightened words tumbling over each other, and then the boy, the little boy who asked about his mother, starts sobbing now, face crumpled, tears streaming down his cheeks as he throws himself against his grandmother's legs. The sound cuts through me, a child's wail, pure terror. Fuck, I'm terrifying a child. I force myself to stop, breathe, pull back from the edge of the rage that's been building since I read Avery's fragmented text. I didn't come here to traumatize a kid. Part of me hates myself for the fear I see in his eyes. The other part of me just wants to find Avery and to hell with any collateral damage. I turn to the grandmother. Her eyes are wet, her hands trembling where they rest on the boy's shoulders. She knows something. It's written in every line of her face. Tell me where to find Nadia. I keep my voice low, controlled. It takes more self-restraint than she'll ever know. I need to find my wife. Has she taken Avery somewhere? The woman searches for words. Her English is broken at best, her thoughts clearly outpacing her ability to express them.
My Nadia.
She presses a hand to her chest.
She's not well. Too much pain.
Her voice cracks.
Too much anger. For too long.
Where did they go? More tears.
I tell her no. I tell her this is wrong. Terrible ideas. Terrible plans.
The grandmother's face crumples.
She does not listen. She never listens anymore.
My phone buzzes in my pocket. Gabe's number on the screen. I ignore it. There's no time to talk. Not with the boy sobbing and the old woman breaking down and Avery still missing. Where the fuck did they go? The grandmother flinches. The boy cries harder, pressing his face into her skirt. I'm getting nothing useful. She knows something is wrong. She knows her daughter is planning something terrible, but she doesn't seem to know the specifics, or can't articulate them. The language barrier is a wall I don't have time to climb. My gaze sweeps the apartment, searching for anything that might tell me where Nadia took Avery. I stop when I see the small bookcase against the far wall. Framed photographs, arranged with care, clustered together in a way that speaks of devotion, of memory tended like a garden. I move toward them, my pulse hammering. The first image that catches my eye is a woman, Nadia. Years younger, her face transformed by a smile I've never seen on her, open, radiant, incandescent with joy. She's leaning into a man who stands beside her, his arm wrapped around her waist in an intimate, proprietary way. The man is older, much older. Silver hair, olive skin, distinguished features, the bearing of wealth and power. A wedding band glints on his left hand. I know that face. The name surfaces from 18 months ago, rising from the depths of memory like something drowned. Omar Al-Hassan, the hotel acquisition in Dubai, a family legacy. Generations old, crumbling under the weight of the patriarch's stubbornness and his grandchildren's greed. Omar was the last holdout, the aging lion who refused to accept that his time had passed, who summoned me to the rooftop of his high-rise hotel to beg me to reconsider a deal his own family had already signed. I should have known that day couldn't end well. The desperation in his eyes, the way his hand shook when he gripped the railing. But I was so focused on the acquisition, so certain that business was just business, that I told him there was nothing I could do. The papers were already being finalized. His family wanted out. And then he stepped off the roof. I watched him fall, stood there frozen while his body plummeted dozens of stories and hit the concrete below with a sound I still hear in my nightmares. His blood was still drying on the pavement while lawyers shuffled paperwork in the lobby, and I told myself it wasn't my fault. His pride killed him, not my ambition. My offer was generous. The family wanted out. But now I'm standing in the apartment of Omar's mistress, staring at photographs of a life I destroyed, and my wife is missing. The floor drops from under me. I turn back to the grandmother. My voice is quieter now, but no less urgent. Your daughter, Nadia. Think, please, where did they go? The woman searches for the words.
I don't know. I hear the door. I come out. They are gone.
I pull out my phone, check the ping on Avery's location. The dot hasn't moved. Still in this building, still here. My gaze lifts toward the ceiling and a sickening feeling washes over me. Ah, Christ, the roof! Nadia didn't take Avery out of the building. The phone signal confirms it. She took her up. The image from Dubai surfaces unbidden. Omar on the rooftop, the wind, the ledge, the moment before he stepped off. The symmetry is obscene, deliberate. This isn't random, it's ritual. Nadia intends to recreate the death that broke her, and she's using Avery to do it. Ah, Christ, please don't let me be too late. I'm already moving. The stairwell door is at the end of the hallway. I shoved through it without breaking stride. The concrete and fluorescent lights swallow me, and I take the stairs 2 at a time. 1 flight, 2. Every landing is marked with a painted floor number. 3rd, 4th, 5th. My lungs burn. My legs burn. None of it matters. The 6th floor rooftop access door comes into view, and I hit the push bar at full speed. The door slams open and stays there. Cold air. Gray sky. Wind that cuts through my jacket like a blade, and then I see them. The scene registers in fragments, my mind processing faster than I can absorb. Avery, 15 feet from a ledge, her hair whipping around her pale face, her green eyes finding mine the moment I appear.
Nick, no, stay back.
Nadia, positioned beside her, one hand gripping Avery's arm. The instant I appear, she yanks Avery backward, pulling her in front like a shield. The gun. I see it in the same moment it moves, rising from where it was held at Avery's side to press against her temple. Black metal against blonde hair. Nadia's voice carries across the distance, calm and clear.
Stop!
I halt. My lungs lock. Every muscle seizes at once, my body refusing the next breath. For one terrible instant, the world narrows to that single point of contact, the gun barrel against Avery's head. My wife, the mother of my child. My hands are shaking. I can feel my pulse in my temples, in my scarred knuckles, in the pit of my chest where some of the hope I've been carrying has just gone dark. The city roars below us. The gray sky stretches overhead, indifferent. None of it exists. There is only Avery and the woman holding a gun to her head and the vast, unbridgeable distance between where I stand and where I need to be. I raise my hands, slowly, palms out, empty. Avery. Just her name. Not a command. A grounding. A tether thrown across the impossible space between us. Her eyes are wet, but she's holding herself together. She gives me the smallest nod that seems to say, I'm here, I'm okay, I'm still fighting, and my chest unclenches by a fraction. She's alive. She's conscious. She hasn't given up. Neither will I. I know in my bones that using force right now will surely get her killed. Everything in me wants to charge, to cross this rooftop in 3 strides and tear Nadia apart for daring to touch what's mine. But the gun is pressed to Avery's temple, and Nadia's hand is steady, and one wrong move ends everything. So I stay still, keep my voice level, force myself not to act. Not yet. I need to seem unthreatening now. Despite every instinct screaming for me to seize control, to dominate, I swallow all of it. I'm here, Angel. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Avery's lips tremble, but she doesn't speak, doesn't move. She's watching me with everything she has, trusting me to find a way through this, and the weight of that trust presses down on my shoulders until my knees want to buckle. I take a measured breath, keep my hands visible. I know what this is about, Nadia. She tilts her head slightly, curious, waiting. Omar al-Hassan. I saw the photographs in your apartment. I know you loved him. Gravel crunches under my shoe as I shift my weight, barely perceptible, testing whether she'll react. This is about what happened in Dubai. Nadia's jaw tightens. Something behind her eyes contracts, pain maybe, or the remains of whoever she was before grief stripped her down to irrational, lethal purpose. But Avery wasn't part of that. I keep my voice steady, reasonable. She had nothing to do with what happened to Omar. Whatever you want from me, whatever you need me to answer for, she's not the one who owes you. I am. Nadia doesn't argue, doesn't contradict.
You're right.
Her voice is quiet, almost conversational.
She's not the one who killed Omar.
The accusation hangs in the air. Part of me wants to argue. I want to point out that I didn't kill him either. That Omar made his own choice. That the recklessness of his decisions made his hotel ripe for acquisition. If not me, it would have been someone else. Sebastian Roth was circling the same deal. Omar leaped from that roof out of shame, not because I pushed him. But none of that matters right now. The truth won't take away this woman's grief, and nothing I say is worth the risk of escalating her fury while she has a gun pressed to Avery's head. Nadia's grip on Avery doesn't loosen.
You were there.
Her gaze locks onto mine, steady and unblinking.
You stood on that roof with him. You let him jump?
I can't argue with the truth. No more than I can change what happened that day.
It was your fault.
The hatred in her voice is a palpable force across the distance.
Did you push him?
God, no. The denial is immediate, instinctive. Nadia, please. Let Avery go and we can talk about this. She releases a bitter laugh.
I know you'd like that. But you're not in control now.
Her jaw tightens.
18 months. 18 months since my Omar died, and you've gone on with your life as if his death meant nothing, as if he meant nothing.
I don't respond. There's nothing to say. My arms are starting to ache from holding them raised, the muscles in my shoulders burning, but I don't lower them. 15 feet of open rooftop between me and Avery. Might as well be a mile.
I grieved for over a year alone.
Her voice doesn't waver.
Raising a child who will never know his father, who's been denied his birthright. I had nothing, no justice, no acknowledgement, no one to hear me. Just pain, every day. Pain that never stopped.
Avery's hair whips across her face, but she doesn't move. Her eyes stay locked on mine. Nadia continues, her voice steady with the terrible calm of someone who has rehearsed this moment 1,000 times.
And then one day I saw an article, one of those gossip websites, the kind that tracks people like you. Dominic Bain's fiancée chooses rising star designer House of Del Air for her wedding gown.
Her grip on the gun shifts, a minute adjustment, her fingers resettling. My stomach drops.
I have worked in couture embroidery for 23 years. Paris, Milan, Dubai. I am one of the best in the world at what I do. When I applied to House of Del Air, Serena Del Air hired me within a week.
She pauses, a wistful smile curving her lips.
I told myself it was providence, a sign that God himself had opened the door, had placed me in your fiancé's path so that I could finally...
She trails off. Her eyes drift toward the ledge, and something in her expression goes distant, unreachable. The pieces fall into place with sickening clarity. The Society article. The interview, the job, 6 months of working on Avery's veil, touching the fabric of her wedding day, watching...
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
Or prepare for a future that Nadia intended to destroy. It wasn't chance. It wasn't coincidence. It was a woman with nothing left to lose, following the thread of her grief until it led her here. And my life, my visibility, my wealth, my decision to step into the spotlight alongside Avery made it possible. I painted a target on the woman I love, and now she's paying the price for it. Both of them are. Avery and the child growing inside her. Our child. The life I swore I would protect from everything bad in this world. Yet I'm standing here with my hands in the air, unable to do a goddamn thing. Nadia's voice pulls me back.
My plan had no shape at first. I watched. I learned. I saw how closely you protected Avery, how precious she was to you. I wanted to hate her too, but I couldn't.
A ghost of something softer crosses her face.
I rented an apartment close to the place she spent time away from you, and I waited. I told myself in time I would know what to do. I made mistakes, however. After I called the tabloids to the studio, you wrapped her in security that never left her side.
I lifted my chin, wondering how I hadn't seen Nadia's animosity, her dangerousness right away.
I thought I'd ruined all my plans,
she says, slowly shaking her head.
Then suddenly the security was gone. Yesterday, when I overheard her say she would be at the art center, I knew that was my sign. The time had come to hold you accountable for Omar's death.
Every instinct I have resists what I'm about to say. The arguments line up automatically. Omar's family wanted out. The papers were signed. The offer was fair, and I have to choke each one down, swallow them like glass, because Avery's life is worth more than my pride has ever been. You're right. I nod in acknowledgement, my voice steady. I am accountable. Nadia's eyes narrow slightly. She wasn't expecting that. I didn't think about what my deal might truly cost. I didn't think about Omar as a person, just an obstacle. I swallow against the tightness in my throat. And when he jumped, I told myself I wasn't responsible. I blamed him for what happened on that roof so I wouldn't have to blame myself. But I was wrong. The hum of an HVAC unit drones somewhere behind me. Avery's eyes glisten, but she doesn't look away from me. I took something from you that I can never give back, Nadia. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for Omar. I'm sorry for your son. I'm sorry for the life you lost. Nadia listens. Her expression doesn't soften, but the acknowledgement lands. I can see the moment it registers, see it reach whatever is left of the woman in those photographs downstairs. I can't undo it. I wish I could, but I can't. All I can do is stand here and tell you that I know what I did, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I watch for a reason to hope, but Nadia's face gives away nothing. The gun stays where it is, that black barrel pressed to Avery's temple. But Nadia heard me. She watches me across the distance. For a long moment, she doesn't speak. When she finally does, her voice is different, quieter, almost wondering.
I thought I would feel something when you finally stood in front of me.
Her thumb moves against the grip of the gun. A small, unconscious motion, like a woman worrying a prayer bead.
I've imagined this so many times. What I would say. How it would feel to finally make you see.
She pauses, just looking at me.
But you're just a man. Afraid for someone you love. And Omar is still gone.
The words lack the vitriol from before. This isn't the voice of a woman savoring her revenge. It's the voice of someone who has just discovered that the thing she's been living for doesn't feel the way she thought it would. That should be an opening, a crack. But the gun hasn't moved from Avery's temple, and I understand something else too. A woman who has realized her revenge won't save her is a woman with nothing left to lose. I watch her face, looking for the fracture, looking for any weakness I can exploit. Her logic is airtight inside itself. She's not ranting. She's not unraveling. She's operating from a moral framework that makes perfect sense to her. Divine providence, cosmic balance, the necessity of answered wrongs. But there's something else there, too. Something behind the calm. She's been carrying this for 18 months, alone, raising a child while planning a murder, going to work every day at House of Del Air, stitching pearls onto a wedding veil, pretending to be someone she's not. That kind of sustained performance takes a toll. And I can see it now. The edges fraying, the exhaustion beneath the resolve, the way her certainty is hardened into something that can't bend. This isn't justice. This is someone who has been in pain for so long that the pain became the only thing she knows. Someone who can't imagine living without it. Which means reason won't work. Empathy won't work. I edge forward, 1 inch, then 2. Testing. Tell me what you need. I keep my voice level. Money? I can give you money. Enough for you and your son to start over anywhere in the world. Lawyers? I have lawyers who can make sure Omar's family acknowledges what happened. Who can force...
You still don't understand.
She cuts me off with a single shake of her head, almost pitying.
There is no amount of money that brings him back. There is no lawyer who can restore what you took.
Her dark eyes narrow.
You are not negotiating. You cannot buy your way out of this.
She pauses.
You are here to bear witness.
The words hit me like a speeding train, a door slamming shut in my face. I'm out of moves. The tools that have defined my entire adult life, money, influence, leverage, they're all useless here. I have nothing to offer that she wants. She was waiting for me. That's why she hasn't already harmed Avery. None of this is truly about her. It never was. Avery is the bait, the instrument, the means to an end. I am the audience. My arrival isn't rescue, it's completion. The wind drives harder across the rooftop, sharp with the bite of October. The city roars below, oblivious. Somewhere in the distance a siren wails. Too far, too late. I run through the options. Violence. I could rush her, cover the distance in seconds, but she'd pull the trigger before I got halfway there, and Avery would be dead. I've tried bargaining. She doesn't want what I have. Fear of the authorities won't work either. Gabe's team is still minutes away. The police even further. By the time anyone else reaches this rooftop, it will be over one way or another. I have no winning move here, no leverage, no angle. I have nothing left, no options, except one thing. I lower my hands, slowly, deliberately, not surrendering, offering. Then take me instead. I stated calmly, steady. I'm not bargaining anymore. I'm not trying to outmaneuver her. She's won. You say you want balance? You want me to feel what you felt? To lose what you lost? I understand that, and you're right. I owe that debt. I take a step forward. Nadia's grip on Avery tightens, and I stop. But Avery's innocent. You said it yourself. She had nothing to do with what happened to Omar. My voice doesn't waver. If someone has to pay the price for what I did, let it be me, not her. Nadia stares at me, unmoving, unblinking. Let her go, Nadia. Take me instead. Whatever you need to do to balance the scales, do it to me. It's not bravado. It's not a play. It's the only move I have left. If Nadia wants someone to suffer for what I did, if that's the only currency she'll accept, then I will pay it, gladly, without hesitation. Because a world without Avery isn't a world I want to live in anyway.
39. Avery. Nick, no! The gun is cold against my temple. Nadia's arm is a vice around my ribs, and the rooftop gravel grinds beneath my shoes as my body strains toward him on instinct, even though I don't dare move. He's willing to die for me, for our child. The thought of it is beyond unbearable, because I cannot save myself and lose him. I can't carry our baby into a world he's not in. The two things are the same thing. To me, they have always been the same thing. A ragged sob escapes me. I want to shake my head, reject everything about this whole horrific situation. But the gun at my temple is a reminder that nothing I want matters right now. Nadia inhales, her body a constant pressure against my back. I can hear the weight of her breathing, the shakiness of the air she expels next to my ear. No. There is finality in the word. No room for negotiation. You have nothing to offer me, she tells Nick. You don't get to control this. Nadia, enough! Her sharp response silences him. His face collapses. I see the defeat in his face. I feel his desperate gambit collapse. The jaw he's been clenching goes slack, and his raised hands start to shake, nearly imperceptibly, but I see it. I know what this is doing to him. Enough, Nadia says again. You will not die today. Part of me is relieved, so relieved I nearly sob, because I couldn't bear to watch Nick die at the end of Nadia's grief-driven madness, any more than he can bear to see me here. But she didn't wait all these months for an apology or a sacrifice. She already told me what she wants. I already know what I am to her. And she wants him to feel what that helplessness tastes like. Nadia's arm tightens around my torso, and then we're moving. Not toward Nick, away from him. Sideways and backward, toward the edge of the rooftop, each step deliberate and unhurried. Gravel crunches under our feet. I have no choice but to move with her. She's the one propelling us, and I'm just cargo being dragged toward a destination I can feel getting closer with every step. Nick surges forward. "No!" His voice roars across the distance. "Damn it! Let her go!" His plea has no effect at all. I stumble as she pulls me farther from him. The steady clamp of her arm around my ribs, the gun barrel cold at my temple, the relentless backward motion eating up the space between us and the drop. The wind gusts harder as we near the edge. It pulls at my hair, whips it across my face. City sounds rise from below. Constant traffic, a distant horn, the ordinary rhythm of any afternoon. Nick is frozen in place, hands still raised, every muscle locked against the urge to charge forward. The breadth of those shoulders, their strength I've curled against in sleep, pressed my mouth to in the dark, are rigid now with a restraint that looks like it's costing him everything. One wrong move, one wrong word, and Nadia might... I can't finish the thought. "Nadia, please." The words rise from somewhere desperate and instinctive. "Stop. Just stop moving for a second. We can talk about this." Her grip tightens. The movement doesn't slow. "Stop." Nick's voice again, but different now. Quiet, cracked, breaking. "Nadia, please." Across the widening distance, his face changes. Tears streak his cheeks. My throat closes at the sight of his pain. Emotion seizes behind my ribs so hard I can't breathe. A physical blow, delivered without contact. Because I know this man's face in every expression it holds. I have traced that jaw with my fingers, kissed those dark lashes, memorized the topography of him in the dark. And I have never seen this. "You want me to beg?" His voice is raw, wrecked. "I will, Nadia. I'm fucking begging you. Don't do this to her. Please. Let Avery go." His raised hands are trembling visibly now. His whole body vibrates with the effort of not doing what every instinct must be screaming at him to do. The sound of him breaking hurts worse than any other pain I've known. The sob that rips out of me is beyond my control. I feel Nadia's reaction before I hear it. Her heart pounding against my back, her breathing gone erratic and rapid. She's not as controlled as she seemed. His raw grief has found something in her, has hit a vulnerable place beneath her resolve. I can feel it through her body pressed to mine, the faint tremor running through the arm clamped around me. But whatever cracked doesn't break. "Did Omar beg you to?" Her voice is rough, raw, the words aimed at Nick like weapons. "I'll bet he did. My proud man. I'll bet he pleaded with you to let him keep the business he built from nothing. But that didn't stop you, did it?" She drags me another step backward, toward the edge. The gun trembles against my temple, just slightly, just enough for me to notice the unsteadiness. Nick steps forward again, one more desperate step, hands still raised. "Stay back!" Nadia shouts. The gun presses harder against my skull. Every nerve in my body ignites. Nick freezes. One wrong move. That's all it would take. I can see the realization wash over him. Desperate hope draining out, replaced by the bleak understanding that nothing he's said, nothing he's offered, has changed a thing. His eyes find mine across the impossible distance. The look he gives me, God. Regret, apology, love, terror, 1,000 things he can't say out loud.
A lifetime of promises we made to each other, all of them balanced on this moment. I hold his gaze, trying to pour everything I'm feeling into that connection. I love you. I'm not giving up. We're going to get through this somehow. We have to. He drags his gaze from mine and looks at Nadia. Nadia, I swear to you, I wish I could change what happened that day. His voice is quieter now, stripped of everything but honesty. I never imagined things would go the way they did. He pauses. When he speaks again, the words are barely more than a whisper carried on the wind. I know you won't believe me, but I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. It's not a tactic. It's genuine remorse for something he can't undo. Nick, standing on a rooftop, openly acknowledging harm, apologizing without defense or justification. But Nadia's grip doesn't loosen. Her breathing doesn't slow. Regret isn't the currency she's trading in. Justice is. And nothing Nick says will ever feel like justice to her. You're sorry. She says the word like it's something rotten. Sorry doesn't give me back the man I loved. Sorry doesn't give my son his father. Sorry doesn't undo 18 months of watching you live your life while mine unraveled into nothing. She stops short, inhaling deeply. This ends today. I can feel the crack in her resolve, emotion bleeding through, the months of grief and rage finally finding their outlet. But feeling things doesn't mean she'll stop. If anything, it means she's closer to the edge herself, closer to finishing what she started before the weight of it breaks her. Another drag backward. The edge of the rooftop is only a few feet behind us now. Nick's face is ashen. He's too far away. Even if he charged, even if Nadia's finger didn't move on the trigger, there's no way he'd reach me in time. His voice shifts, harder now, trying a different angle. Think about what happens next. He's fighting to steady himself, to find something, anything, that might break through. If you do this, if you hurt Avery, you won't get away with it. The police are already coming. I have an armed security team minutes away. You'll be arrested, Nadia. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison. I know what he's doing. He's trying to give her a rational reason to stop, reminding her of the price she'll pay. Instead, her body tenses against mine. No, my stomach drops. He's just put her on a clock. A woman who's already made peace with killing someone doesn't fear prison. But she might rush toward the finish line if she thinks time is running out. Quiet! Nadia's voice cuts sharp across the rooftop. Stop talking! Why? Because I'm telling you things you don't want to hear? I'm only telling you the truth. You go through with this and your life is over too. I don't care about my life. The words tear out of her, furious and desperate. I have to do this. She yanks me backward, faster now. A cry escapes me, panic cresting as the open air yawns wider behind us with every step. The threat of consequences didn't slow her down. It sped her up. And we're running out of rooftop. I force myself to be calm, force my voice to hold, even as my pulse hammers so hard I can feel it throbbing in my temples. Nick's right about one thing, Nadia. I speak carefully, reaching for the only thing that might still matter to her. Think about Sammy. What will it do to him if you're not around? I feel her breath catch against my back. No words, but she's hearing me. Prison isn't just a price you'll pay. It's a price your son pays too. My voice doesn't waver. I won't let it.
He's so young, only 4 years old. He already lost his father. If you do this, he loses his mother too, to a locked cell, to visits behind glass, to growing up knowing his mother chose revenge over him. I keep pressing, gentle, relentless. And what about your mother? She tried to stop you earlier, didn't she? She pleaded with you not to do this. If you don't stop now, she loses her daughter. She raises your son alone, knowing she couldn't save you from yourself. Against my temple, the gun shudders, just slightly, just enough for me to notice. All this will accomplish is more victims, more grief that never ends. Omar's death was a terrible thing, Nadia. Don't make it a legacy of destruction. Something I've said is starting to reach her. I can feel it in the way her body is responding. The tremor in the gun, the raggedness of her breathing, the way her heartbeat against my back has gone erratic and racing. The certainty is wavering. Not enough, not yet, but closer than anything else has gotten. When Nadia speaks, her voice is thick, strained, the words coming harder now. I know the cost, a shuddering breath. I must accept it, for Omar's memory, for justice. Her grip tightens, steadies, as she pulls me nearer to the edge. I'm running out of angles, running out of time, running out of words that might matter. There's only one thing left I haven't said. The one truth I've guarded through every escalation, every step closer to the drop. The truth my hands have been shielding against my body without my even realizing it. I don't weigh it, don't calculate. The words simply come, wrenched out of me by something deeper than strategy, deeper than thought. The raw, animal refusal of a mother whose child is about to die with her. I'm pregnant. 2 words. They leave my body like something torn loose. I don't know if it will matter now, but I need her to know the breadth of what she's doing. If I can appeal to the part of her I saw in the photos back at her apartment, maybe there's still a small chance of reaching her. You won't only be killing me, Nadia. You'll be killing a child who hasn't even been born yet. An innocent life that has nothing to do with any of this. I feel her whole body react. A violent flinch. The arm around my torso going rigid. The gun hand stuttering against my temple like she's been struck. For one breathless second, the grip loosens. I could move, could twist away. Maybe I could... Then it tightens again, harder than before. No. The word is wrenched from her. No, you're lying. You're lying to save yourself. I don't believe you. It's the truth. I keep my voice steady, even as my heart threatens to hammer through my sternum. The other day at my fitting, you were there. Serena had to let out the bodice of my dress. Nadia, I'm 7 weeks pregnant. A sound escapes her, something between a gasp and a sob. Raw, wounded, a woman's grief colliding with a mother's horror. It doesn't matter. It can't matter. That's not what I... She doesn't finish the sentence. Her breathing is ragged now, the careful control she's maintained finally cracking. I can't see her face, but I can feel everything. The tremor running through the arm clamped around my torso, the heat of her breath against my hair, the way she's shaking with something that goes beyond rage. The pregnancy wasn't something she accounted for. Something in Nadia, the mother, the woman who carried her own child, has heard those words and can't dismiss them. But feeling it doesn't mean she can be steered back from the edge. When Nadia speaks, her voice is quiet, almost gentle. The voice of someone who has already made peace with what comes next. I'm sorry. A breath, a whisper. I can't stop now.
40. Nick. Nadia's words hang in the air between us, each one as sharp and unforgiving as a blade. I can't stop now, it's too late. The composure Avery's held through all of this finally fractures. Tears she's been fighting spill down her cheeks and off her trembling chin. No, God damn it, this can't really be happening. Not after everything we've already been through. I've tried money. I've tried threats. I've tried offering my own life in exchange for hers. None of it has moved Nadia so much as an inch closer to releasing the woman I love. I stare across that impossible distance at Avery, beautiful, strong, pregnant with our child, helpless now, terrorized by the gun at her temple and the 6-story drop at her back. Fuck, I'm out of moves. The realization washes through me like ice water in my veins. Every tool I've ever relied on, money, influence, the ability to bend the world to my will through sheer determination, all of it is worthless here. I might as well be holding a handful of sand. Suddenly, from somewhere at my back, a female cry sails toward me from the direction of the open stairwell door. It's raw, guttural, torn from somewhere deep. My head snaps in that direction, and I see Nadia's mother and son emerging onto the rooftop. The old woman's weathered face contorts with horror at the scene before her. The little boy surges in front of her. "Maman! Maman!" His voice is a hoarse, broken wail, arms straining toward his mother, small hands opening and closing on empty air. "Maman!" The grandmother is too upset to hold him. Her grip loosens as her attention fixes on her daughter. The boy sees his chance. He twists, squirms, then breaks free. "Stay back!" The command rips out of me as I lurch into his path to stop him. This whole situation is a tinderbox on the verge of a disaster. I can't risk, won't risk Nadia's terrified son inadvertently detonating the whole goddamn thing. I pull him back, my hand wrapped around his tiny arm before he can bolt across the rooftop toward his mother. The grandmother's eyes meet mine. I push the child toward her, and she rushes forward to receive him, pulling him close. I shake my head, holding my hand up to make her understand. "Both of you, stay back!" She nods, her whole body curving around him like a shield. Nadia's reaction is immediate. She shouts something at her mother in Arabic, harsh, rapid-fire syllables. The meaning is clear in her tone, in the wild edge creeping into her voice. "Go, take him away. Don't let him see this." But the grandmother doesn't move. She stands frozen with the child behind me. Her voice rises to meet her daughter's, words tumbling over each other, and I hear Allah more than once, pleading, demanding, praying. Nadia's grip on Avery tightens. The gun shakes in her hand. Not the controlled steadiness from before, but something jagged and unpredictable. This is panic. Her careful plan didn't include witnesses. She wasn't counting on having to carry out her plan while she listens to her son crying for her and her mother quietly weeping and murmuring repeated prayers. I force myself to think, to analyze. Threats haven't worked. Money hasn't worked. Offering my own life hasn't worked. But Nadia's son Sammy is here now. Her mother is here. The audience she wanted was me, not them, not the people who love her. Your son is watching, Nadia. I keep my voice level, controlled, even though everything inside me is screaming. Whatever happens next, whatever you do in the next 60 seconds, Sammy will carry it for the rest of his life. Her eyes flick to the boy, just for a second, just long enough for me to see the fissure open in her resolve before she tears her gaze away. She stares at me, visibly anguished. It's a struggle to keep my tone level, to not betray the bone-deep fear that's squeezing me like a vice. Is this how you want Sammy to remember his mother? It's not too late to make this right. Her face contorts, pain and rage and grief warring behind her eyes. The words have penetrated the haze of her fury. I can see they have, but the gun is still pressed to Avery's temple, and Nadia's arm is locked around my wife's body. We're all still standing on the edge of catastrophe. Then Avery speaks.
"Please, Nadia, think back to when you were carrying Sammy. You had all the same hopes I have now. I know you did. You wanted to give him everything, safety, love, a future without fear or pain."
I hold my breath as I listen to the woman I love plead for her life and that of our unborn child. Nadia's listening too. All of the chaos of the city seems to fade as Avery speaks softly, almost intimately. To the woman who can destroy us both if and when she chooses. Nadia's stance shifts, barely perceptible. Her weight settles back half an inch from the balls of her feet, the rigid line of her shoulders losing a fraction of its tripwire tension. She's leaning into the words instead of bracing against them.
I dream about my baby all the time, Nadia. I dream about holding my child for the first time, feeling that tiny weight in my arms, counting fingers and toes, and being amazed that Nick and I could make something so perfect.
Avery's tear-filled gaze roots on me as she speaks, and my chest cracks open. She's describing us, our future, the one I've been too terrified to fully imagine, too aware of how easily it could be ripped away. Yet in all of my worst scenarios, I never pictured something as soul-shredding as the crisis we're facing now, all because of me. Nadia's chin dips, a small motion, involuntary, the way a person's body responds to something that reaches past their defenses before their mind can intervene. Her eyes are wet, unfocused, fixed somewhere in the middle distance as though she's recalling, moved by what she's hearing. Avery pulls in a trembling breath.
I think about what it would be like to watch my husband hold our child for the first time.
A faint tremor enters her voice, but she doesn't stop.
This man who spent so many years believing he didn't deserve to be loved. I want to watch him fall in love with our baby the way he fell in love with me, completely, irrevocably. I want to see him become the father he never had.
Ah, Christ, the words hit me like a physical blow. My chest tightens with emotion, not fear, something colder. Grief for a future that might not happen anymore. The hollow weight of everything I might never get to have, pressing down so hard I can't draw a full breath.
I want to give our baby a better life than Nick or I ever had. That's all either of us want for our child.
Avery's voice strengthens, that quiet steel beneath the softness.
I want this baby to grow up knowing they're safe, knowing they're loved, knowing that their parents would move heaven and earth to protect them. That's all I want, Nadia. I know that's the same thing you want for Sammy.
My fists flex uselessly at my sides, tendons straining, old scar tissue burning. Every instinct screams at me to move, to act, to do something. But I know that the best thing I can do right now is let Avery keep talking. She's reaching Nadia in a way I never could. I can see the evidence accumulating with each word Avery speaks. The subtle forward tilt of Nadia's head. The way her jaw has unclenched, the fact that her gaze keeps drifting to Sammy and staying there a beat longer each time before she drags it back.
Look at Sammy now, Nadia. That sweet little boy. He doesn't understand what's happening. He just knows he wants his mother.
Sammy's wails have faded to hitched, gasping breaths. He's cried himself past the point of tears now, hiccuping against his grandmother's thigh, his face red and blotchy, eyes swollen. Avery keeps talking, quietly but unwaveringly.
He just wants you to hold him, Nadia. He just wants you to tell him everything's going to be okay.
Behind me, the grandmother's broken voice rises.
Please, Nadia, please. Your boy, Sammy, he needs you.
Nadia blinks rapidly as she glances at her family. The gun slackens against Avery's temple. Her grip has loosened. Not enough for Avery to break free, but it's a start. The ice is cracking.
Don't let this be the story he carries away from this moment, Nadia.
Avery practically whispers the words, but the weight of them cuts through the wind and the distant sirens and the sound of Sammy's halting breaths.
Don't let him grow up remembering this kind of terror and pain. Don't let him believe that his mother would choose revenge over her love for him.
The city itself seems to slow to a standstill. I can't find breath in my lungs. My chest is so tight it hurts, like a fist closing around my heart, every muscle coiled, ready to move the instant I see an opening. Then it happens. Nadia's face crumples. The rage that's propelled her, the festering hatred that's kept her functioning through grief, through the move to New York, through months of planning, finally gives way. A sob chokes out of her, then deep, racking sobs that tear through her entire body. The sound of a woman whose fury has burned down to ash, leaving nothing to hold her upright. The gun lowers from Avery's temple, slowly, down to Nadia's side. The arm holding Avery against her loosens just enough. I see the moment it happens. Avery's gaze is still locked on mine. I nod, almost imperceptibly. Come on, baby, come to me. She takes a small step forward. Nadia doesn't stop her. Then Avery takes another, deliberately, carefully, moving away from the ledge, away from the gun, toward me. I'm already in motion, my feet closing the distance to her. At last, we collide somewhere in the middle of the rooftop. My arms close around her, fierce, desperate, crushing her against my chest like I can fold her inside me and keep her there forever. Ah, God, my voice is rougher than I've ever heard it as I hold her close. Avery, the solidity of her body against mine, warm, real, alive. I press my face into the curve of her neck and hold there, breathing her in like oxygen, like the first breath after drowning. Her hands grip me so hard I can feel her knuckles pressing into my spine. Her heartbeat hammers against my chest. Or maybe that's mine. I can't separate them anymore. Can't find the line between her body and my own. I don't want to. I don't ever want to find that line again. I've got you. The words come out wrecked, barely recognizable as my own voice. I've got you, Angel. You're safe. You're both safe. Her whole body shudders against mine. A sob escapes her, relief and terror and exhaustion tangled together. I hold her tighter. My hand spreads across her lower back, pressing her closer. My other hand cradles the back of her head, my fingers threading through her hair. She's alive. Our baby is alive. Everything I am, everything I have is standing in the circle of my arms. For one suspended moment, there is nothing else. No rooftop, no wind, no grieving woman behind us. Just Avery's body against mine, and the sound of her breathing, and the steady, living drum of her heartbeat against my chest. Then I hear it, the soft rasp of metal on gravel. I look up, still holding Avery. Nadia has set the gun down at her feet, a deliberate action, not dropping it, but gently laying it aside, like she's done with it. Then she steps backward, once, twice. Nadia's face isn't contorted with rage anymore. It's filled with something worse. Horror. At herself. At what she almost did. At what she's become. I can't go to prison. Her voice breaks. You're right, Avery. I can't do that to Sammy. Years of seeing me behind bars. Growing up with that shame. I can't make him carry that. Her dark eyes move to me. I wanted you to feel what I felt. She's sobbing now. The words barely intelligible. I wanted you to understand what you took from me, and now, her voice cracks completely, now my son has seen me do something terrible. My mother sees what I've become. I've shamed myself, shamed Omar's memory. Everything I did for him, and this is what I've become. Inside me, rage is finally breaking loose from the place I've been holding it down. This woman pointed a gun at my pregnant wife, dragged her to the edge of a building. She nearly murdered the two people who matter more to me than my own life. Every nerve in my body wants to let that fury have its voice, to tell her exactly what she almost cost me and what I'd do to anyone who tried it again. But Nadia isn't looking at me anymore. Not at Avery either. She's looking at her son, and the devastation on her face is something I recognize. She wears the defeated expression of someone staring at the wreckage they've made and knowing they can't take any of it back. I force my anger down, lock it behind my teeth, because letting it loose right now won't help anything, and it won't stop what I can already see building behind Nadia's eyes. It's over, Nadia. My voice is steady, barely. You've made the right choice. That's what matters. She chokes on another sob. Her final words are barely audible. I just want the pain to stop now. She pivots away from us, starts moving swiftly toward the ledge. In an instant, she steps up onto the low parapet wall at the roof's edge. Ah, fuck. She's going to jump. No! Behind me, Sammy wails, a single sharp cry of recognition. Nadia's mother screams her name. In a flash of memory, Dubai detonates inside my skull. Omar Al-Hassan on the roof of his hotel. The sickening forward tilt of a man's body choosing gravity over life. The sound I couldn't stop. The fall I couldn't prevent. The death that put every one of us on this rooftop today. I can't let it happen again. This time, I have to change the ending. I'm hardly aware of myself moving, running for the ledge. Gravel scatters under my feet. Nadia is already turning forward, her weight shifting toward the fall, her arms loose at her sides. I lunge for her. My right hand shoots out, closing around her wrist. Bone and tendon feel fragile in my grasp. The scars on my arm and hand stretching, burning. All of her weight pulls against the ruined hand that hasn't had full strength since I was 18 years old. But I hold fast. The old fractures, the nerve damage, the tissue that never healed right, all of it blazes wide hot as I clamp down and refuse to let her go. I yank with everything I have, my feet scrambling for purchase on loose gravel. Nadia jerks backward, away from the fall. We crash onto the rooftop together. My back hits the gravel hard. Sharp stones bite into my back, grinding into my shoulder blade. My hip, Nadia lands against me, the impact driving the air from my lungs, her body limp with shock. Then small footsteps pound across the gravel, and Sammy throws himself onto his mother. His arms wrap around her neck, his face buried against her chest, crying violently, "Maman! Maman! Maman!" Nadia's arms come up slowly, as if she's not sure she's allowed to hold him. Then something breaks in her, and she's clutching him, pulling him close, her body curling around his small frame. They both weep uncontrollably. Her mother is there now, too, dropping to her knees. She wraps her arms around both of them, sobbing, praying. Her words are too rushed for me to understand, but the tone is unmistakable. Relief, pain, love. It's over. Everyone is safe. "Nick!" Avery stumbles to my side, reaching for me as I push myself up from the rooftop. Every muscle protests. Every muscle screams. My back is scraped raw, my right hand throbbing with a deep, bone-level ache. Adrenaline still flooding my system with nowhere left to go. None of it matters. The only thing I need is Avery, and she's right here with me, safe, unharmed. I pull her close. Not the desperate collision from before, but something quieter, exhausted. So fucking grateful to feel her in my embrace. Her hand finds mine, threads our fingers together. My other hand settles on her abdomen, gentle, reverent. I have my family. Everything I need is right here in my arms. She looks up at me. Her eyes red-rimmed, her cheeks still wet with tears. My own face is wet, too. I'm not sure either of us are capable of words right now. I caress her face, then bend to kiss her, just to confirm to myself that I'm not dreaming. She's real and we've survived this. Together. Commotion draws my attention to the open stairwell door, where the sounds of boots pounding and tactical gear jangling echo out. Gabe and his team pour onto the roof with weapons drawn and voices sharp with urgency. He takes in the scene in a single sweep. Nadia on the ground with her son and mother, the gun lying forgotten on the gravel a few yards away. Avery and me on our feet, holding each other. He approaches, his expression shifting from combat-ready to something quieter as he reads the situation. "You okay?" I nod. My voice, when it comes, sounds like it's been dragged over the same gravel I just landed on. "Yeah, we're both all right." His gaze moves to Avery. She's pale, spent, running on nothing but adrenaline and whatever reserve she had left to burn. "We should get you checked out, the baby too, just in case. There's an ambulance already waiting down below." She nods, and I wrap my arm around her and guide her toward the stairs. Gabe falls into step beside us, one hand resting briefly on my shoulder, the only acknowledgement he gives to what just happened, and the only one I need. I pause to glance behind us one last time, where members of Gabe's team are attending to Nadia and her family and securing her abandoned weapon. The stairwell swallows us, concrete walls closing in after the open sky, the sudden absence of wind making the silence louder. Avery leans into me as we descend, her weight settling against my side like her body has finally stopped holding itself up. My legs feel like they belong to someone else. Each step sends a dull shock through my scraped back, my aching hand, the places where gravel is still embedded in skin. The adrenaline is receding now, pulling back like a tide, and what it leaves behind is raw. Avery's hand tightens in mine. I press my lips to her temple. Her pulse beats against my lips, steady, real, alive. "Let's get out of here, Angel."
41. Avery. The soreness is still with me, hours after Nick took me off that rooftop in Chelsea. A deep, dull ache wraps around my ribs, where Nadia's arm had been clamped for what felt like hours, but was probably minutes. Every breath presses against the bruise, a low-grade reminder of what my body went through today, even if my mind is still catching up. The hospital bed in my private room is raised to a slight incline beneath me. Stiff sheets, thin blanket, the steady beep of a fetal monitor somewhere to my left, confirming what the doctors already told us. The baby is fine. I'm fine. Both of us are fine. I keep needing to hear it, keep needing the proof. Nick is beside me, his chair pulled so close his knees press against the mattress. His hand holds mine, the roughness of his palm familiar, grounding, his thumb tracing my knuckles, as though he needs the contact to convince himself I'm real. It's not the desperate, white-knuckled grip from the ambulance ride, but something steadier now, present. Still, I can feel the faint tremor beneath it, the effort his steadiness requires. His scent grounds me, despite that his clothes still carry traces of concrete dust and sweat from the rooftop. Underneath all of it is the warm, clean scent that's just him, the one I breathe in every night with my face pressed against his chest. My body leans toward it now, my senses seeking the safety of him. The shadows beneath his eyes are darker than I've ever seen them. Tension locks his jaw, his shoulders, holds his whole body rigid even as he tries to appear calm. He's hardly spoken, except to ask what I need and to whisper low reassurances against my temple while the doctors examined me. He's been holding himself together for hours, but I know him too well. I can see the hairline fractures spreading beneath the surface, the places where the control is starting to slip. Gabe and Eve anchor one corner of the room. She's perched on the arm of his chair, her hand resting on Gabe's shoulder, her dark hair pulled back in a simple ponytail. Gabe followed us to the hospital after we gave our statements to the police. Eve came soon afterward, neither of them in any hurry to leave us. Andrew Beckham stands near the window that overlooks the late afternoon skyline, phone pressed to his ear, voice low and clipped. That's how Beck shows love, by fixing things, by making calls, by ensuring every loose thread is tied before it can unravel. No one is saying much. The conversations are low, sporadic. A question about water, a murmured update into a phone. The kind of quiet that settles over people who've been badly frightened and are still remembering how to breathe. Eve catches my eye. "How are you feeling? Do you need anything?" "I'm all right." The words come easier now than they did an hour ago. "Just tired." Gabe shifts in his chair, checking his phone as it buzzes with another update. His expression is unreadable as he scans the screen, then looks up at us.
"That was Vaughn. Nadia's in police custody. She'll be held overnight, arraigned tomorrow morning."
Nick glances up.
"And her family?"
His voice is rougher than usual, scraped raw.
"Her mother and the boy are with a family services liaison. Not in custody, just being looked after until arrangements can be made."
Gabe pauses, and something shifts in his face.
"There's something else." "What is it?" Nick demands. "The police processed the weapon."
Gabe's gaze moves between Nick and me.
"The gun wasn't loaded. Police didn't find any ammunition in her apartment either."
For a second, the words don't make sense. All those terrifying moments on the rooftop, the cold circle of metal against my temple, the absolute certainty that one wrong word, one sudden movement, would be the last thing I ever knew, and the gun was empty the entire time. My hand moves instinctively to the side of my head where the barrel pressed. The skin is tender there, though I don't remember being aware of it until now. It's a relief, but a small one. After all, Nadia hadn't been planning to shoot me. She intended to send me to my death over that ledge. Part of me believes that before it was over, she would have gone with me. Nadia was in pain and she wanted it to end. Killing me wouldn't have made anything better for her. She's not a killer, I say, quiet but steady. She's a broken woman who needs real help. Nick nods slowly, his jaw tight. He understands broken. He understands how grief can twist you into something destructive, even to yourself, when you carry it alone for too long. Eve's voice is soft. I'm really struggling to feel sorry for the woman who did this to you, Avery. But my heart does go out to her son. That poor little boy doesn't realize he's about to lose his mother for a very long time. She's right. The image surfaces before I can stop it. Sammy's face crumpled and red, tears streaming, his small body hurling itself against his mother when she finally lowered the gun. Those tiny hands gripping her like she was the only solid thing left in the world. 4 years old and already carrying weight he doesn't understand. Beck lowers his phone, his expression grave. I'll need to know your position before tomorrow's arraignment. He addresses both of us. The DA's office will push for maximum charges. Kidnapping, felony assault with a deadly weapon, attempted murder. Those are just the starting points. A pause as his gaze settles on Nick. You have leverage here. Whatever you want to do, I'll make it happen. The question hangs unspoken. What do you want to happen to Nadia Marshall? Nick's eyes find mine and hold. This is my call more than his. He's making that clear in the way he holds my gaze, the way his thumb stills against my knuckles. Whatever you decide, he says. I'll stand behind it. I don't answer right away, because the truth is, there's a part of me that wants her to pay. A part of me that's still on that rooftop, with the wind tearing at my hair and the drop yawning behind me, and my hands pressed against my abdomen, shielding a life that couldn't shield itself. The mother in me, the one who's existed for barely 7 weeks, but is already fiercer than anything I've ever felt, wants Nadia Marshall locked away until Sammy is grown and my child is grown, and there is no possibility that she could ever threaten us again. That fury is real. It lives in the tightness locked around my heart, in the way my free hand curls against the hospital blanket. I let myself feel it. All of it. And then I think about Nadia's face when Sammy cried out for her. The way her whole body changed. Rage collapsing into something raw and maternal and devastated. The sob that broke out of her when she realized what she'd become. At her core, she is a mother who loves her child. I felt that through her body pressed against mine, even as she stood on the edge of destroying them both. I inhale slowly. The fury doesn't disappear, but something older and quieter rises beside it, and I know what I'm going to say. I don't want her to go to prison. Nick's hand tightens around mine, a reflexive squeeze, almost involuntary. His jaw flexes, a muscle working in the hard line of it, and for a moment I can see the war behind his eyes, the part of him that wants to dismantle anyone who threatened me, the part that would burn down the world and call it proportional. He holds all of that in check now, before he lets it go with a slow exhale, and nods. Prison won't help her, I add, both for Nick and for the others in the room with us. Sending her away for the rest of her life won't help Sammy. Nadia needs real help, the kind she should have gotten a long time ago, instead of drowning in her pain alone. Nick's jaw loosens just a fraction. Get her the best criminal defense attorney in the city, Beck. I'll cover it. Someone who can push for psychiatric evaluation, mandated treatment, grief therapy. Whatever she needs to actually heal. Beck nods, already typing notes into his phone.
I have some good contacts for that.
I bring Nick's hand to my lips, pressing a tender kiss to the scarred ridges of his knuckles. What about Sammy? The image of that little boy won't leave me alone. His face buried against his mother's chest, his arms around her neck, holding on as though the world had already tried to take her from him once, and he wasn't going to let it happen again. Is there anything we can do for him? Nick is quiet for a moment, processing, a mix of emotions playing across his expression. Finally, he gives a firm nod.
We can set up a trust fund, anonymous. Something for his education. Funds his father never thought to provide for him, or couldn't.
I smile, holding his stare. I'd like that. His mouth softens. Not quite a smile, but close. Somewhere in the silence between us lives the weight of what he just agreed to do. Fund the future of a child whose mother nearly killed his wife. And he did it without flinching. I love you, I whisper, reaching out to trace my thumb along the line of his jaw, rough with a day's growth of dark whiskers. Beck nods.
I'll make some calls tonight. I know who to reach out to.
Eve dabs at her eyes, leaning into Gabe. That's really good of you both.
It's the right thing,
Nick says, turning his attention back to me. At that moment, the door opens and Tasha bursts through like she's been running the whole way through the hospital. Avery! My name comes out half sob, half breath. Her mascara is smudged beneath her eyes, her curls escaping from whatever twist she attempted this morning. She's still in her work clothes from Vendange, her brushed gold manager lapel pin glinting under the overhead fluorescence. She crosses the room in 3 strides and pulls me into a fierce yet careful hug. I got here as fast as I could after Nick called. Her voice breaks. She pulls back, swipes at her eyes. I think I broke some kind of land speed record crossing town to get here. Are you okay? Please tell me you're okay. A sound escapes me, something between a laugh and a sob. I'm all right. We're all okay. You're all right. She's all right. Tasha is talking to herself as much as to me, her hands fluttering over my arms like she needs to confirm I'm solid. Have you eaten? You need to eat. I should have brought something with me. I should have... Tasha. I catch her hands in mine. I'm okay, really. She takes a shaky breath, nods. Her gaze shifts to Nick, and her expression changes, worry cutting through the relief. And you, big guy? How are you holding up? He gives her a small nod. The gesture says everything. No need for him to try to put it into words. I'm not okay yet, but I will be. Tasha seems to understand. She doesn't push. Tony's home with Zoe and AJ, she says, settling into the other empty chair. He wanted to come, but someone had to wrangle the tiny humans. He sends his love. Eve greets Tasha, and their voices weave together in a comfortable shorthand from months of wedding planning and fittings. Tasha's hand finds mine again while she talks. Her fingers lace through mine on the opposite side from Nick, holding on to me the way she has since we were working at the bar, splitting double shifts at Vendange. I'm wrapping you in bubble wrap until Saturday, Tasha announces. I mean it, Eve. Full body protective coating. Eve's lips curve. I'm sure Gabe's got some duct tape in the car. You wrap, I'll hold her down. A laugh escapes me. Real, unexpected, rising from somewhere I thought had gone numb. The strangeness of it catches in my throat. Laughter. After today. My gaze finds Nick's. The wedding is in 3 days. Is it still happening? He's feeling it too, reading me the way he always does. His thumb caresses the top of my hand, waiting.
You still want to marry me in front of 300 people this weekend?
He asks it quietly, a conversation meant only for us. The question settles in my body before I form words around it. Saturday, 3 days from now. I think about the vows we already exchanged on the deck of the Icarus. Salt wind in our hair, simple gold bands on our fingers. Our promises drifting out over the water in a Key Largo sunset. That wedding was ours. Private, perfect. This one on Saturday is different. A celebration, a declaration. The prize at the end of a gauntlet we've run together. Of course I do. I squeeze his hand. Nothing could stop us now.
Absolutely nothing.
He grins and leans forward to kiss me. The door opens again. Lita blows in with her usual chaotic energy. Electric blue hair, leather jacket, combat boots thudding against the linoleum. Matt is right behind her, quieter, carrying a crinkled paper bag. Lita stops at the foot of my bed, hands on her hips, silver rings flashing. I wait for her to say something smartass and irreverent. The sight of tears welling in her eyes takes me aback. Thank fuck you're okay. She rushes to the other side of the bed, from where Nick remains permanently fixed next to me. Her hug is fierce and almost too tight, and beneath all the black leather and tattoos, her body trembles with barely held emotion. Matt hangs back, setting the paper bag on the bedside table.
I figured you'd want actual food.
He pauses.
Got those apple danishes you used to inhale during late studio nights, and the good chips.
My eyes sting. He remembered my favorites. Thank you, I manage. Both of you. Lita claims the windowsill, one boot propped against the frame. Eve making introductions to Gabe and Beck. Matt leans back in a corner, arms crossed. His presence a steady anchor in the swirl of conversation. In the midst of the happy chaos now filling my room, Rachel arrives. Even in crisis, she's composed in her pencil skirt, silk blouse, and heels that click with purpose over the hospital tile. But the tightness around her eyes gives her away. There's a crack in the professional armor today. The hospital staff signed NDAs, she says, a small note of strain in her voice. But you know how these things travel. I want to get ahead of it if we need to.
Handle it however you think best, Nick says. We trust you.
She nods briskly, then blows out a shaky sigh. I'm so glad you're okay, Avery. Her voice catches, just barely, before she recovers. She glances at Nick. Both of you. She means it. Beneath the press strategy and the damage control, she's genuinely concerned about us. The room settles into a new rhythm. Wedding logistics, security recalibrations. Someone mentions the bachelorette party. And there's a beat of silence before Tasha fills it. We'll do something after the wedding, when things settle. Lita grins, sharp and bright. Or we skip the bachelorette and throw her the most epic baby shower ever. Nick glances at me, surprise flickering through the exhaustion.
You told them?
I bite my lip. They sussed it out of me about 30 seconds after I sat down with them at lunch the other day. Apparently I had a glow. His mouth curves. Then he chuckles, low under his breath. The first real hint of him relaxing since the rooftop.
I couldn't keep it from Gabe or Beck either.
Beck smirks, nodding toward Nick.
You're not the only one glowing, Avery. This guy's practically nuclear with proud dad vibes.
Laughter fills the room. I sink into the sound of it, let it settle around me. Not as a shield, but a reminder that today didn't end the way it could have. That we're still here, all of us. My hospital room is full of people who love me. Tasha smoothing my blankets even though they don't need smoothing. Eve and Gabe perched close, his hand on her knee. Beck by the window, phone pressed to his ear again but present. Lita on the sill, cracking a joke that makes Matt shake his head and grin. Rachel in the corner, fielding texts on her phone between conversations. And Nick, his hand warm and strong around mine, his body a gravitational constant beside me, the thing every other element in this room arranges itself around, the way light arranges itself around a source. This is my family, not blood but choice, not obligation but showing up, being here for me when it matters most. But someone else important is missing from this picture. I lean toward Nick, my voice low. We need to call my mom.
Already handled. I called her while the doctors were examining you. I'm flying her in tomorrow. She'll be here in the morning.
He pauses, his eyes soft on mine.
I thought you'd want her here before Saturday.
He knew. Before I asked, before I even fully formed the thought, he knew what I needed. My mother, who went to prison to protect me, who lost a decade of her life so I could have mine. She'll be here tomorrow. After what happened today, the thought of her arms around me undoes something I've been holding together all afternoon. My vision blurs. Thank you. He leans toward me and gently lifts my chin on the edge of his hand. The kiss is slow, deliberate, his mouth warm against mine, the scratch of stubble against my skin, sending a low, tired shiver through me. He tastes like stale hospital coffee, but I don't care. I lean into his kiss, wanting more, wanting to stay here in the warmth of his mouth and forget every other thing that happened today. He pulls back too soon, his forehead resting against mine for a breath, before he settles back into his chair. After a while, the room begins to empty. Gabe and Eve leave first. He has work to coordinate, exhaustion carved into the lines of his face. Eve hugs me gently. We'll see you Saturday. Beck pauses long enough to grip Nick's shoulder, the bond of their friendship compressed into a single gesture.
I've got everything handled. Focus on her. Thanks, brother.
Nick murmurs. Rachel squeezes my hand on her way out, her composure intact again, but her eyes still red. Rest. I'll handle the press. That's what you pay me for. Lita bends to hug me, her leather jacket creaking. For the record, she murmurs near my ear, if that woman had hurt you, I'd have found her myself, and I wouldn't have been as merciful. She straightens up, winks. But since we're being classy about it, heal up, babe. I'll save the revenge fantasies for my next sculpture. Matt touches my shoulder, brief, warm, the kind of quiet gesture that carries more than most people's speeches. See you this weekend, Avery. They leave together, Lita's combat boots fading down the corridor. Tasha lingers longest. She hugs me one more time, her cheek damp against mine. Call me, she whispers. I don't care what time, if you need anything at all. I will, I promise. Then she's gone too. The door clicks shut, and the room contracts around us. Just Nick and me, and the rhythmic sounds of the monitors, and the low hum of the hospital settling into its evening quiet. For a long moment, neither of us speaks. I look at him in the dimmed light, really look, The hollows beneath his cheekbones where shadow pools, the sharp line of his jaw, the way the low light carves his features into stark but beautiful angles. He looks thoroughly exhausted. He's been holding himself together for hours. For me, for our friends, for the doctors, for everyone who needed him to be strong. The cost of it is visible now that there's no one left to see him. The tension is still locked in his shoulders. The way his hand grips mine, like he's afraid I'll vanish if he lets go. I tug his hand gently. "Come here." He looks at me. Shadows flicker in his expression. Resistance, maybe. Or the fear of what happens when he stops holding on. "Nick, come here." He moves from the chair to the edge of my bed, then closer, where I shift to make room for him. His body is warm and solid against my side. The broad heat of him, the familiar weight I've slept against every night. Even now, even here, some deep-rooted part of me responds to the press of his body alongside mine, a low hum of recognition beneath the exhaustion. His head drops to my shoulder, then lower to my chest, and I feel the shudder run through him. Not tears yet, but the moment before tears, the dam finally cracking after hours of holding. My hand comes up to his hair, strokes gently. Slow, soothing passes through the dark strands. His voice is rough, muffled against me. "When you were talking to her on the rooftop," he swallows, "about wanting to watch me hold our baby for the first time. About seeing me become the father I never had." He pauses. The shudder inside him deepens, and I feel the warmth of tears soaking through the thin hospital gown against my chest. "I heard every word, Avery. She had that gun on you, and you were saying these things about me, about us, about the life you wanted for our child, and all I could think was..." His voice breaks. "All I could think was how powerless I felt, standing there, unable to fix it, watching the person I love most in this world get hurt, and I couldn't stop it." The words slice through me, not because they're true, because I know he did everything he possibly could today. It hurts to hear how deeply he believes he did nothing. "I'm supposed to protect you." The words are ragged. "That's my job, and today I couldn't." "You did protect me." I keep stroking his hair, my voice steady even as my heart aches for him. "You came for me. You fought for me. You didn't stop until I was safe." He lifts his head, and his blue eyes are wet, red-rimmed, more vulnerable than I've ever seen them. "You saved yourself. You saved both of us." A shaky breath. "And I don't just mean today. It's always been you holding everything together. I love you so fucking much." The words crack something open in my chest. I cup his face in my hands, feeling the roughness of stubble, the dampness on his cheeks. "I love you too," I whisper, gathering him to me. "There's nothing you need to fix now. You don't need to be strong for me. You don't have to be anything right now except here." He makes a sound against my chest, half breath, half strangled curse, and his arm tightens around my waist, pulling himself closer, burying himself against me. His big body shakes, not the controlled tremor from before. This is raw, grief and relief and terror arriving all at once, hours after the danger passed, the way the body always waits until it's safe before it falls apart. I hold him through it, my fingers in his hair, my lips against his temple, the quiet beep of the monitor beside us confirming, over and over, the heartbeat of the child we almost lost today. After a long time, the shaking eases. His breathing finds a slower rhythm, his body growing heavy against mine with an exhaustion that's past fighting. I keep my hand in his hair. Outside the window, the city has shifted from dusk to dark while I wasn't paying attention. Manhattan's skyline reduced to a sea of lit windows and the distant pulse of traffic. His breathing deepens. His weight settles fully against me, heavy and warm, and I realize he's asleep. This man who hasn't slept in probably 30 hours, who white-knuckled his way through a rooftop crisis and a hospital vigil, and an evening of being strong for everyone who walked through that door. He's finally allowed himself to let go. I close my eyes. His heartbeat thumps slow and steady against my ribs, a counterpoint to the rapid tempo of our baby's pulse on the monitor. My entire world exists in the sound of those two heartbeats. Tomorrow I'll go home. On Saturday, I'll marry Nick for the second time. But for right now, I have everything I could possibly ever need. I match my breathing to his and let sleep take me.
42. Nick. Avery's laugh reaches me before I round the corner into the kitchen the next morning, bright and unguarded, followed by the quiet murmur of Brenda's voice. I watch them from the entryway, and for a moment I let myself simply stand here, taking it in, letting it become real. Avery and her mother sit at the marble island, morning light flooding through the tall windows and catching the steam rising from their cups. Brenda's hand covers Avery's on the countertop, a gesture so natural, so unthinking it speaks to the strength and depth of their bond. This is what I almost lost yesterday. The sound of my wife's laugh, her mother's weathered hand covering hers. The kitchen I built for a solitary life filled with warmth and love and family. Simple domestic moments which 24 hours ago existed only in the prayers I didn't know I was capable of making. I step into the kitchen, and both women look up. Avery's smile shifts when she sees me, softening into a look meant only for us, even with her mother watching. The shadows beneath her eyes are nearly gone. Color has returned to her cheeks. She looks like herself again, and the relief it brings me is a physical thing, loosening muscles I didn't realize I was still holding tight.
"There's coffee," she says, nodding toward the carafe. "And whatever those pastries are that magically appeared before anyone else was awake."
"Almond croissants and walnut rugula." I pour myself a cup, then settle onto the stool beside her. "The bakery round the corner opens at 5. Brenda's eyebrows rise.
"You went out at 5 in the morning for pastries?"
"Couldn't sleep. The admission is simple, unguarded. I don't elaborate, don't need to. Both women understand what kept me awake. The same thing that had me checking on Avery 3 times during the night, watching the rise and fall of her breathing just to confirm she was still there. Brenda studies me for a long moment. Then she reaches across the island and squeezes my forearm, the kind of gesture that doesn't require words. Everything she might say is contained in that touch. Gratitude, acceptance, the acknowledgement of what I did yesterday on that rooftop and what I was willing to do.
"Thank you,"
she says quietly.
"for bringing her home safe, for bringing me here."
My throat tightens. She needed you.
She needed both of us.
Brenda's gaze moves between Avery and me, something settling in her expression.
"I'm glad she has you, Nick. I didn't always know what to make of you, but I do now."
Avery's hand finds my thigh beneath the counter, her fingers pressing warmth through the fabric of my jeans. I cover her hand with mine, threading our fingers together where her mother can't see.
2 days,
Brenda says, and something like wonder enters her voice.
"My baby girl is getting married in 2 days."
Avery laughs softly.
"Technically getting married again. The legal part's already handled."
My brows rise and Brenda smiles at me.
"Avery told me a few minutes ago about your private sunset wedding in the Keys. It sounds lovely. But this one on Saturday, this is the one with the dress I can't wait to see. The one where I get to walk my beautiful daughter down the aisle to her Prince Charming.
I glance at my wife, just in time to catch her lowered glance and sly smile. Prince Charming? Christ, a man with my particular history of manipulation, secrecy, and ruthless deal-making wearing that title is enough to make me choke on my coffee. But Brenda's eyes are warm and certain, and Avery's fingers tighten on my thigh. A silent reassurance that says, "You are to me," and I let it go. I've stopped arguing with the people who love me about whether I deserve them. It's a fight I'll always lose. Brenda looks at Avery now, and her voice catches.
I've been dreaming about seeing you this happy since you were a little girl, you know. The fact that I'll get to stand next to you as you get married is a gift I never expected I'd live to see.
The weight of what Brenda has survived settles over the moment. The long years of incarceration, the sacrifice she made for her daughter, the future she must have believed was lost forever, and now she's here, in my kitchen, talking about walking Avery down the aisle in less than 48 hours. My own mother would have loved this. She would have loved Avery, her warmth, her strength, the way she sees the best in broken things and refuses to let them stay shattered. My mom would have sat at this island with us and laughed with her daughter-in-law and cried at the wedding and held her grandchild when it came. I swallow against the tightness in my chest. It's a brief ache thinking about my mother, a gentler grief than it used to be. Brenda stifles a yawn, then shakes her head with a rueful smile.
Oh, I'm sorry. The flight was early and I didn't get much sleep last night, either. I'm still catching up. Go take a nap if you want to, Mom,
Avery says. I nod. The guest room is ready for you. She rises, gathering her teacup to take with her. As she passes behind me, her hand touches my shoulder, light, almost hesitant, but warm. Then she's moving down the hallway, and I hear the guest room door close softly behind her. The penthouse settles into quiet. Avery turns on her stool to face me, her knees pressing against my thigh.
Hi, Mr. Bain.
Hi yourself, Mrs. Bain. The smile that curves her mouth is the one I fell in love with, warm and knowing and carrying just enough heat to remind me that we're alone now. No hospital, no crisis, no audience, just the two of us in a morning stretching ahead with nothing demanded except each other. I reach for her, my hand finding the curve of her waist, drawing her off the stool and into the space between my knees. Her arms loop around my neck. This close, I can smell the vanilla of her shampoo, can see the flecks of gold in her green eyes. I can feel the warmth of her body through the thin cotton of her loose t-shirt. How are you feeling? The question is quiet, not about the crisis we endured. It's about everything.
Better.
Her fingers play with the hair at my nape.
Tired. Happy. Grateful that my mom is here and that my ridiculously handsome husband apparently brings me pastries at dawn.
Ridiculously handsome? She grins.
Don't let it go to your head.
Too late, I growl, drawing her farther into my embrace and well aware that she can feel my hardness as she presses her body to mine. I kiss her, soft at first, just the brush of mouths, relearning the shape of her. Then deeper she melts into me, her body pressing close, her fingers tightening in my hair. The heat that's always been between us stirs and stretches, unhurried but unmistakable. My hands slide down her back, retracing the curves I know better than my own reflection. Hip, waist, the dip of her spine. She feels so fucking good in my arms, her curves pressed against me, her arms wrapped around my shoulders, holding me close. I sink into the pleasure of holding her, feeling her warm, alive, and mine in every way that word has ever meant. I pull back before we get carried away in the kitchen where her mother might wander back out. Come with me. Her eyebrow arches.
Where?
Bedroom. She doesn't resist as I slide off the bar stool and take her hand in mine. I have something for you. I lead her down the hall into the sanctuary of our room. Morning light spills through the windows here, too, catching the smooth linens on the bed, the soft gray of the walls. I guide her to sit on the edge of the mattress, then release her hand. Wait here. I step into the huge walk-in closet and retrieve the box I've been keeping hidden for weeks. Large, tied with a silk ribbon the color of champagne. I'd planned to give her this on our wedding night, the public one the world would see. But after everything we've been through, waiting feels wrong. She deserves this now. She deserves to know what's waiting for us on the other side of Saturday. When I return, Avery's watching me with curiosity bright in her eyes. I set the box on the bed beside her. I wanted to give you this after the wedding. My voice is low, raspy with emotion. I wanted to wait until the timing was perfect, but I stop. There's no need to finish that sentence. She knows. She pulls the ribbon loose with careful fingers, lifts the lid, and goes still. Inside, nestled in soft foam, rests a scale model of the sailing yacht I purchased for her. Every detail rendered in miniature. The sleek hull, the polished brass, the crisp white sails unfurled as though they're filled with sea air. She lifts it out, turning it in her hands, wonder transforming her face. Then she sees the name painted on the stern, Elysium. Something moves over her expression, a reaction I can't quite read. She inhales a small breath. Her eyes go wide, then soften with a delight that seems almost secret. She looks up at me, then back at the model, and there's an intensity in her face that doesn't match simple appreciation of a gift.
Nick,
her voice carries a weight I don't understand.
You named it Elysium?
I nod. It felt right. I pull out my phone, open the live webcam feed I've bookmarked. She's real, waiting for us in the Mediterranean. The screen shows sun-drenched turquoise water, a slip at a private marina, and the actual yacht gleaming at dock. Avery stares at the image, her lips parted, that secret emotion still playing across her features. I had her completely refurbished, I continue, watching her face. Polished teak, brass fixtures, books in every cabin. There's even a storage space for an easel and your paints. I set the phone aside, needing her to see when I say the rest. For our honeymoon, just you and me, sailing wherever we want to go. Minimal crew, open water, no entourage. Just us. She sets the model down with exquisite care. Her eyes are bright but filled with welling tears, not sadness, joy, and something else. Something I'm still trying to read.
Nick, I love it.
The words are fierce, choked with emotion.
I love it, and I love you, and...
She breaks off, a laugh escaping her that sounds almost giddy.
Wait here, don't move.
She scrambles off the bed and disappears into her own closet. I hear things shifting, being moved aside. Then she emerges carrying a large wrapped canvas. It's substantial, clearly a major piece. Her expression has changed. The secret delight has given way to naked vulnerability. She holds the painting against her chest, her teeth catching her lower lip in the tell I know so well. She's nervous to let me see it.
I've been working on this for months,
she says, her voice small.
I hope you like it.
She places the gift on the bed before me. I unwrap it slowly, giving the moment the weight it deserves. The canvas emerges. For a long moment, I simply look, let my eyes move across the surface, the way I'd scan a horizon at sea, reading what the colors and shapes are telling me. The lower portion churns with deep, saturated blues, the colors of open water before a squall, of depths that swallow light whole. There's turbulence in those strokes, a sense of weight and pressure and things that test what you're made of. The kind of sea I've sailed through. She has too. It's the kind that leaves you changed or leaves you drowning. But above that darkness, the painting transforms. Pearlescent whites and soft creams emerge, gold bleeding through like dawn breaking after a night passage. Serene, luminous, the peace that waits when the storm finally passes. And between them, a horizon line, the place where chaos surrenders to calm, where survival becomes something that looks a lot like heaven. It's abstract, not a seascape I could photograph, a seascape I can feel. It's our journey rendered in pigment and light. Everything we've weathered and everything we've earned painted in a language I recognize at a level below words. She's painted us. Emotion fills my chest, my throat. I'm lost in the canvas, in the recognition of what she's created. And I don't realize how long I've been quiet until her voice reaches me, small, anxious, edged with fear.
Do you hate it?
I look up. Whatever she sees in my face makes her breath catch. God, no, Avery, I love it. The words are inadequate, laughably insufficient for what I'm feeling. She exhales softly, a little smile curving her gorgeous mouth.
Turn it over.
I do. And there on the back, in her handwriting, is a single word, the title of the work, Elysium. The world goes still. I look at the model yacht on the bed beside us. then at the painting in my hands, then at my wife, who's watching me with tears streaming down her face and a smile that holds the truth of everything we've survived, together. Her voice breaks on a laugh.
You couldn't have known, and I didn't know what you were naming the boat.
Elysium. I say it aloud, testing the shape of it, the meaning. Both of us. The same word. She's laughing and crying at once.
We speak the same language, Nick. We always have.
I nod, silent because I'm not sure I could find my voice if I tried. I've spent my entire adult life believing I was fundamentally unreadable, untouchable, that the cost of surviving my childhood was an interior no one else would ever fully reach. Certainly not any of the women before Avery who touched my body without ever touching me. I built a life and an empire on the premise that no one would ever truly know what I was thinking, what I was feeling, or what I was struggling so hard not to feel. Yet this woman, without a single conversation about it, without any hint or suggestion from me, chose the exact same word for the exact same reason. The same vision of earned peace, the same understanding of what we've come through to get here. The probability of it is absurd. Impossible, even. And yet, looking at her amid the flood of emotion pouring into my chest, I realize it couldn't have been anything else. Because she's right. We're that connected. We're that inexorably intertwined. My incredible wife and me.
Nick?
Her voice is soft, uncertain. I set the painting down with a care that borders on reverence. Then I reach for her, pulling her into my arms with a need that goes deeper than desire. Our kiss starts tender, but tenderness shifts the way it always does with us, igniting into heat and hunger and the overwhelming need to be inside her, not just physically, but in every way a person can belong to another. Her hands fist the fabric of my shirt. My fingers thread through her hair, cradling the back of her head, tilting her mouth to give me better access. We undress each other slowly. No urgency. We've earned the right to savor each other today. Her t-shirt goes first, lifted over her head, dropped somewhere I don't bother to track. My hands skim the warmth of her skin, the familiar terrain of her curves and delicate hollows. My shirt goes next, her fingers working the buttons, then spreading the fabric apart, her palms pressing flat against my chest. I watch her face as she touches me. The way her eyes track the path of her own hands, the softness that enters her expression when her fingers find the scars on my right hand and forearm. Skating tenderly over the raised, gnarled tissue. She lifts my hand to her mouth, presses her lips to the worst of the scarring. The warmth of her mouth on my skin sends sneed radiating through my chest. My breath shudders out of me. I've let her touch these scars before. Let her see them, kiss them, fold them into her understanding of who I am. But here, after Elysium, after everything, her reverence wrecks me. It settles deeper than ever before, as if some final stubborn resistance I'd been carrying dissolves under the pressure of her mouth on my broken hand. We shed the rest of our clothes, with the same unhurried attention. Her yoga pants, my jeans, the cotton of her bra, unhooked and discarded. I ease her back onto the sheets, following her down, covering her body with mine. My wife. The words are rough, thick with feeling.
My husband,
she says, her voice soft with emotion. Her hands cradle my face, thumbs tracing my cheekbones, her eyes holding mine. We made it.
We made it.
I kiss her again, claiming and surrendering at once. Then I begin to move down her body, my mouth tracing the path my hands have already memorized. The hollow of her throat, where her pulse jumps against my lips. The swell of her breasts, fuller now with the early pregnancy. The nipples darker, more sensitive. I take one into my mouth, sucking gently, and the sound she makes goes straight to my cock.
Nick,
I keep going, down the soft plane of her stomach. I pause where it's still flat, pressing my lips to the warm skin just below her navel. The life growing beneath my mouth, our future. I've got you, I murmur against her belly. Both of you. Her fingers thread through my hair, holding me there for a moment. Then I move lower. I settle between her thighs, and she opens for me, her legs falling apart as my hands press them wider. She's wet for me. slick and swollen, and so responsive that the first stroke of my tongue pulls a moan from her that makes my cock even harder. So beautiful like this, I murmur against her. Spread open for me, my sexy wife. I take my time, slow, deliberate strokes of my tongue over her clit, learning her rhythm all over again. Not because I've forgotten how to please her, but because each time is different. Each time carries the weight of wherever we've been, and right now, after everything, I want to give her something patient and thorough. I want her to feel worshipped without having to say the words. Her hips rock against my mouth. Her breath comes in sharp little gasps that fracture into moans when I push 2 fingers inside her, stroking, seeking, finding the spot that makes her back arch off the mattress.
Oh, God, Nick, please.
Not yet. I give her one long, slow lick that makes her thighs tremble around my head. I want to feel you come on my mouth first. I build her up with patient, relentless attention, my tongue circling her clit while my fingers work inside her, reading every tremor, every hitch in her breathing. She's close. I can feel it in the way her pussy clenches around my fingers, the way her hand fists in my hair, the way her sounds lose their coherence and become pure need. Look at me, I tell her, lifting my eyes to find hers. I want to see your eyes when you come. She looks down, green eyes glazed, lips parted, cheeks flushed. The sight of her, this incredible woman who could have any man and chose me anyway, wrecks me in the best possible way. I suck her pussy gently, then harder, tonguing the tight butt of nerves while my fingers drive deep, thrusting to meet the frantic pistoning of her hips. She draws in a short breath, then she shatters. Her back bows. My name tears from her throat, jagged and broken and gorgeous. Her thighs clamp around my head and I hold her through it, my mouth gentling but not stopping, drawing out every pulse and aftershock until she's shaking and pushing weakly at my shoulders. I kiss my way back up her body, settle over her, bracing my weight on my forearms. Her eyes are dazed, her chest heaving, and I can't help the slow, possessive smile that crosses my face.
Oh,
she breathes.
That was so good.
I'm not done with you yet. I reach between us, my cock heavy and aching. I notch myself at her entrance. She's slick and hot around the head of my shaft, impossibly tight. I hold there for a moment, relishing the tease of her body straining for mine. Her hips tilt, trying to take me. Easy, Angel. We've got all morning. I push inside her, slowly, inch by inch, watching her face as she takes me, the way her mouth falls open, the way her eyes flutter shut and then force themselves open again because she knows I want to see her. The tight heat of her around my cock is like a furnace. Christ! I shudder, barely resisting the urge to slam home. You feel so fucking good. I breathe against her mouth every time. I'll never get enough of this. I set a deliberate pace, deep, long thrusts that let me feel every inch of her, then let her feel every inch of me. Her legs wrap around my waist, her heels pressing into the small of my back. I lower my forehead to hers, our breath mingling. This is ours, I tell her, my hips rolling slow and deep. All of this, you, me, that baby. I punctuate each word with a thrust that makes her gasp. Everything we're building. She answers with a sound that's half moan, half sob. The good kind. The kind that urges me to keep going, to make it last. And her nails rake down my back hard enough to sting. The pressure of my release builds low in my spine, gathering like a slow tide. Her pussy tightens around me with each thrust, her body giving and taking, matching my pace. I groan in pleasure, sinking into the rhythm of it. The slick heat, the sound of our bodies together. Her breath catching on every downstroke. Stay with me, I murmur. Right there, feel that?
Yes, God, yes.
I angle my hips, changing the intensity of my thrusts, and her whole body jolts beneath me. She gasps sharply, her fingertips digging into my shoulders. That's my girl. You're taking me so good. I hold that angle, driving into her steadily, watching her unravel.
Nick,
I know, me too. Come for me, Angel. Let me feel it. Her orgasm rolls over her, tight, pulsing, her body clenching around my cock so hard that every coherent thought I have whites out. Her cry fills the room and I'm right there too. Pleasure races through my veins. My vision narrows to her face, her mouth. The sound of my name on her lips, every muscle in my body locks as I bury myself deep and come inside her with a groan that feels wrenched from somewhere deeper than my soul. I grind out her name, barely resisting the urge to roar with the ferocity of my release. Holy fuck! I don't move for a long time. My face stays pressed against her neck. Her fingers stroke through my hair. The weight of my body presses down on hers, both of us too spent and too content to separate. Finally, I shift, easing onto my side and pulling her with me. She fits against my chest, her head tucked under my chin, her breath warm against my collarbone. I draw the sheets over us both. My hand seeks her belly. "Hi, little one," I murmur. "Sorry about the bumpy ride." Avery laughs softly. Her hand covers mine, fingers lacing together over the life we made. Her painting leans against the wall where we propped it, Elysium watching over us, storm and peace rendered by my wife's hand. From the bed, the pearlescent upper portion catches the light streaming in through the windows, and for a moment the whole canvas seems to glow.
Elysium,
Avery murmurs, already drifting towards sleep.
That's what this is.
Yeah, I kiss the top of her blonde head. Paradise. Her voice is soft, fading.
I always thought of it as the place where you finally get to stop fighting. Where you can just be with the person you love.
I like your version better. I hold her closer, neither of us moving, even after the daylight begins to shift across our room, warm and slow, when time is in no hurry. Our wedding waits 2 days from now. The yacht where we'll spend a month or longer, sailing under peaceful blue skies, waits for us in the Mediterranean, and our child waits in the shelter of Avery's body. I'm done thinking about what I nearly lost. I'd rather count what's here, this moment, her, us, home, and in 2 more days, our forever will finally begin.
43. Avery. The penthouse sounds like a flock of extremely well-dressed, beautiful birds has taken up residence in my living room. Need more pins over here. Zoe, sweetie, don't touch that. Did anyone see where I put my mimosa? I'm perched in the center of the large space on a bar stool in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, held captive by 2 women from my favorite salon who've come to do my hair and makeup. One of them carefully works a large barrel curling iron through my hair, while the other applies soft blush to my cheekbones. All around me, the comforting chaos continues. Voices overlapping, laughter punctuating instructions, the organized warmth of a dozen women preparing a bride for the day she's been dreaming about. My wedding day. I had only the slightest bit of nausea this morning, and now it's long past. A small mercy, and one I'm silently grateful for as I sit still and let myself be transformed. Mom perches on a nearby chair, her own hair and makeup already complete. She looks lovely, so elegant and pampered, it makes my throat tight. Her silk robe matches mine, and her eyes are soft as she watches the proceedings. Every few minutes, her gaze finds mine. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't have to. The quiet pride on her face says everything. Across the room, Tasha is a vision in wine-colored silk, the autumn-hued gown we chose together draping her curves beautifully. She's also, at this moment, engaged in negotiations with a 3.5-year-old terrorist. Zoe Marie Lopez, if you don't stop spinning, you're going to knock over Aunt Avery's makeup. But I'm a princess. You're a princess who's about to be demoted to court jester if you don't stand still. I laugh behind my hand, and Tasha gives me an eye roll. Zoe's flower girl dress, dusty rose, frothy and precious, flares as she twirls anyway. Her black patent Mary Janes gleaming in the filtered morning sunlight. Tasha catches her mid-spin, hoisting the squealing hellion onto one hip. Near the breakfast spread, Eve and Kat have their heads together, champagne flutes in hand, their voices low and conspiratorial. Eve catches me looking, and her grin sharpens, mischievous and amused. "We're just discussing how Nick's going to react to the honeymoon lingerie pieces," she says, not bothering to lower her voice. "I'm taking bets on whether he makes it through the first night without tearing them off you." "My money's on no," Kat adds, giving me a wink. "That man has feral written all over him, especially where you're concerned." A flush warms my skin even as I laugh. "You're both terrible." "Terribly accurate," Tasha agrees, raising her glass to the others. Lita is sprawled across the chaise near the windows, already dressed for the wedding in a sleek black dress that shouldn't work with her rebellious hair color, but somehow does. She looks incredibly pretty, which I'd never say to her face because she'd murder me. "For the record," she announces to no one in particular, "I still think we should have done the bachelorette party. There's an all-male review in Atlantic City that comes highly recommended." "We'll do something after," Tasha says, shifting Zoe to her other hip. "When things are more settled." Lita snorts. "Define settled, because between the near-death experience and a surprise pregnancy, I'm starting to think settled isn't in this crew's vocabulary." Her list is missing one more item, secret elopement, but that's something I'll share with her another day. For now, I just want to sink into the comforting familiarity of having all these women close to me while I prepare for this day. I catch Lita's eye and shake my head, laughing. It feels good to be able to smile after everything that's happened these past weeks. Today, all of it is behind me. I'm only looking forward now. In the corner of my vision, Serena's team from House of Delaire moves like an elegant pit crew. Yuki adjusts the gown on its padded hanger, while at the same time Clara and Sophia prepare the steamers. Serena stands apart from her team, overseeing, her signature blonde bob sleek and perfect, even at this early hour. She catches my eye, a subtle gesture. "Can we speak?" I nod. When I rise from the bar stool, the makeup artist makes a small sound of protest, but Serena's already moving toward the quieter corner near the hallway, and I follow. The noise continues around us. Zoe's giggles, Eve's laughter, Lita's calling for more mimosas. But this moment feels separate from the happy buzz of activity. Solemn. "Avery." Serena's voice is measured, professional, but something softer runs beneath it. "I need to say something before we go any further today." I wait. "What happened with Nadia?" She pauses, her slender jaw tightening almost imperceptibly. Remorse dims her gaze. "She was my employee. I should have sensed something was wrong with her, and I didn't. The fact that you were put in danger because of someone under my supervision..." She meets my eyes directly. "I'm deeply sorry." The apology is understated, sincere. This is a woman who takes accountability seriously, who doesn't hide behind excuses or deflection. I respect that about her. "It's all right, Serena. You couldn't have known." I touch her arm briefly. None of us could. What Nadia was carrying, that kind of grief, that kind of pain, she hid it from everyone. You're not responsible for her choices. She nods slowly, accepting my words, even if I can see she hasn't fully forgiven herself. I understand that, too. Some things take time. But I hesitate. There's something I've been holding inside me all morning. "Serena, I'm sorry, but I can't wear the veil today." The words hang between us. Her expression doesn't change, but I see the understanding settle in her eyes as I speak. Every pearl on that veil was placed by hands that wanted to destroy my happiness. My voice is quiet but steady. I know it's beautiful. I know the hours of work that went into it, but I can't carry that down the aisle with me. I can't wear her hatred on my wedding day. Serena lets go of a soft breath. I anticipated as much. She reaches for something behind her, a box I hadn't noticed, with a jeweler's logo embossed on the lid. Which is why I came prepared. She opens the lid, and for a moment, I can only stare. Inside, nestled against cream satin, rests a tiara. Delicate, elegant, encrusted with small diamonds. They're not costume. I've spent enough time around Nick to recognize the real thing. The design is classic in a way that transcends trend. It's the kind of piece that could have been worn a century ago or a century from now. Timeless, exquisite. From my personal collection, she says. Consider it your something borrowed, if you don't already have that covered. The generosity of the gesture, her thoughtfulness in offering me this gift, makes my eyes sting. Serena, it would be my honor if you'd wear it today. A small smile curves her lips. You've become more than a client to me, Avery. I consider you a friend. I hope you know that. I do, and yes, we are friends. Emotion makes my voice thick. Thank you. Before the moment can grow too heavy, a small voice pipes up from somewhere near my knees. Is that a crown? We both look down. Zoe has escaped her mother's grasp and materialized beside us, her dark eyes wide with wonder, her flower girl dress now slightly askew. It's a tiara, baby, I tell her, crouching to her level, like a princess crown but smaller. Are you a princess? Today I feel like I am. She considers this with the gravity only a 3-year-old can muster. Can I have a crown too? Zoe! Tasha appears, slightly breathless, scooping her daughter up. I'm so sorry. She's part escape artist, part tiny hurricane. It's fine. I'm laughing now, the weight of the previous moment dissolving into warmth. She's perfect. The chaos reclaims us. Tasha whisks Zoe away with promises of special flower girl duties later. Serena returns to her team, the tiara box tucked safely aside. And I let myself sink back into the happy noise of it all, the excited chatter, the laughter, the bright, easy energy of women celebrating together. This is what I needed, not the spectacle. This. The warmth of every voice in this room wrapping around me like something I could hold. The coming together of everyone I love. My hand drifts to the pocket of my silk robe, where earlier this morning I tucked a folded piece of paper. It's a note I found under my pillow last night, left there by Nick after he went out with Beck and Gabe for drinks. At my insistence, because some traditions matter, even to a woman who's already secretly married. He spent the night at a hotel so as not to risk seeing his bride before the ceremony. He thinks superstition is nonsense, but he did it anyway, because I asked. He should be arriving at the church any minute now with Beck and the others. I pull his note out of my pocket and open it, reading his bold scrawl on the white paper. Counting the hours until you're walking toward me. I trace the words with my fingertip and feel the ache spread through my chest. The missing of him, the wanting. We've spent hardly any time apart since the rooftop. These past 2 days a blur of tender moments and desperate touching, and the profound relief of being alive together. His hands on me, his mouth, the way he held me as though I might disappear if he let go. I want him now, even though I'm surrounded by all these people. I want his arms around me, his voice in my ear, the solid warmth of his body against mine.
counting the hours. I'm counting too.
All right, gorgeous. The makeup artist's voice breaks through my reverie. Time for the dress.
The room shifts. The chatter doesn't stop. But there's a new energy now. Anticipation building. The morning pivoting toward its purpose. I stand. My fingers find the tie of my silk robe, and I let the fabric fall away. Beneath, Eve's lingerie is a work of art. Ivory silk and delicate lace. The pale blue ribbon accents a whisper against my skin. My something blue already in place. Eve makes a small sound of satisfaction from across the room. God, I'm good, she murmurs, and Kat laughs. Serena's team moves into action with choreographed precision. The gown is lifted from its hanger, carefully, reverently, and carried toward me. Clara holds the skirt, while Yuki guides me to step into the pool of ivory silk. And then the dress rises. The fabric whispers against my legs, my hips, cool and whisper smooth. The pleated bodice wraps my curves, soft, asymmetrical draping that manages to be both elegant and sensual. Yuki's hands work the dozens of buttons at my back, each one a small pearl, while Sophia adjusts the fall of the skirt. But it's the sleeves that steal my breath. Sheer illusion lace slides up my arms, and with it, the cascading pearls. Tiny, luminous, flowing down from shoulder to wrist like elegant rainfall. They're cool against my skin, delicate, each pearl catching light as I move. Pearls, always pearls with Nick and me. My mind goes to him again, to the first strand of pearls he gave me, the ones he wound around my wrists, binding me to him in ways that went far beyond his dark appetites. To every gift since, every symbol of what we've become to each other. I imagine his hands where Yuki's are now, not careful, not reverent, urgent, possessive, the way he undressed me the last time we made love, his mouth hot against my throat, his fingers making quick work of buttons and clasps and everything between us, the way he'll undress me tonight. Heat pools low in my belly. I'm dressing for him, every layer, every detail, designed in anticipation of the way his eyes will darken when he sees me, the sharp intake of breath I know will come, the hunger that will flare in his face, barely leashed, before he masters it for the sake of 300 witnesses. But tonight there will be no witnesses, no control, just him and me and everything we've earned. Avery? Tasha's voice pulls me back. She's standing before me now, a dark red velvet box in her hands, her eyes bright with emotion. The finishing touch. She opens the lid. The pearl and diamond infinity necklace gleams against the velvet. The double strands of pearls, the infinity symbol at the center, diamonds catching fire in the light. My throat tightens, emotion nearly overwhelming me. It's not sadness. It's the sweet, affirming warmth of being claimed by someone who chose me completely. Here, I'll do it. Someone appears behind me to move my hair out of the way, while Tasha carefully lifts the necklace free. Her fingers are warm against my nape as she works the clasp. Your man certainly has good taste. I know. My voice comes out smaller than I intended. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful? She adjusts the necklace, the infinity symbol settling just above the hollow of my throat. The metal warms against my pulse, and for a moment I close my eyes, feeling him right here with me, the weight of his gaze, the feeling of being the center of his whole world. I wasn't talking about the necklace, girlfriend, but yeah, it's spectacular.
She comes around to look at me, her expression beaming. You look beautiful. This is what everyone needs today, she says, gesturing to the hubbub of activity around us. The chance to celebrate you, to see how happy you are. You deserve both, Ave. You deserve everything good in life. Thank you, I whisper, for being here, for just being you. Okay, shut up now. Tasha's eyes are wet with welling tears. You're gonna make me ruin my makeup, and then I'll have to stand next to you looking like a soggy raccoon, which would really put a damper on things. I give a watery laugh, and Tasha squeezes my shoulders once before stepping away. And then my mom is there beside me. The room quiets. Something softer than silence settles over everyone. A collective recognition that this moment belongs to us. Just me and my mom. The chatter fades to murmurs, the movement to stillness. She stands before me, her hands cupped around something small. Her eyes are already shining, and the sight of my strong, loving mother trembling on the edge of tears undoes me even before she says a word. I've been holding on to this, she says, her voice unsteady. Waiting for the right moment. She opens her hands. A hair comb rests in her palms, antique, delicate. The metalwork is tarnished to a soft patina, the tiny pearls yellowed with age, but somehow more beautiful for it. Real, worn, loved. This belonged to my grandmother. Mom's voice is barely above a whisper. Your great-grandmother. She wore it on her wedding day in 1932, and she was married to your great-grandfather for 63 years. 63 years of love and partnership, and raising a family together. She looks up at me, tears spilling now. She used to tell me that a good marriage wasn't about perfection. It was about showing up for each other every single day, even when it was hard. Especially when it was hard. My breath catches high in my throat, and I feel heat flooding behind my eyes, a pressure building as my heart swells to fill my breast. I never thought I'd get to do this. Her voice breaks. Watch you get married, stand beside you on this day, after everything. She stops short, takes a breath. Her voice softens nearly to a whisper. You know what I gave up to keep you safe. I'd do it again, sweetheart, 1,000 times. But I never dreamed I'd get to be here for this. The weight of it crashes over me. After everything. Her sacrifice. Years behind bars because she protected me. My childhood, stolen from us both. And now, standing in my penthouse, surrounded by friends, about to walk her daughter down the aisle, to a man who loves me as much as I love him. The grandchild she'll hold in a few months. The life stretching ahead of us. Mom. My voice is strangled, thick with tears. I love you, baby girl. She reaches up, cupping my face in her hands, the way she did when I was small. And I love the man you're marrying. Her thumb brushes my cheekbone. You found a good one, Avery. Hold on to him. The tears come and I let them fall, hot on my cheeks, my hands shaking as I reach for her. The sound that escapes me is somewhere between a laugh and a sob, breaking open in the quiet room. Someone shrieks, "The mascara!" Suddenly there's motion everywhere. Don't touch your face. Quick, someone get tissues. Tasha's voice rises above them all. Zoe, do not wipe your sticky hands on Aunt Avery's dress. Laughter breaks through the tears. The makeup artist swoops in with brushes and cotton pads, clucking her tongue. Eve thrusts tissues at me, while Tasha fans my face with both hands. Zoe stands in front of me, asking why I'm crying, And my mom is laughing and crying at the same time. Her mascara now as ruined as mine. The chaos is beautiful. I look around at all of them. Tasha dabbing under her own eyes. Eve passing tissues while trying not to spill her champagne. Lita pretending she isn't sniffling. Serena misting up beside her. My mother's hand still warm in mine. The love in this room is so close, so physical. It's like standing inside an embrace. A few minutes later, with the emergency repairs complete, a makeup artist steps back with a satisfied nod. The hairstylist lifts my great-grandmother's comb and carefully slides it into my hair, securing it among the soft waves. "One more thing," Serena says, and then the tiara is being lifted, positioned, secured. The final piece. Something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. All of it in place. Every piece carried here by someone who loves me. By Nick, my mother, Serena, and Eve. I feel the weight of each one against my skin, my hair, my throat. The history and the promise and the grace of it. I turn to the mirror. My gown falls in elegant folds, ivory silk catching the light, the pearl sleeves shimmering with every breath. The tiara adds just enough fairy tale, a whisper of magic without being overwhelming. The necklace gleams at my throat, the sparkling infinity symbol resting against my pulse. And there, barely visible in my hair, the antique comb anchors me to the women who came before me, the love that traveled through generations to reach me here. This is who I am now. This is the woman I've become. Not despite everything I survived, but through it. Everything is waiting for me. The man who loves me, the child growing inside me, the future stretching out like a promise. In a few minutes, I'll walk toward Nick. He'll see me for the first time in this dress, and I'll watch his face for the love he doesn't try to hide anymore. I'll walk down an aisle lined with people we cherish, and I'll marry him again, this time for the world to see. And tonight, in the quiet dark of our bedroom, he'll take it all off. The gown, the tiara, the pearls, piece by piece, layer by layer. His mouth on every inch of skin he uncovers, reclaiming what 300 witnesses only got to admire. Until I'm just Avery again. Nick's Avery, his wife. Counting the hours. I press my palm flat against my belly, and I look at the woman in the mirror. She smiles back. "Go get your fairy tale," her expression seems to say. My heart is on the verge of exploding, joyful and eager for the next step Nick and I are about to take together. Yes, I think, and I nod to my reflection. I'm ready.
44. Nick. The energy coiling through me has nowhere to go. I'm ready. I've been ready since I went to bed alone last night in an empty hotel room instead of going home to Avery. I'm ready to make her my wife again. Standing in front of a mirror in the church vestry, waiting for someone to tell me it's time, I glance at the clock on the wall and heave an impatient breath. My reflection stares back at me from the gilt-framed glass. Charcoal tuxedo suit, crisp white shirt, black tie, every line precise. I look like a man in control. Inside, I'm vibrating with anticipation. Today, I'm marrying Avery. The Icarus ceremony was ours, and I wouldn't trade that day for anything. But now I want everyone to see her walk toward me. I want all of the 300 people inside this sanctuary to witness her choosing me. After today, the entire world will understand what I've known since the moment I first touched her. Avery is mine forever. The door opens behind me. Beck enters with Gabe a step behind him, both in dark suits, both looking sharp and serious. Beck's gaze sweeps over me approvingly. "You look like a man on top of the world," he says, grinning. I smile, too. "Never better, brother." "I'm glad, truly." He cuffs my shoulder, giving me a solemn nod. After more than a decade of watching me operate, he knows patience has never been my problem. But patience and restlessness are different animals, and the one currently pacing inside my chest isn't interested in strategy or timing. It just wants my wife in front of me, where she belongs. "Won't be long now," Gabe says after his phone chimes with an incoming text. "Eve says the ladies are en route and almost here." I let out a breath. Fuck, now I'm getting nervous. My two friends chuckle. I reach up to adjust the knot of my tie, and Beck shakes his head. "Leave it alone. It's already perfect." "You sure?" He rolls his eyes. "You look like you just stepped off a page in GQ. Relax. Besides, you already locked this up. Today's just a formality." "Yeah, but today's important, Beck. I want it to be everything Avery's ever dreamed about." He nods. "Understood. You've got this, Nick." I catch the look Beck gives me as I drop my hand from my tie, part amusement and something warmer. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't need to. These two men have seen me through more than I could enumerate. Beck across boardroom tables and late-night strategy sessions, Gabe through every security crisis and close call. They're here with me today because they want to be. Because after everything, I've somehow earned the kind of loyalty that always shows up, no questions asked. Gabe steps up and holds out his hand to me. "Congratulations again. I can't think of a couple who's more deserving than you and Avery." "I can think of at least one," I say, reminded of his complicated journey with Eve as I shake his hand. When I let go, I give him a brief embrace and clap on his back. "Thanks for being here, Gabe. You and Eve both. We wouldn't miss it." He draws back as his phone buzzes with another incoming text. He gives it a quick look, then glances back up at me. "The team outside says they've got the area cleared and secured, a full block in every direction. We're ready for go time, boss." My mind drifts to Avery, the way it's been doing all morning. The glimpse I caught of her a few weeks ago at House of Del Air comes back to me in a visceral flash. Avery wearing nothing but ivory lace lingerie and pale blue silk ribbon against her skin, the swell of her breasts above the delicate cups, the heat that flared in her eyes when she realized I was watching. I've been carrying that image like a secret ever since, knowing what she'll be wearing beneath her wedding dress today, knowing that tonight, after the ceremony and the reception and all the public performance, I'll peel every layer off her slowly and take my time with what's underneath. The anticipation licks through me, a heat that intensifies every time I picture her body beneath mine, her fingers digging into my shoulders, the sound she makes when I'm inside her, the way she says my name when she's close to coming and can't hold back her pleasure. A few hours from now we'll be alone, finally. Just my wife and the bed I've been dying to get back into with her, and every filthy reverent thing I intend to do to her tonight. I want the ceremony, I want the vows and the rings, and her hand in mine while the minister pronounces us husband and wife. I want all of it, but God, I just want her. Another knock sounds on the door. My pulse kicks harder. Every muscle in my body goes taut. The minister enters, calm, kind-eyed, the placid demeanor of a man who's performed this ritual easily thousands of times before. But when his gaze finds mine, something in his expression shifts. Perhaps he sees the barely contained energy that radiates off me. Perhaps he recognizes a groom who's been waiting for this moment a hell of a lot longer than the hour he spent pacing in this vestry. "Your bride is here, Dominic. It's time." It's time. Everything else falls away. Just those words and the open door ahead of me. Beck's hand comes down on my shoulder, firm, brief. No words are needed now. His touch says he's proud, happy for me. It says he knew I had it in me to turn my life around, even when I didn't believe it. He nods once and lets go. Gabe straightens from his post at the window. He nods. "Here we go." "Yeah." I take one steadying breath, square my shoulders, then I step out the door. The corridor is dim, the sounds of the sanctuary filling the hollowed space. Murmured conversation, the soft strains of strings warming up, the rustle of programs. My footsteps echo against stone floors. When I emerge through the side door, the space opens around me, and the scale of this moment registers fully for the first time. High ceilings soaring toward stained glass, filtered light fracturing into rivers of cobalt, gold, and crimson across the stone floor, rows of polished pews filled with faces that turn toward me as I take my position at the altar. Bouquets of burgundy roses and white freesia cascade from the ends of each pew, and on elegant brass stands at the altar, their fragrance heavy in the air. I take my position. Beck settles beside me, a solid presence at my shoulder. The minister stands ready, leather-bound Bible in hand. And then there's nothing to do but watch those doors. A gathered audience of hundreds in this sanctuary, and not one of them exists for me. My focus narrows to a single point, the pair of carved oak doors at the far end of the aisle, still closed, holding back everything that matters. Time stretches. The string quartet plays something soft that barely registers. I'm aware of my own pulse, the discipline it takes to stand still when every instinct strains forward, toward her, toward the moment those doors will finally open and she'll appear. The music shifts. Pachelbel's canon unfolds through the sanctuary, the notes building, swelling, filling the sacred space with the weight of ceremony. The doors swing open. Zoe appears first, small and precious in a flouncy dress of dusty rose. She saunters forward, beaming as she scatters petals like confetti. Her dark curls bounce with each determined step. Tasha follows in wine-colored silk, her smile trembling with happy tears as she takes her position. And then, there, framed in the doorway with soft lights spilling around her, Avery. My senses hone in on her, and I drink in the vision of her. The ivory silk draping curves I know by heart, the skirt spilling to the floor and flowing behind her as she moves, the fitted bodice wrapping her in soft architecture, elegant and timeless. The sleeves made of sheer lace from shoulder to wrist, scattered with hundreds of tiny pearls that catch the light like constellations sewn into fabric. Pearls, our pearls, woven into the very fabric she's wearing to marry me. My throat tightens. Her long blonde hair is unbound, falling in soft waves. A diamond tiara crowns her head where the elaborate veil should have been. She didn't wear it, and I'm glad. Whatever beauty the original piece held, it's a part of our past now. It has no place here today. The tiara suits her better. My wife doesn't need a veil. She's a queen. She deserves to wear a crown. At her throat, resting against the sweet little hollow I love to kiss, is the infinity necklace I gave her. Pearls and diamonds. My claim, visible to everyone in this room, yet understood by no one but us. Her mother walks beside her, glowing with pride. Her eyes bright with tears she's not hiding. I acknowledge Brenda, register the emotion on her face, but my attention returns to Avery within the same breath. Everything else is peripheral. She is the center, and I am locked on her completely. Her gaze holds mine from the moment those doors open, her smile already forming, the silk shifting against her hips with each measured step. The distance between us closes with agonizing slowness. Each step she takes registers somewhere deep in my body, pulling the coiled tension tighter. But I don't want to rush this moment. I want to memorize each second. Everything we've been through plays in a rapid loop of memories in my mind. Our journey to this place has been long, full of missteps and mistakes, but we've made it. Avery's tender smile, the private one, the one that's only ever been for me, says she knows exactly what I'm thinking, and she's thinking it too. At last, she reaches me. Brenda lifts Avery's hand and places it in mine. The transfer is gentle, deliberate, and weighted with a trust I'll never break. My fingers close around Avery's, and the rightness of it settles into my bones. This is where she belongs, where she's always belonged. Her mother's eyes meet mine, steady, lit with the quiet ferocity of a woman who loves Avery as much as I do. I hold her gaze, letting her see everything, the gratitude, the promise, the vow I'll spend the rest of my life keeping. She nods, steps back, and then it's just us. Before the officiant begins, our eyes meet and hold. A smile tugs at the corner of her mouth, small, private, tender with everything we share. The Icarus at sunset, the vows we've already spoken, the rings that have already lived on our fingers, the future we've already begun together. "Hello, wife," I whisper, only for her ears.
"Hello, husband."
The music fades slowly as the ceremony begins. The minister's voice fills the church, traditional words that settle over us. Avery's hand is warm in mine, her pulse speeding against my palm.
"Do you, Dominic Xavier Bain, take this woman as your lawfully wedded wife? Do you promise to love, honor, and cherish her, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, for better or for worse, as long as you both shall live?"
Memories flood me in an instant, all the moments Avery and I have shared before coming together right now. We've already lived these vows, every word of them. I do.
"And do you, Avery Daniel Ross, take this man as your lawfully wedded husband? Do you promise to love, honor, and cherish him, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, for better or for worse, as long as you both shall live?"
Avery's eyes glisten.
"I do."
She does. I exhale slowly, lost in the love I see in her gaze. The minister turns to Beck.
"Andrew, do you have the rings?"
He nods solemnly. The rings emerge from his tuxedo pocket, gleaming in his open palm. Are simple gold bands, not the custom-designed platinum rings we originally selected for this day. These, the ones I carried to Key Largo, and that we slid onto each other's fingers while our informal, heartfelt promise is carried out over the water. I take Avery's left hand, lift it gently. The ring slides into place, and this time I feel the weight of it differently. Not the private promise of Key Largo, but the public declaration of what she means to me. My past, my today, my future, it all belongs to her. The minister guides us through the rest of the words. I smile as I hold my bride's teary gaze. "With this ring, I thee wed." Avery's fingers are steady and warm as she guides the other gold band onto my finger next.
"With this ring, I thee wed."
The officiant's voice swells with the final declaration.
"By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife."
A pause. A smile.
"Dominic, you may kiss your bride."
He's barely got the words out before I'm already in motion. My hands frame her face, my thumbs stroking her cheekbones as I tilt her mouth up to mine. Her lips part for me, soft and warm and yielding, and I take. The taste of her floods my senses, familiar and staggering at once. Mine! Her fingers fist the lapels of my jacket, pulling me closer. A sound escapes her throat, quiet enough that only I can hear, and it takes every ounce of discipline I possess not to haul her against me and make this kiss indecent. I pull back before I scandalize both of us and the church full of onlookers. My breath has gone ragged as I rest my forehead against hers. "Forever, Angel," I murmur against her lips. "You and me."
"You and me."
Her voice trembles with joy.
"Always."
Applause erupts through the sanctuary, thunderous, joyful, crashing over us in waves. We turn to face them, her hand clasped in mine, and I let myself feel it. The triumph, the completion, the reality of this moment I've been chasing since I first saw her. Life can be dark and ugly and painful, but it can also be soft and beautiful and full of grace, like the woman standing next to me, my wife. I've never believed in fairy tales, at least not the kind that end happily for someone like me. But I believe in her. I believe in us. For the first time in my life, I believe in forever. I can believe in happily ever after, too. I see it every time I look in Avery's eyes.
Epilogue. Avery. 2 weeks later. I would have thought after half a month of waking up like this, in bed, in the main cabin of the Elysium with Nick, that I'd be getting used to it. Yet every morning still feels like a dream. The air is warm, the Mediterranean sun filtering soft through the portholes, and Nick's mouth is between my thighs like he has nowhere else in the world to be. Which he doesn't. Neither of us do. That's the best part of our honeymoon. And my husband has taken the concept to heart with his usual intensity. His tongue traces a slow path that makes my hips lift off the sheets, and I hear myself moan, a sound I stopped trying to stifle somewhere around the third day. His hands grip my thighs, holding me open, holding me steady. And when I thread my fingers through his hair, I feel his low voice vibrate against my most sensitive skin.
I could eat you all day.
The deep rumble of his words ignites every nerve ending in my body.
You taste so sweet, so fucking good.
I gasp as he torments me even further with his tongue. You really have no lack of stamina, do you? Grinning like the devil himself, he lifts his head just enough to meet my eyes.
Not when you're making those sexy little sounds for me.
The sight of him there, dark hair mussed, jaw shadowed, blue eyes radiating want, sends a fresh surge of arousal streaming through my body. With his mouth on my clit, he slides his finger into me, hitting the spot he knows will undo me every time. I moan, writhing against his face. Oh, God, Nick. The pleasure builds, cresting higher each time his fingers find the rhythm that unravels me. Another finger joins the other, thrusting inside where I'm slick and aching, and I arch into the sensation with a cry I couldn't contain if I tried. The Elysium rocks gently beneath us, and there's something almost dreamlike about it. The warmth, the light, and Nick between my thighs, as though my pleasure is his only priority. When the orgasm breaks over me, it's more than I can contain. His name spilling from my lips in the scream he knew I wouldn't be able to hold back. He works me through it, gentling as the aftershocks move through me, leaving me shaking.
So gorgeous when you come, Mrs. Bain.
As he murmurs the words, he presses soft kisses against my inner thighs before slowly making his way up my body. His mouth traces heat across my belly, lingering for just a breath over the spot where our baby is, his tenderness making my heart ache with happiness. Then he continues upward to the curve of my breasts, my collarbone, the hollow of my throat, where my pulse beats wild against his lips. By the time his face hovers over mine, I'm reaching for him, pulling him down into a kiss that tastes of my body, and the deep desire I feel for him even now. I need you inside me, I murmur against his mouth.
Here I am.
He shifts his weight, reaching between us. And then there's that first perfect stretch as he pushes forward. The fullness, the rightness, the way my whole body exhales into the feeling of him, rings a cry from my lips. His mouth finds the curve of my neck, and I feel his breath shudder against my skin.
Christ, baby, your pussy clenches around me so right.
The words come out ragged as he pushes all the way inside me.
I can never get deep enough. You feel so fucking perfect every time.
I wrap my legs around him, pulling him deeper, and the sound he makes goes through me like a current. Then he begins to move, every thrust exactly where I need him. His hand grips my hip, holding me down, and the possessiveness of it, the carnal command, makes me whimper brokenly against his mouth. We kiss between thrusts, messy and breathless. I'm loud again. I can't help it with him. I don't want to hold anything back with him. Some distant part of my mind registers that the crew of 5 above deck can probably hear everything. I sink my teeth into my lower lip as a moan curls its way up my throat. Yes, don't stop.
Never.
He grins against my mouth, hardly breaking our kiss.
You don't have to worry about that.
Oh, God, I groan, losing myself to the rhythm of our bodies crashing against each other. I hear movement on the deck and tense up before I can help it.
Don't worry about them either,
Nick growls, his breaths rapid and hot against my ear.
They're paid not to listen or to care. Besides, I don't care if they know exactly how much my wife loves it when I fuck her.
I do love it, I admit, panting now, the pleasure building to a crest deep in my core. Fuck me harder, Nick. Make me scream. His only response is a coarse animal snarl. Then he shifts our position, his arm hooking under my knee and bringing my leg up for a deeper angle. He thrusts long and hard, hitting a place inside me that sends me spiraling. The pleasure coils tighter with every thrust, every rough whisper, every place our bodies connect. I'm close, so close.
Yeah, that's it.
His voice is pure command. His body is a relentless force driving me farther and farther to the edge.
Let go, Angel. I've got you.
His cock seems even thicker now, filling me so completely I can hardly bear it. I can feel his orgasm building along with mine. His entire body is tense, muscles straining, breath sawing out of him in ragged bursts through his clenched teeth. He utters my name, low and savage, and I break. My body arches, clenches, pleasure tearing through me so hard I can't breathe, can't think, can only hold on to him as it takes me apart. His name spills from my lips, his groan gusts against my throat. And then he's there too, burying himself deep, the hot pulse of his release filling me as we come undone in each other's arms. For a long moment, neither of us moves. We simply breathe. His weight is heavy on me, welcome, grounding. The gentle rock of the yacht beneath us a comforting lull. Warm light filters through the portholes, bringing the scent of salt air, while Nick's pulse still hammers where our chests press together. He lifts his head, and his smile is lazy, satisfied, soft enough to break my heart.
You okay?
I trace my fingers along his jaw, feeling the scratch of stubble. Better than okay. Thoroughly ravished as usual. His low laugh vibrates through my chest. He kisses me once more, soft and sweet, before rolling onto his side and pulling me with him. We lie tangled together for long moments, my head on his chest, his hand tracing idle patterns on my hip. I can feel his heartbeat slowing beneath my cheek. It's getting late, I murmur eventually. We should probably shower.
Probably.
His hand slides down to my ass, squeezes gently.
In a minute.
The minute stretches. Neither of us seems inclined to move, and I let myself sink into it. The drowsy weight of him, the way his fingers keep tracing absent shapes on my skin, as though he's not ready to stop touching me yet. But eventually he presses a kiss to my hair and pulls me up with him, and we make our way to the cabin's ridiculously luxurious ensuite bathroom, still holding on to each other. The shower is big enough for both of us, plus another. White Italian marble, chrome fixtures, and a rainfall shower head that sends warm water cascading over us both. Nick soaps my back, my shoulders, his strong hands sliding down my spine and onto my backside. I turn in his arms and reach for him, too, my palms gliding over his chest, his shoulders, the rigid muscles of his abdomen. His stomach tightens under my touch, and the flicker of heat in his eyes tells me exactly where this could go if I let it. I almost do. But we have all day, and there's something delicious about letting the want simmer. He catches my wrist and brings my fingers to his lips, kissing each one while holding my gaze. I like this, I tell him, water streaming between us. Being on the Elysium, being here with you. His mouth curves. Yeah? I nod. When I first saw her in that marina, I trail off, still unable to articulate it. The sheer scale of his wedding gift for me. I'd stood on that dock and stared, overwhelmed at how the photos hadn't done her justice, not even close. I'd never seen anything so beautiful. He strokes my cheek, his gaze warm. That's how I feel every time I look at you. Then I guess it's a good thing you married me. He chuckles, low and soft. Yes, it is. It's a very good thing. We kiss and caress each other under the spray for a long while, then take turns washing each other's hair. After we're done and dried off, I pull on a simple sundress, while Nick settles for linen pants and a white shirt he leaves unbuttoned. I drink him in with unabashed appreciation. The view of his muscled chest, the dusting of dark hair on his newly tanned skin, the glint of his gold wedding band as he runs a hand through his damp hair. I can't imagine I'll ever tire of admiring my sexy, gorgeous husband. I let myself look even longer, and he catches me at it, one eyebrow lifting. Keep that up, and we're not making it to breakfast. Tempting, I tease back, even as my stomach rumbles. Come on, wife. Let's get you some nourishment. Nick's hand finds my belly, lingering there. You too, little one. His tender tone melts me, and it's all I can do to resist the urge to tear all his clothes off and push him back onto the bed for another round. Is it pregnancy hormones making me so insatiable? No, it's just the way I always feel around Nick. Fortunately, I've got several more weeks to have my wicked way with him before we return home. As if he can read the direction of my thoughts, Nick gives me a wry smirk before he takes my hand and leads me up to the deck. The shift from the cool cabin to open air hits me as we climb the companionway into the vast brightness of a Mediterranean morning. The teak deck is warm beneath my feet, the sails billowing overhead against a sky so blue it almost hurts. The Mediterranean stretches endlessly in every direction, its surface glittering like scattered diamonds, and the salt breeze lifts my hair as we settle into the cushioned seating near the bow. A crew member immediately starts setting out breakfast. Fresh fruit, pastries, omelets, coffee for Nick, herbal tea for me. The attendant withdraws just as discreetly, and then it's only us again, alone with the horizon and each other. I reach for a croissant and start buttering a big chunk of it. I pop it into my mouth, and I can't hold back my pleasured moan as I munch on the flaky, delicious bite. The rest of the pastry is gone in mere seconds. Nick's eyes warm as he watches me fill my plate with enough breakfast to choke a lumberjack. Don't say it, I warn him around a mouthful of omelet. He holds up his hands, chuckling now. I wasn't going to say anything. I narrow my eyes at him. You were thinking it. I was thinking how beautiful you look. Happy. His hand brushes my knee beneath the low table, casual and warm. I was thinking I like seeing you enjoying a nice meal with the breeze in your hair and the sun on your cheeks. I like it too, I admit, reaching for another croissant. My appetite has finally returned, and then some. This morning I woke without any queasiness at all, and the relief of feeling normal, of wanting food, is its own small gift. Nick pours his coffee and reaches for his tablet. I arch a brow, but I know he can't completely check out from real life. That restless mind of his needs something to chew on, even in paradise. Beck has been keeping us appraised of the situation with Nadia, not to mention all the other Bain international business concerns, handling all of the details so we can enjoy our time away. I sip my tea and watch Nick scroll for a few moments, his screen filled with today's headlines from the New York business section. But then something catches his attention. Surprise flickers across his face before a low chuckle escapes him.
Well, I'll be damned.
What is it? He turns the tablet toward me. The headline reads, Roth Hospitality Executive Announces Engagement. Skimming down to the article, I read the first line. Billionaire Sebastian Roth, president of global development at Roth Hospitality Group, confirmed his engagement this week to Vanessa Hawthorne, daughter of Conrad Hawthorne, whose company competes directly with Ross Hospitality in several key markets. I sit back in my seat, surprised and confused. After the fundraising gala where Nick first met his cousin, he told me Sebastian made a comment that marriage held zero appeal for him. That's certainly a quick about-face for a man who talked about getting married like it was some kind of punishment.
Yeah,
Nick shrugs, setting the tablet aside.
Apparently something, or someone, changed his mind.
He doesn't linger on it. His attention returns to me, his gaze settling on my face with that warm, proprietary focus that still makes my skin heat after all this time. I reach for my tea and let Sebastian Roth's engagement fade into the noise of waves and wind. Still, the mention of Sebastian nags at me, and after a moment I have to know. Have you thought any more about reaching out to him, or anyone else in your mother's family? Nick's gaze drifts to the horizon. I watch him consider it, his jaw working slightly, a small furrow appearing between his brows.
Some, he admits. I don't know, though. Sebastian knew about me for years before he said anything. I'm still not sure what to make of that.
He takes a drink of his coffee, his thumb rubbing idly on the cup's rim.
But he's also the only link I have to that side of my family, the only door that isn't already closed.
I reach for his hand, threading my fingers through his, not pushing, just present. Your grandmother's door isn't closed, Nick. Not yet. Not as long as she's still alive.
That's different. I'm not sure I have it in me to forgive Constance Xavier for what she and her husband Philip did to my mom. Casting her aside. You say that door isn't closed, but they slammed it shut years ago.
His voice is matter-of-fact, but I hear the edges beneath it.
I don't know how anyone can come back from that.
Maybe one day we can find out, I say quietly. Together. He looks at me then, something softening in his face.
Maybe.
His hand tightens around mine, and I squeeze back. Later, after we've both eaten our fill and let the morning slowly wash over us, Nick takes my hand and we walk to the bow. The Elysium cuts through water so blue it seems to merge with the sky at the horizon, and the wind is warm against my bare arms as we stand against the rail. Nick's arm wraps around me, pulling me against his side. I lean into the solid warmth of him, my head finding the hollow below his shoulder, my body curving into his. He presses his mouth to my hair, and I move in closer. The sails billow overhead, catching wind, carrying us forward. Toward what? I don't know. it doesn't matter. What matters is the sun on my skin, and the soft wind in my hair, and the man beside me. This man who has seen every broken piece of me and stayed. Let me see his scars and trusted me not to leave. Now we have this, and everything still to come. Nick presses a kiss to my temple.
What are you thinking?
That this is what forever feels like. His arm tightens around me. I feel his smile against my hair. I smile too, leaning deeper into his embrace, the warmth of him steady against me. The Elysium carries us forward, her sails full, the horizon wide and open, and I relax into my husband's arms, knowing that whatever our future holds, we'll face it and find our way through together. We hope you have enjoyed this production of For 100 Forevers by Lara Adrian, narrated by Summer Morton and Alexander Sendiz. Copyright 2026 by Lara Adrian, LLC. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media, Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.